और भी कर लीजिएगा, ठीक है। car was there.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We will be beginning the second day of the conference today. And before we begin, we will like to have a recap session on what all were discussed yesterday. We definitely discussed a lot of things yesterday. And this session will be beneficial not just for the people who were there yesterday, but also for the newcomers to get an idea of what we discussed and how we will be proceeding for the day today. So yesterday we had 3 sessions. The conference started with the session on entrepreneurship, sustainability, and change issues, followed by networks, ecosystems, and cultural dynamics. And the third session was tourism and social innovation. So I will hand over the mic to Professor J. Mitro so that he can give us a brief recap of the entire 3 sessions with our panel experts, Mr. Lloyd Mathias and Dr. Lalit Panwar, and their important insights on each session. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin the conference. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Namaskar again, and time to recap. It's always nice to start the second day by recapping what we did the first day, just in case we have forgotten where we are as far as this conference is concerned. I'll be very brief. We've got two distinguished gentlemen over there to talk to a vast audience of empty chairs in the main. But hopefully you will participate if time allows us to do that. As Sneha said, we had 3 sessions yesterday, and our point over here, our purpose over here, is simply to recap from your perspective, what were the key takeaways as far as those 3 sessions were concerned, and to what extent do you think they offer us opportunities for future discussion, for policy making, for elaboration, maybe even for research or teaching and education purposes. So just to recap again, entrepreneurship as a social movement, which was the banner session, if you like, which covered all the sins of this conference. The second one was on networks and ecosystems, and we kind of lost our plot a little bit, looking between networks and ecosystems and cultural dynamics. And the third one was around the tourism industry in particular. So we had a clear focus. The idea behind it that if you want entrepreneurship to be a social movement, then networks and ecosystems are critical to enable the connectivity to occur, for social change and social interactions to take place. How does that obtain within a particular sector, which is as big and as popular as tourism is, especially in the local context? So, can I first ask you, gentlemen, just to make a very few general observations of the whole day, not necessarily without any reference to a particular session, but general observations. What were your key takes? Maybe no more than 2 ideas that you thought were particularly important.
Thanks for that, great overview, Professor Mitra. For me, the key takeaways, and if I can quickly summarize the session I was with. We had the head of the arts for the British Council, and we had Dr. Marian from the Hungarian Cultural Center. And we had Professor Bagri from ISB virtually. And
sorry, Lloyd, I'm going to cut you short over there. First, I would like you to make some general observations of the whole day, because I do not believe that you could have fallen asleep with the most other interesting sessions. So you would have had some insight, just some general observations before you go into your session.
Sure. I think broadly, the big takeaway for me was that to ensure the creative and the cultural space gets full expression, there is a need to create a network and an ecosystem that can enable this in the right manner, which means we've got a rich tapestry of culture in India. We have great creative potential, but I think right now we are playing to a very small part of that potential, because for some part that has never been tapped in its entirety. It's been left to kind of move in its own pace. That was my big takeaway across the sessions.
Yes.
Do you think that what we are trying to address as far as the overall conference is concerned, the idea of entrepreneurship as a social movement, do you think that we are on the kind of right track, that we should be engaging in more of this kind of conversation about involving citizens, etc., in entrepreneurship, whatever form it takes? Do you think that that was your general observation for the day? Do you think we were trying to get to something important?
Thank you. Good morning, friends. Thank you, Professor Mitra, Ms. Bhatia Saab, and friends. Yesterday, we had a very engaging sessions, and especially the highlight to my mind was that the stakeholders were there, the artists, the artisans, and that was the best part. But as was mentioned by, I think probably Mr. Harish, our one of the panelists, that these stakeholders were there. We were all discussing culture as a sustainable way of planning development for rural areas and poverty alleviation and all those things. But yet, we were not able to somehow involve them. They were there. But maybe in future, when we devise these kinds of conferences, their active participation in some ways we could attempt, because a lot of very good things were discussed about the ecosystems, networks, innovation, social marketing, grassroots level approach and all. But their participation, and as a result, when the tourism was discussed the last session, most of them had left. So maybe involving the stakeholders right from the grassroots level, in our future deliberations, we could factor in. That's my take on yesterday's.
Okay.
Otherwise,
I mean, I welcome that critique because I think it's very pertinent. But I would also argue that listening is a very active exercise. Involvement involves sharing, involvement involves talking, communicating. And communication cannot happen if everybody speaks at the same time. Communication can happen if people listen as well, because listening is an art, which we quite often forget, is a very active ingredient in discussion and follow-up action and in developing strategies and ideas. So to some extent, I take the point, take the critique, and I completely take that. And Harish's points were very well made. But I would also argue that in any one event, it is impossible to capture the interests of every stakeholder in terms of active participation and involvement. And sometimes, simply by coming up with suggestions and ideas and vocalizing them, articulating them, and listening to those ideas is as important as just holding on to what one believes is correct and right. And because I don't think any of the speakers were attempting to say that or promulgating. They were not passing a judgmental opinion on everything that happened. People were coming up with their ideas, and maybe through listening, something can be obtained, something of value can be obtained. Sorry, you wanted to say something.
Just wanted to react to what Pamar Saab said. I think one thing that maybe a lot of us are not aware, which I saw later last night, is that the proceedings are being webcast. I missed the first session, part of it, but I caught it on the webcast link that was there, and today's sessions as well. So all the sessions are, in a sense, being webcast, and hopefully will get essayed to a larger audience than who we have here. And I think, therefore, that's one big part. So the sessions are being webcast live, and the links are available on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, I think what would be good for us to do, good for us to do, and Amitav, we can talk about this later on, is to use exactly what you said about the webcast material to start other forms of localized events where more people and different groups of people can participate. Sorry, you wanted to ask?
No, I just wanted to let Dr. Pawar know that the design of the conference does not include direct participation from the communities, because one platform yet to come out, that, where the language and the understanding of everybody will be same. But that doesn't mean that we have excluded them. No. And YouTube is not the answer. Yesterday, we brought them and we also send them back, because so it's not that they left. Even today morning onwards they are here, because a team from IIT-J as well as others, our people, they are interacting with them for the last few days, and they are making a snippet, they are making a canvas, developing skit, as well as the ideathon presentation will happen based on their interactive input, and that is parallel to this that is happening backstage. That will be showcased today in 3 different sessions as part design of the conference. And there is a page dedicated of community engagement, and that is clearly written in the booklet. So even if they are here, because the entire conversation is happening in English, it is not possible for them. Even if the conversation is in Hindi, it is not possible for them to understand, because their exposure to the world is not the same, unfortunately, as you all are in. So that's why we did not want it to be an ornamental arrangement. We want a real engaging arrangement, and that's why we are also taking the participants tomorrow to the field for a field level engagement with them.
Thank you. I think that addressed, Professor Mitra Sahab, that addressed my point. Thank you, Amita, for sharing. Thank you.
I mean, throughout the year and year after year, you're constantly engaged with these communities. So the conference might be a point in time when we are collecting all the experience, all the knowledge over the years, over a period of time, and discussing them and deliberating on them. But the real work actually goes on well beyond the conference, on the ground, in terms of the projects and the interactions and the social developments that actually occur as a result of those projects. So that's where the real communication occurs. The conference is simply a way of us being able to come together to see, well, what is it that we have achieved? What is it that we think we should achieve? And how best, what routes could we actually sort of take? Because I cannot believe that any one conference anywhere in the world actually is able to achieve the level of real interactions that you would want to happen at the end of the day. But let's come back to the key issues of the day. Can I ask you, Dr. Panwar, first, your understanding of the first session, and I think you made some interesting notes to that. I mean, what things did you think were of particular importance?
Yeah, session 3, the theme was tourism and social innovation.
Now, can I come back to the first session? Because I think, let's start from the beginning, because you were here and you were...
I was here from first session onwards.
Yeah.
But
okay, you want to talk
my
about...
recap is for third session.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, recap is for the sunset session. That was, I think, that was the mandate, I think. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, fair enough. I was trying to just simply tease their... They are remarkable in terms of condensing their
No
efforts.
problem.
Okay.
Because my brief was third session. If I go beyond my bit, then it will be, maybe I will be all session that way. Yeah. So tourism and social innovation. The session was anchored by Amitabh ji, and like Zubin Mehta, orchestrating all the resources and all the artists. So he monitored in a very, what they call is symphonic way. So to quote Zubin Mehta, and the point was he also showed a video, which was very, very informative and inspiring. The direct grassroots connect and the concept art for life that was highlighted in that video, and how the true to the name of the contact base, they have contacted me with the base. So this is how Amitabh ji, as the main anchor, moderated. Starting with Rupinder Brar, our first speaker, IRS. She highlighted about the hardship during COVID, both suffered by all the stakeholders in tourism industry. And then also she highlighted that COVID has been, in a way, a blessing in disguise, because then the move over from physical to digital in tourism sector brought out many things. And now the sector has bounced back post-COVID with vengeance. And especially the highlight is the huge spurt in domestic tourism. And the government of India has even launched a flagship scheme. When I was there as Secretary Tourism, we called it Swadesh Darshan, but they have remixed it, and the now new name is what they call is Dekho Apna Desh. This is what we call is the bouncing back of the domestic tourism. And then, of course, she mentioned the point that she's a student of history, so she liked the subject, and tourism is one subject which is, you can never go at enough of it. And then she highlighted the support which Ministry of Tourism is giving for the tourism infrastructure development involving all the stakeholders. And also that was her take on it. And she was for the motion that yes, tourism and social innovation can go a big way in developing entrepreneurship, and it can snowball into a very productive social movement. That was her presentations. And then we had Mr. Vikram Singh, our second speaker. He manages Heritage Haveli in Jaisalmer. He's also one of the members of the royal family of Jaisalmer. He highlighted about especially the commons, the orans and gochars, the village forest. Highlight about this. Mentioned the points about the incentives by the government and also lack of it. And he highlighted the tax issues and taxation issues and all. Now that he's mentioned that the Jaisalmer, the tourism has really transformed the complete economy, because the Jaisalmer was perpetually hit by drought and famines. And it's said that out of 100 years, 70 years have been drought years. Almost every third year, you had a very huge drought. I have served in Jaisalmer as collector for 4 years. And normally you say Akal. But Professor Mitra Sahib, it was not Akal. It was Akal, Drukal, and Trikal. That is 3 years in a row, there were no rains. Imagine the kind of hardship. And the interesting part about Jaisalmer is, Dada, especially there is for every human being, you have 5 animals. The population, human population of Jaisalmer district is just 6 lakhs. And the bovine population or the animal population is more than 40 lakhs. How you sustain it without water? Big challenge. Then, well, of course, I chipped in and I appreciated the efforts of IIT Jodhpur, especially joining hands with Banglanatic.com and Contact Best for promoting the, what you call the digital interface of our cultural resources and for social implement. They have now, earlier it was calling Department of Liberal Arts, now the School of Liberal Arts, and Mehrangarh Museum Trust. We had initiated a process of having even a chair professor at IIT Jodhpur for studies on culture and management and heritage. And one important point which came and the entire house agreed was about the carrying capacity. Carrying capacity in all its possible derivatives, that is cultural capacity, carrying capacity, ecological, sociological, psychological, political, carrying capacity of various cultural and tourism products, and the way it has impacted the social movement and entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Lloyd, your take, your roundup, if you like, of your session.
Sure. Not having the same diligence as Dr. Panwar, his training in the civil services, I won't be able to do as much of a depth in recap. But broadly, there were 3 themes that were got addressed. One of our participants was Jonathan Kennedy, who was the Director Arts of the British Council. He made the key point that the government needs to play an enabler to ensure arts gets its full play. And he talked about some of the initiatives that the British Council does, saying that the government is not the orchestrator, but it makes for a more conducive environment for artists and creative people to get their full play. Our second participant was Dr. Marianne, who was the head of the Hungarian Cultural Center. And she talked about how, as a small nation, a small European nation, Hungary has a cultural center in what 20 of their embassies worldwide, outside of Europe, where of course they do, and how they use art to tell Hungary's story to the world. Like in India, they use Amrita Shergill, who's essentially part Hungarian, and how they use art as a method of telling the Hungarian story. We had Professor Prakash Bagri from the ISB, and he made the key point of the fact that, in a sense, we live in siloed worlds. And a lot of the focus and energy for us is around, making a living, so to speak. So everyone's kind of focused on their business and their kind of essential needs. Saying art kind of falls by the wayside, and how we need to integrate that into our life. And the last was Shubho Sengupta, who spent a whole lifetime in advertising and then subsequently works with a government organization, MyGov. And his point was, how do we help artisans and craftspeople in storytelling? One of the key essentials is that there is a creative element in them, the fact that they are creative artists. But how do they be able to tell their story to a wider audience? Because that's what gets the commerce in, that's what gets them into a larger play. But even outside the session, and I want to make this point, was that just the interactions in breaks and at the evening session brought out a lot of great stories. A lot of us were moved with Premlata Punia's story about her vision of getting young girls to run on the streets, building them up to a 5K. I mean, very inspiring that someone who experienced it in another world in the US decided to come back and take that movement forward. And in small ways like this, it's not just a creative pursuit, it's the fact that you're actually changing the lives of young girls in a manner that's so basic. All it takes is a pair of running shoes and the confidence to get going on the streets. So, there were these little vignettes that actually, highlighted some of the magic of the day for me. And if I would just put one thought, and it was largely mine, was why I believe that for art and culture to get its full play, there has to be an element of commerce, whether we call it an ecosystem or whatever, because that gives it a much bigger platform that also ensures that livelihoods are protected. Because at one level, art is a creative pursuit. The other way, for a lot of people, it also is a means of livelihood.
Okay, thank you. We do not have any other representative from the first session, but Premlata is here. So could I ask you, Premlata, to join us for a few minutes, if you do not mind? I'm sorry I'm imposing this on you. You can come up here. Yeah. Maybe just to say a few words about your thoughts on the very first session, because you were obviously an active panelist on the first session. So just briefly, your thoughts to recap what happened in the first session.
So we had four people as part of the panel. Bapji was here, then Dr. Hande, Professor Banerjee from IIM Udaipur, and I was part of the panel. And I think I feel like it started a little slow because we were trying to kind of get a good hold of what do we mean by entrepreneurship. And then how does it become a social movement? Harish was a firecracker. He kind of said that a lot of us, because of the medium of language, कि आप अंग्रेजी बोल रहे हैं तो you get a place, a seat on the table. So his opinion was some of us become middleman and we need to get out of it. A lot of the grassroots work has to start taking prominence. And we need to switch this model upside down of who gets to say and who gets to define what's entrepreneurship and what it looks like. बाप जी केम फ्रॉम अ डिफरेंट परस्पेक्टिव. उन्होंने बहुत काम किया इस फील्ड में. हेरिटेज होटल का जो सारा है, ही सेट अप एन एग्जाम्पल. तो उनके हिसाब से सेटिंग एग्जाम्पल इज एक्सट्रीमली क्रिटिकल फॉर पीपल टू स्टार्ट डूइंग एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप. जब वो एग्जाम्पल देखेंगे सोसाइटी में, तब वो और लोग उसको कर पाएंगे. प्रोफेसर बैनर्जी टॉक लिटिल बिट अबाउट कि एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप कई बार फर्स्ट ऑप्शन होता है लोगों का, और कई बार लास्ट ऑप्शन होता है. And how can government education system can kind of support that process either through different incubation center funding और उस हिसाब से. और मेरा perspective ये था कि उसकी definition को थोड़ा सा break करना पड़ेगा. जब लोगों में ये capability आएगी किसी भी level पे, ग्रास रूट पे, मिड लेवल पे, हाई लेवल पे, कि हम अपने कॉन्टेक्स्ट और अपनी सिचुएशन को चेंज कर सकते हैं, that is a kind of a living definition of entrepreneurship. और वो चेंज करने के लिए कॉन्फिडेंस भी चाहिए, स्किल भी चाहिए, और थोड़ा एक कल्चरल एलिमेंट चाहिए. और वो कल्चरल एलिमेंट अर्ली ऑन बच्चों में लाने की ज़रूरत है. वॉलंटियरिंग, गिविंग, बिकमिंग पार्ट ऑफ फेलिंग वेरी अर्ली ऑन इन एजुकेशन सिस्टम, जो हम बिल्कुल नहीं करते हैं. वॉलंटियरिंग तो हम उस आइडिया को ही नहीं समझते कि क्या है. So that's kind of 3-4 different domains and different ways of looking at this thing. Did I sum it up okay?
Yes, that's very good. Thank you, especially since I threw this on you without you preparing you for it. So that was very well done. Just to round up things and finish it off, I would like you to make just one statement, each of you, one statement about where do you think we could go from here?
A lot needs to be done. I think this is a great beginning, and I think the miles to go before we sleep.
मुझे लगता है evolution is the real revolution when we talk about a culture and a social change. So it's a long way, and we keep going slow, 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 and that's how we'll see a true transformation.
Well, I will endorse the views of my fellow panelists. I have attended many conferences in 45 years of my career, but this kind of conference is very unique in the sense that apart from the artists, artisans, and all top stakeholders were there, and the canvas is almost a global canvas, and yet the local issues were addressed. So in a way, it was truly, the spirit was local, so to say. And we had a very young participant, Vanya, the youngest delegate was there. The takeaway would be, Professor Mitra Sahab, the takeaway would be that and institutions like IIT Jodhpur joining hands with Bangla Natak and contact base, signing MOU, basically an institute which is normal, the brand image of IIT is basically a domain of technology. But a domain of technology or the paradise of technology, chipping in for soft power or software, I'll say hardware as not hardware supplemented by software, and now with the soft power, that is culture. And culture as a livelihood, culture as a social movement, culture as an entrepreneurship. This is a very unique dimension. I am very optimistic, and I hope that this is a start of a great movement, so to say. It will be a movement, the word which has been used, a social movement, entrepreneurial movement, and as the saying goes, slow and steady wins the race. इंशाल्लाह we will win the race. रमजान का महीना है, जो सोचा है वो अल्लाह ताला कबूल फरमाएंगे. आमीन.
Thank you. Just to finish off by saying that, thank you first very much for your observations and where we could go from here. This is the third conference on the subject of entrepreneurship. This is not our first. The first one was in Calcutta, I think 2017, 16, sorry, beg your pardon. Too recent. That was the first attempt even at exploring the connections between entrepreneurship, social movement, cultural change, the dynamics of art, culture, intangible heritage, and how they could relate to each other. What constitutes entrepreneurship within that province, and how does that actually affect and enable social change involving people? So that's where the first exploration started, when we didn't really have very many anchors to use and enable us to actually pinpoint exactly what should be done. But we laid out a canvas. And I think what we did was to do something quite remarkable at the second event, which was in 2018. 2019, yes, 2019. Yeah, we had two events, 2019. When we connected the idea of this conference, the second conference, with with an annual event that I hold, which is an international entrepreneurship forum, and which enabled us to bring a significant number of international delegates and speakers as well, with a view to now looking at not only enabling us to actually give some content and grist to the mill of entrepreneurship as a social movement. In other words, trying to sort of say, well, this is not a local issue, this is a global issue, and if so, how can we learn from each other through developing networks which go beyond borders, which go beyond certain cohorts of people, so that we don't become isolated and insular in our approach to the subject. That there are echoes of what we do elsewhere in the world, and we should hear those echoes because they can actually help us to perhaps make our steps more formidable than we could. So I think that resulted in something quite established, a kind of unique platform on which to operate. And as a consequence, many of the people who I'm in touch with and I work with, not just in the UK, but in other parts of Europe and the US, they have kept in touch with me with regards to the project. We now have a situation where we have progressed even further, because underpinning this particular event is a major global research project which I lead, which is on citizen engagement in entrepreneurship. And it's about research, but research which actually leads to some degree of outcomes, and which we will talk about in more detail later on in the afternoon, which involves 4 countries around the world. It involves the UK, of course, Germany, Poland, India, and South Africa. And we will have participants from each of those countries giving some time to us today. And where we actually first came up with identifying through our research, what exactly do we mean by citizen engagement? Where is the evidence that this, is it just an idealistic point of view, or is there actual evidence of these things happening on the ground? And we have come across some remarkable stories and remarkable data that we have amassed from different parts of the world, part of which we will be sharing. For example, something around how the improvement of one's habitat constitutes a movement in Hanover, in Germany. For example, in energy consumption, led by poor citizens in Stockholm, becomes a movement around which people in a particular district engage with the local government over there to produce energy at a viable and at a viable price, and through that process engage in a lot of clean energy type programs and projects. And likewise in South Africa, fisheries in an urban area, particularly the demand from citizens who were not able to eat good quality fish. And therefore, they were encouraged to start this kind of sort of aquaponic experiments in an urban area, quite revealing of how citizens can become engaged. So we have now moved on, and that is one of the reasons why at this conference we wanted to kind of sort of give it that kind of head, that title around citizen engagement. And that's where we are with this third conference. So we will hopefully move on to it. And in September in Italy, where I will be restarting my International Entrepreneurship Forum conference, we will have a specific panel session again on citizen entrepreneurship. So we are moving forward. And it's not just, I can assure you, it's not just a discussion forum. It's not just a talk forum. It's very much centered around people's actions and what people are actually achieving in different regions, in different parts of the world. So on that note, I think we can complete the session. Thank you for doing your very smart roundups of your individual sessions. And I think that hopefully enables the audience over here to remember what we spoke about yesterday, what we discussed yesterday, and what we intend to move forward with today. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Professor Mitra, Lloyd, Premlata, and Dr. Power. Now, we will start the technology session. So I request all of you to take seat. And I believe Lloyd and Dr. Panwar will go out now. In this technology session, as you know, the chair, Professor Shantanu Chaudhary, and a speaker, both of them landed, but they are on their way. But in the meantime, Abhishek Singh, the CEO of Digital India, he has sent us a recorded video. So we will be playing that to start with. And at 11:10, he will be joining us digitally. And we expect all of the rest of the panelists, already 2 of the panelists are here, but we will be requesting them to come on stage only after the chair comes in. So, and also Sankalp, you are here? Professor Sankalp? Yeah. So Sankalp and Joe will be here, and Joe is already here. And we will be starting the Ideathon people are here. Where are the Ideathon people? Can anyone check, please? Any volunteer? Where are the Ideathon people? So one group is there. So may I request the Ideathon group to please come here, please? So today, as I mentioned, that as part of the citizens engagement and the students engagement, we have 3 interesting sessions. One is presenting a canvas, second is Ideathon, and third will be skits. Both the skits and canvas actually were outcome of the conversation with the artists, with the communities, including artists. And the students have already visited number of places, and they have made, and today also right now there is a discussion going on with the artist. And so because we have been working with the artists, but the most important part, there should be a student's view on them. So that's why we are presenting that also. So we will have the community representation in different formats. And artists will be, and the community will be able to see that and relate whether their things are being represented properly or not. Okay, Sankalp, Joe, and Rajiv Sharaf, that's fine. Professor Shantanu Chaudhary, yeah, that's okay. Are we ready with the video, please? Yes. So, although the chair is not yet here, but we are starting the, you can say, session as a pre-session video talk by Abhishek Singh, the CEO of Digital India and Karma Yogi Bharat.
Good morning. It's indeed my honor and privilege to be speaking at this forum, wherein we have got the brightest of the minds to discuss on ways and means in which you can use technology for innovation, for social entrepreneurship. I was looking forward to be actually traveling to Jodhpur for taking part in this at IIT Jodhpur. I remember a long back, around 12 years back, 2010, I had come to Jodhpur for something which was very new at that point in time, and everybody was very excited. Uh, I had come to meet Professor P.K. Kalra, who was at that point of time director in IIT Jodhpur. He was my teacher in IIT Kanpur. And that point of time, he was working on a low-cost tablet, an Akash tablet, a $35 Akash tablet, which had like taken everybody by surprise. And then I was working in the Ministry of Electronics and IT, and I thought I wanted to see it. Can we make a tablet for $35, and can we ensure that people can be able to actually use it? And then I had traveled to Jodhpur. I spent some time in the labs there at the IIT Jodhpur and tried to go through that. Unfortunately, that experiment did not prove to be successful. But at the same time, that visit, that experience, the going through that, how the tablet was designed, what were the needs of the people at that point of time, made me think through, and the lessons that I learned are still valid. And at that point of time, also, one of the most significant challenges that we were grappling with was digital inclusion. Okay, like when we were building the solutions of the National E-Governance Plan, or now what we call as Digital India, the challenge always has been that how do we ensure that any service that we build, any application that we build, how is it becomes available, accessible to everyone in the country, in the society, in the sense that there are a lot many people who don't have access to devices, who don't have connectivity, or who don't know how to run an application, or how to go to a website, enter the captcha and get a service. So towards that objective, we always thought that what can be the solution. The one solution that came to that Government of India implemented, and which is still very valid, was the Common Service Centers project, through which village level entrepreneurs set up kiosks in the rural areas, and they offered services in an assisted mode. Today we have a network of 500,000 common service centers who are offering these services, and citizens can access both business services and private services through these centers. And it has led to kind of addressing a very very vital gap that's there in service delivery today. And today also we always rely on a common service center whenever we have to ensure that everyone gets services that are affordable and they're accessible. The second biggest important point when we look at digital inclusion, of course, relates to making services available in various Indian languages and ensuring that people should be able to access services through a voice mode also. So we very often take pride that we have like almost 875 million people who are connected to the internet, and they're able to access online services, and we are amongst the world's largest connected nations. But at the same time, when we say that, we also realize that we are also one of the countries which has got the largest number of unconnected people. How we have more than 500 million people who are not yet connected to the internet, or who don't have either a smartphone or a connectivity or the wherewithal, the means to access that service. So whenever we do that, we have to think of addressing that population also, and associated with that is the challenge of making services available in languages through voice. And just like we can access services through the Alexa or the Siri, we should also be able to access services through the voice mode on our phone. And today's technology, the way it is developing, the whole excitement about open AI and about generative artificial intelligence and about chat GPT and all, is making us make these services available and accessible. Today we can able to access many of these services through a chatbot, through a voice mode on our phones, and get that service. So this becomes very very important when we look at ensuring inclusion in by use of technology. How does it impact entrepreneurship, and how does it impact innovation? So the examples I gave, especially with regard to the common service centers, it's a very classic example of entrepreneurship, in which village level entrepreneurs are able to use technology to offer services. The other key thing is about innovation, and especially using technology for expanding the outreach of services. And one particular thing, since we are sitting in Rajasthan, we are talking about it, I would like to mention about the revolution that was brought by something like Jaipur Foot, which was like an assistive tech, and it brought down the cost of artificial limbs significantly, and it ensured that a lot many people were able to get mobility, and we're able to solve such challenges. And innovation has always been related to using technology or using something creative to solve a societal problem. Today we are also looking at how assistive tech can be used, how technology can help to the benefit of people who have learning disabilities or physical disabilities. We very often, I marvel, I kind of wonder that so many people, like the official figures are that 3 to 4% people in India are differently abled, but where is the aids for them? Very often when you look at, say, even something like a wheelchair, we don't have branded quality wheelchairs that are available. We don't have kind of automatic wheelchairs that can be made that can help people get mobility. So can we think of doing some innovation? Other countries have done that. Can we think of some entrepreneurs coming together using technology to build those tools, offer these services? Then we look at issues like people with visual disabilities or people with learning disabilities or people with autism. Can technology be used to help them? Today artificial intelligence does allow that. There are softwares which ensure that people don't have to struggle writing correct spellings or kind of even required to write. They can give a dictation and that translates to that. So technology enables that also. And when I look at examples of the way people are building solutions by using innovation, by creative use of technology, one always wonders that what more we can do as policymakers to support that. And and one way to do this will be to kind of connect with people who are doing this, connect with people who are working in this sector, and try to see how they are using technology for building products, for building services, or using it for outreach, using it for this. In MyGov, we saw that very often when we running that platform, and still the government is using it for outreach and all. So very often we used to find a lot of stories across the world wherein people are creating value, innovating, using technology to build services for solving routine problems. We have seen startups and entrepreneurs using artificial intelligence based solutions to solve problems related to agriculture, related to healthcare. In fact, one particular solution I like to mention about, which I saw a few days back, in which there was this AI startup, which what they had done was that they had put some sensors into the agricultural fields, with which they were able to get data with regard to the moisture content in the soil, and they could correlate it with the IMD weather data, and along with the type of the crop that was sown and the particular stage it was the crop was in the cropping cycle, and then could estimate what amount of water that was required for irrigation, and that could give a prompt to the mobile phone of the farmer with regard to whether he should run the pump for 2 hours or whether it should run for 3 hours. So that way the farmer was given the right advice with regard to using optimal amount of water, and to ensure that he would not waste water or electricity, and ensure that his input costs are coming down. And then there was another, the startup also had an idea of connecting the same solution with an IoT device, which would allow the pump to be operated on its own. The farmer would not even require to go in the middle of the night to switch on the pump for irrigating the farms. So these are very simple applications in which technology creates a value for the user, and also adds to the incomes of the people who are using them. So technology has always been at the core of entrepreneurship, at the core of innovation, and it has driven several creative things. Today's conference, I'm sure, with the renowned panelists who are here today, they will be sharing their own experience with regard to that. And throughout the course of this two-day event that IIT Jodhpur is hosting, I'm sure we'll come across many such solutions, many such examples, and that would help us in working out, charting out a strategy, how we can make entrepreneurship as a social movement, how we can ensure that we bring together a platform wherein we can share such stories, we can share the best practices, we can share the innovation that's happening around the country, and ensure that we are able to replicate them. So I wish the very best for the organizers of this conference, and hope that the deliberations of the same will be shared and we'll be able to use it for our common social good. Thank you, and it was a pleasure interacting with you virtually.
So this video session was actually part of the first session for the day, which is Technology and Social Mission in Entrepreneurship and Innovation. As Mr. Abhishek Singh, IAS, Managing Director and CEO of Digital India Corporation and CEO of Karma Yogi Bharat said, Technology is basically changing the entire landscape. It is changing the way conventional socioeconomic operations are happening, and it is bringing innovation every day. And with the cost-effective nature of technology these days, it is also embracing the spirit of inclusivity in it. So now, to further engage in the discussion of technology and how it can be used in ways to engage citizens for entrepreneurial ventures, self-sustaining ventures, we will be having a discussion with three panelists and one chair. The panelists are Dr. Rajiv Saraf, CEO of Lepton Software, Mr. Joe Fernandez, co-founder and president of IIT, that is a philanthropic organization, which is IITians for the India's innovation, and Dr. Sankalp Pratap, who is the faculty innovation and entrepreneurship of IIT Jodhpur. The session will be facilitated by a person who needs no introduction, Professor Shantanu Chaudhuri, Director, IIT Jodhpur. So I'll leave the mic to Professor Chaudhuri to start the session, and we hope to have a very insightful session. Thank you.
Good morning. I think on behalf of myself and IIT Jodhpur, I need to formally welcome all of you for the second day of this conference. Let me do that nice part of this whole panel. So, and this panel is also very exciting because we are talking about how the technology can change possibly the nature of entrepreneurship and particularly making entrepreneurship a social movement. Now, if you look at today, in fact, our other panelist, I was just listening to his presentations, which is from the perspective of Digital India and perspective of the new technology context. There are very open aspects which are available to us. Us means technologists, and technologists who are concerned with entrepreneurship, technologies who are concerned with technologies for entrepreneurship. I think this is something we need to think about. Because when we talk about research in technology, we talk in terms of a product or a technology being generated and going through various TRL levels. See, at a research lab, we produce technologies at level TRL 3, 4. And then through the process of translation, it reaches TRL 8, 9. And it has to cross the valley of death. And that valley of death is crossed in many cases with the help of startups and entrepreneurs. Many of them matures, many of them fails. But that actually takes the technology to the market. But when we're talking about the entrepreneurship as a movement for people and more in the context of social entrepreneurship, the whole scenario is different. It is not the question of developing technology which will go into the market. It's a question of things which are today marketable. How can we use technology for making it a new lease of life, a new possibilities, new opportunities? And in fact, this orientation actually places technology in a different context altogether with respect to social entrepreneurship. And that is, I think, today is one of the major issues which panelists should address. Because normally, when we talk about the social entrepreneurship event in isolation, and from an economic perspective, the technology context in many cases is really not there. And today, I think that's what we would like to address. Let me just first state the questions which I had posed to the panelists before. And as we go ahead, we shall have those discussions. But just for the context of the session, I just present the question to all of you first. I just pose these questions. There can be other things as well that is left to the panelists to address. Can technology drive social entrepreneurship? How? What is the role of technology in grassroots innovation? Because that's what we also have seen, that when the need comes from the people who are working at the grassroots. And need-driven ideation is, I think, one of the key aspects of the grassroots innovation. Can technology play a role there? Third question I posed was, can technology innovation empower heritage and artistic creativity-based entrepreneurship? In fact, the reference to generative AI, etc., which was made, I think very well aligned to what was being, what this question refers to. And the fourth question is, will social entrepreneurship be an enabler for sustainable technologies? This is not whether it's a sustainable entrepreneurship, but how social entrepreneurship can enable sustainable technologies. And the fifth question is, what is the role of technology in establishing a non-exploitable business processes? Particularly when we look at crafts, when we look at music, etc., many of these heritage products, their marketing process, as we have seen, and we can look at from an economic analysis, has an embedded exploitative process. Can technology liberate those art forms and artisans from that exploitative process? That's my last question. So I would now formally start these proceedings. How? I think, Dr. Rajiv, please, you can.
Hello. Am I okay? Yeah. So first, before I start, I mean, I just want to say probably I'm the only entrepreneur here in the sense of a profit-making organization. Typically, entrepreneurship is associated with an organization which works for profit, right? I mean, that's what people perceive. And in the recent times, the whole social entrepreneurship as a phrase is really catching up. But as an entrepreneur, my first thought is that the entrepreneurship was always about society, right? I mean, it was not that if I made a product or a service which society did not need, my business was shut down, right? So it was always either it was B2B or B2C or B2 government or directly or indirectly, whatever the terminology you want to use. Every entrepreneurship is always about doing something for the society, right? There's a need in the society and you do it. So the whole adjective which has come before the entrepreneurship is social. I mean, we need to understand what it really means now, right? I mean, I think where it differentiates that earlier, the whole motive of the enterprise was always around profit making. They were not thinking about other things, right? But if you look at over the time itself, the organizations are moved into looking at what are the kind of social and environmental impact you have, and that's why the whole ESG thing has also come up, right? So if you look at a lot of large organizations have committed to like zero carbon, and they're becoming more socially responsible. They're aware of, with all the social media, in a way, if you look at technology, the social media has also forced the regular enterprises to become social, right? Because you come out with a product, or the moment if they find out that, somebody is getting exploited or they are not doing the right thing, it just get published all over the place. It's the photographs got splashed all over the place, and their stocks go down, their sales go down, because there's a conscious portion of society, that really, looks into that. But anyway, so that's the broad thing. But the technology has a much larger play, I think, in terms of the whole entrepreneurship. The first thing is itself, which I call it scaling, right? I mean, the scaling in the sense that technology today provides you platform to promote and market yourself, right? To take you to the places and to the people that you could not go before. So to me, that is the one big thing that technology, does for you. There are a lot of other things that the technology can help you. And I'll let my other, panelists talk about it.
Thank you, Rajiv. With the chair's permission, can I showcase a technology platform that we're using for water across India to answer your question? And thank you. Hello. So what I'm going to talk about has its roots in India's deep cultural heritage. Jodha, Pandha, Talab, Kere, Kunte, Tanka. From Harappan times, India's civilization has grown based on what you called the community tank system. The only way we could survive or thrive as we moved away from forests and rivers and built our agricultural ecosystem was to capture the rain. And if you have to just close your eyes and visualize, when rain falls, it gets caught in the earth, right? And what our ancestors realized is if you dug holes, and large holes, then water by its very nature, through surface tension, enters those holes, and then through capillary action, that drop becomes a flood. And that's how you extract the water from the earth. And if those tanks were deep enough, through pressure, they would charge the ground. And then our ancestors walked the path and saw how the water flowed. And then they connected one tank to the next. And they connected the next to the next. And so they created still systems, but that were connected to each other. And more than 500,000 of these have been built across the country from 6,000 years ago. The interesting thing about these tanks also were they were composting hubs. So when the monsoon came, they would bring in leaves, would bring in bark, would bring in organic matter. And these tanks, because they were aerobic, filtration systems would also convert this into rich alluvial silt. And farmers' communities used to take that silt. And that was a traditional practice. I think one of the things the chair has asked is, how do we take a marketable solution and technology enable its restoration? So we've seen that practice has been lost just in the last 200 years. And this system is now operating at 1/3 of its potential. And about 40% of Indian farmland is under distress. Our groundwater is under distress. We don't have water at the surface. And so the technology we built is an enabling technology to restore that solution, but with the community at the heart of the solution. And let me take you through a case example of how this works. So what you see here is a map of the district of Mysore. And everything you see on this map is the water system, right? And so these are rivers, and these are all different tanks. And we have 3 color codes. Blues are high performing, oranges are moderately performing, and the reds are poorly performing tanks, right? And if I zoom in, these are not small structures. These are relatively large structures. So this, for example, if I have to look at it, is a 262-acre tank, right? So it's almost about, I think, a couple of square kilometers, right? And each of these tanks that we've now mapped with these different color codes to create a dashboard are not individual tanks. They're actually a system. So if you have to look at the system of these tanks and how they connect to each other, that's the system, right? So these tanks, and historically, again, we would look at things in a watershed construct. So this is the watershed construct that we've mapped for the same district. But one of the interesting things that you'll see is the drainage system overlaps or connects beyond the watershed. So a tank doesn't only operate within its own watershed, it actually connects downstream to other tanks beyond watersheds as well. And so that's the power of the connection at the surface level. And they also connect to the river system. This is the Kabani River here, and it connects to the river system as well. The other things that these tank systems do is also connect to the ground. So these are areas that have been mapped of good and moderate recharge in Mysore. So tanks that are in these areas, if they have collected water, will recharge. A tank in a green area will recharge up to 3 to 5 times its own storage capacity during the monsoon. And a tank in a yellow area will recharge anywhere from 1.5 to 3 times. So their capacity of storage is multiplied by its capacity of cascade and is also multiplied by its capacity to recharge. So these tanks operate at probably 10 times their weight when they're operating at full capacity, right? When we map the area of the tanks that exist across India, they almost match the area of the dam systems. And now they're operating at 10 times their weight in terms of cascading and recharge. So think of the potential of the system that exists. And this, like I said, used to be preserved, but now is operating across the country at just 1/3 its potential. And largely because this composting system, that silt hasn't been removed. It used to be periodically moved, hasn't been removed for the last 150, 200 years on a programmatic basis that was run by the community. Communities did this. Now, the interesting thing we've seen, and we didn't develop the program, it was developed by a program in Maharashtra, is the communities are willing to get back, to reconnect. They understand the value. And now we're seeing that you can enable entrepreneurship around this using technology. So let me give you the case example of how that's happening and what's the next piece of the puzzle is to get a sponsor. And so, for example, this is Asian Paints that's in Mysore. And they have said they want to commit to this geography. So if you look at this geography, it's about 113 gram panchayats, a population of close to 1 million, 200,000 households, 329 of these tanks, right? About 6,000 acres. And we've introduced a term called module here. So we have to, if anything you do, you run a marathon, you need to know what it stands for. So we introduced a term called a module. A module is a quantum of silt. One module represents close to 50 to 100 acres of farmland restoration and represents close to 20 million liters conservatively of water restoration. So the potential for Asian Paints in this geography is 60,000 acres of farmland can be restored and about 25 billion liters of water capacity can be created. Now, what's the next stage of the entrepreneurship is how do you enable this? So it has to be enabled through the community at the Gram Panchayat level. And so the next thing we did was, okay, understand the dashboard of where is the highest potential. And so we've mapped the Gram Panchayats to say the blues are very high potential. Almost 12 modules plus, some of them even 40 modules of capacity can be restored. The oranges are 6 to 12, the yellows are 2 to 6, and the reds are the low ones. But overall, this capacity can be restored through the farmer community. So how do you create a model that can engage this community? And so we developed a strategy for Asian Paints. So this is Gram Panchayats that have adopted this model, the whites, and the light grays are the ones that have started to engage on a short-term basis. And they now have developed a 3-year strategy to extend that model through community engagement. Where that number will expand to more Gram Panchayats. So again, driven by the community, and the whites have now gone, and the light grays are engaged. And then there's a third color you see here. That means transform. This means the community is now fully engaged in the process. It's a 3-year plan, right? And so all of this is being enabled with the community at the center, the farmers, the Gram Panchayats taking leadership, Asian Paints coming in and trying to enable that process, and a technology tool that's allowing that to happen. And then finally, for visibility, everything that's done is also being mapped. So these are tanks where work has actually happened, right? And so that also gives a visual sense of what we've done or where the work is happening. And that too can be understood if you look at some of these images. So this tank has done 0.8 modules, and you can get a visual sense of what has changed there. So this is what we're calling systemic water. So this was actually a field, if you thought about it beforehand. And then they've created this capacity where the silt has gone to farmland. And this is the water that's now been captured there, right? So community-driven innovation around very strong cultural practices. 500,000 of these exist across the country, right? And that can be now enabled as an entrepreneurial movement with a corporate coming in place. Now the district collectors are starting to work with them around connecting the tank systems through the, what they call the canal systems that used to exist, right? And then livestock is starting to emerge. Fisheries is starting to emerge in these tank systems, right? So very quickly, to just give you I just want to showcase the Rajasthan story. So we are here right now in Rajasthan, right? And so the Rajasthan story is also phenomenal. There are 35,000 tanks in Rajasthan. And this model can be enabled in Rajasthan as well. This is where we are in Jodhpur. And so, again, Rajasthan has 50 million acres of farmland. And if I look at what can be restored from this, about 20% of that is fallow. That entire farmland, fallow land can be restored with the silt that's accumulated in these tanks through an innovative model that's enabled. And I think what I would suggest, there's a third level to entrepreneurship where the IITs and the institutions play a role in the policy that gets engaged in their state or in their districts, right? And I think that's another aspect of entrepreneurship that's important, is to bring these things together at a policy level. And that's where, where I would suggest to the chair that there's a strong role that we would like to see IIT Jodhpur play in terms of bringing communities that are present in Rajasthan together and creating policies here that can enable the restoration of this kind of a system. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Professor. So I from Rajasthan to Bihar is what I'll try and take the audience here and the panel about a case which I very intimately know, have been involved in it, both as a practitioner in some sense and as an academician. So, and that would, through that I'll try and talk about technology and social entrepreneurship. And I completely agree with Dr. Saraf about what he said, was that every business has the potential of, I mean, it is for the society, but it's the model which finally decides whether it, where it ends up accumulating the value. No business exists without without a particular need in the society. So this particular story, which I want to share, and also with the students in particular, is about a youngster who was with me in Tata Steel around nearly 20 years back. And he was bitten by the entrepreneurship bug, not the angel investor, venture capitalist driven bug, because at that time in mid 2000s and late 2000s, that was not very active in India. But he wanted to go back to his state and do something entrepreneurial, because he had figured out after his engineering and MBA, the standard route that most of us follow, that this was not going to hold his attention and energy for too long. So he went back and he decided to set up a cold storage because at that time the state government was giving funds at very attractive terms. So he spent a lot of time. In fact, the bulk of his time was spent on negotiating that, getting it, registering his firm, and so on and so forth. And a freshly minted cold storage came up right in front of our eyes. Uh, and uh, uh, and the whole expectation was that since this is new, an educated person is involved, he is able to connect the markets with the farmers. This is the place where all the farmers will flock and fill up the cold storage. Now, a particular thing about cold storage, particularly when potato is involved, you would have all heard of uh, uh, new potato, old potato, and all that. So there are just few months in which potato is harvested in our country, bulk of it at least, and they have to go into the cold storage, because after that, that is the potato that we'll consume all along, right? So there, and if in those few months your cold storage does not get filled up, that's like unused capacity, very much like what an Indigo faces. If the flight takes off, those seats are all lost. So if by the end of March your cold storage is not full, you have lost that capacity. The ACs will have to run full blast anyways. So in the first year, despite everything being new and all kinds of engagement, we found that his capacity was booked only up to around 50 to 60%, and it was a loss. And I remember yesterday, Professor J. Mitra was telling us that unless you fail, it's difficult to become a seasoned entrepreneur. So good, he failed in the very first year and quite dramatically. And then by that time, I had begun my doctoral program, and along with my guide, we were inducted into the board. And then we sat together and we said, okay, where are we going wrong? Because with all good intentions and everything, it's still failing. And then multiple rounds of engagement with the farmers is what we did in the field in Begusarai, Samastipur, and those areas. And the solution that we came up with was to provide equity to the farmers themselves. And how do we do that? What was the occasion? The occasion was to buy a Swedish equipment worth around 40 lakhs at that time, which would segregate a potato of different sizes. So with all this engagement, what we found was that if you are able to segregate them into sizes which are different from each other, there is you tend to get more from the market. So with that understanding, but he didn't have the money for this 40 lakhs. So we got around 100 farmers to invest, and they had that bit of money, and with the involvement of the panchayat and all seniors of the community, we saw right in front of our eyes how this investment in technology in a particular model brought the farmers and this one entrepreneur together. And from that year onwards, uh, this particular cold storage was the very first one to get full. And there is this tradition in Bihar where once your cold storage gets full, you really kind of song and dance, and you put up a big house full, just like earlier it was there in movie theaters. So the houseful board is in front of this particular cold storage. Even this year, they were the first one to put up the houseful board. So we saw how technology actually brought the farmers and the entrepreneur together in a model where it was more equitable for the farmers, because they had invested in this equipment. This invariably, this business, which could have gone in another way, turned into a sort of a movement in that area, and other people started getting an idea that they could actually share the spoils of the game with the farmers, and it could be better. But one thing which comes to our mind, and we have been discussing with him now, technology has this character, particularly in the times that we live, that it changes very fast. It's so dynamic that what you thought settled the game for you, the negotiation and all that, just in a few years, it's again, you have to rethink. So now there is a technology, there is another startup, incidentally funded by a VC that I am in touch with, where they are using computer vision to segregate. And obviously, with AI tools and all, they are much better at it. So now, if they have to get this particular technology into the cold storage, these people are not in a position to invest in that. So they'll have to have this partnership. And when the first round of partnership related talk, this whole arrangement that they have with the farmers, that was getting questioned, because who will get the bulk of the profits and all of that. So so it's very hazy in my mind, but the problem that I'm seeing is that because technology is so dynamic in the times that we live in, this need to come to the negotiation table is much more frequent. Nothing gets settled. And if we do not get to the negotiation table every now and then, technology somehow seems to have this character of exploiting if left to itself. I keep telling my students in the classroom I asked them to bring their smartphones in the classroom. Use the smartphone in my classroom, but for the class. And I really love it when I tell them that you have not been Googling enough. That's my comeback to them. So, but because I know what technology is doing to them, and I know what technology is doing on the ground. So yes, technology is very important for social entrepreneurship. But the need to keep coming back to the negotiation table with the stakeholders and keep the dynamism in that business model and technology combination, just as technology itself has its own dynamism. I think that is very important for the spirit to remain, the compass to kind of keep getting realigned every now and then.
The disruption that keeps happening in the technology sort of cannibalizes the technology itself, cannibalizes the technology, right? I mean, the older technology gets cannibalized, and of course, you need to upgrade yourself, otherwise the whole business gets cannibalized. So I think it's very important, the point that you raised. But I mean, of course, that's a part of, I think, a business strategy and plans that you do, and of course, the cost being a big factor everywhere. Even if a new technology comes in, if it's not doesn't can give you the enough benefits, or what we call the return on investment, you'll probably won't adopt it, and the technology itself will have a long gestation period. So I think in the end, it just works well for everybody, right? And in the sense, but yeah, the discussions of continuously engaging with the technology is very important. And one of the things that you brought in terms of technology, I think is very important, was funding, right? I mean, of course, in this particular case, the technology was not the driver for the funding, but today the technology can become a driver for funding, right? In the sense of, now, let's say you are a social enterprise and you're looking for funds, like for that cold storage guy, right? And you actually didn't have the farmers who wanted to put money. Now you have a lot of crowdsourcing platforms like Millup and Wishberry, which actually allows you to put your projects. And a lot of people go out there and put their socially conscious projects on there, and they actually get funding for that. A lot of such instances come. So I think the technology has also become a platform to get funding for organizations today.
Correct.
Yeah. So just if we go to the slightly different context, because we have seen in the country there has been various initiatives. In fact, DST has also talked about setting up a cell for grassroots technology. In fact, I think all of us know that there's an annual exhibition hosted by the president where these grassroots innovators present their technologies. And there has been also a RUTAC, a movement where IITs have been very directly involved in terms of Rural Technology Action Group. So those are technologies which have generated at the grassroots level. Okay, so now the question is that where these technologies doesn't move forward, because I'm part of the RUTAG, I'm actually chairman of the advisory committee of RUTAG, is that they do not get converted to business propositions. Because the technology has come from the need, and in many cases, they're typically jugaad. So my question is that as panelists, as also in the space of entrepreneurship, can you say that how real technology can be taken to those grassroots level innovation? In fact, this is very closely linked with what Sankalp talked about. So this is my question with the background. In fact, it can be completely from an entrepreneurship perspective also, not just social entrepreneurship.
I think there are two parts to what you are saying, right? I think the second part, what I thought you were saying, was that how do you bring the technology to the grassroots?
No. I'm not
That's,
talking about.
So that part is already happening, right?
I'm not talking about that.
How do you take the grassroots technologies?
How to
scale
the grassroots technologies to a business proposition? And there also technology has a role to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, absolutely. I think the technology has a role to play, absolutely. And as I said, so I think the most important thing to take anything beyond where you are doing is to create visibility, right? I think the visibility is the most important. Once people start seeing that these kind of things are happening, and I think that's where the technology plays a role, because as I was mentioning earlier too, the technology allows you to scale, right? With the proper, of course, in these kind of things, the government plays extremely important role in terms of they have to fund. In most of the countries, a lot of initial R&D, the research, and even the development of the products get funded by the government. If you look at the whole internet today, what we see was something that actually originated from defense. The DARPA in the US, the defense, that's where the whole internet, the whole thing started. So I think a lot of the technology that you see today with either got different, were funded by the government in the defense or other industries, and then they came to the consumer industry later on. So I think the government has a very important role to play in terms of providing some funds to.
So, yeah, I'm just trying to put in exactly there. If you know the familiar with the scenario, government has put in a basic funding. Okay, so you have got a technology to a shape. I'm talking about say Rutag, say for example. There are a number of technologies which are actually available. If you go to Rutag website, number of technologies are listed, but they are not being scaled. They are not being made into commercial propositions. That's where the whole bottleneck is. We are also part of the team, we feel. So now the question I wanted to pose to you, because you have been in the entrepreneurship area as well, that what should be the transformational step? How can technology also be a part of this transformational step?
So I think what we've seen is the enabling technology is missing. And so let me give you two examples. I'll give one example starting with this, or let me start with why we built this tech. So if you look at the investment made in this Farmer Connect to water bodies, it's more than $100 million in just the last few years, right? So Prime Minister Modi has an Amrit Sarovar scheme where he's looking at transforming 10,000. Niti Aayog has been investing in this across several states. Maharashtra government over 5 years ran a program called GDGS. Telangana government ran a program called Mission Kakatiya, all linked to these community tank systems. The World Bank had a project which was doing this in Karnataka, GSYS. The technology to run this engagement existed, right? To get the communities together to do it. But the enabling technology for visibility to bring other stakeholders to understand that they could play a role was missing, right? And so that's what we've seen in many solutions is a product technology exists. And that product may provide either a better solution to do something better, in this case, cold storage of potatoes or sorting of potatoes. But how do you make that visible to everybody in the ecosystem, whether it's the policymakers, whether it's the farmers, whether it's the investors? That's what I call an enabling technology. And that typically is missing. So to give you an example, as we were doing this work, we found about 12 technologies have been developed for sorting and increasing livelihood value of crops. And we've looked at those crops. So you have groundnuts. There are several technologies that do sorting. So peeling, sorting, taking out groundnut oil, and they're all viable technologies. But when we looked at the entrepreneurs developed it, we said, how are you taking this to market? And the solution to take it to market needs it to create a visibility framework for any farmer community, for example, or for governments that are growing groundnuts, like this year's the year of millets. We've seen several phenomenal technologies for millets at a product level or at a market connect level. But what is creating the visibility for that technology? And I think that's the piece that's missing, where policymakers can understand that this is a technology that we should be enabling, or where the investors can understand this is a technology that, because we're in the agricultural space, we should be kind of using. So I think that's what I find typically missing, is the ability for different stakeholders to come together, which what is I call entrepreneurship, is to you play your role as an entrepreneur in the ecosystem. But I think that I find typically missing. And I think if that can be sorted for many of these solutions, like even when we talked about what Contact Base is doing, and we talked about several different panelists representing a different mind space in the ecosystem, but they're all working in their own, so to speak, spaces, and they've created technologies for their engagement. But what's bringing it together and integrating it? I think that's what I find is a typically missing piece. And if that can be added somehow to solutions, then we're going to see magic.
Yeah. This bottleneck, this is the most, I think, the most interesting piece, because that is something there that is where we can actually add value. And um, it's common knowledge, as Dr. Saraf was also pointing out, that government always across the world, whenever they have meaningful engagement with the society, they have been investing. Uh, but when we talk about grassroots innovation being scaled up, now who is going to do that? Who is going to put the energy? Because most of the time, it's not about the money that a ministry puts in, but what are the practices on the ground that come into being. And that any practice requires a human body to do something. That's the definition of practice itself. And here I would like to point out to this one experiment, which is an indicator of the kind of experiment that our government is doing, the Jodhpur City Knowledge and Innovation Foundation. Now, what its whole charter is to bring institutions across Jodhpur towards harnessing these innovations and, in a way, scaling them up. Now, it's a separate organization, right? It's separate from IIT, of course, promoted by IIT. Professor Chaudhary is the PI. But what and I have been working in that organization, apart from being a faculty at the School of Management. I think it's the capturing of and harnessing of energies of different people. It is that actually which can scale these up. It's less about the cash. It's more about the doing, and new structures, new tables. These are the ones which can actually scale this up. Because if I, along with my students and a faculty from another institute and another department in this institute, if we get together, there's nothing that we cannot solve. Absolutely nothing. But, and I really agree with you about the visibility point, but is it fashionable? So here we are trying to make it fashionable. Participating in a JCKIF project, if that becomes fashionable, then this lab to scale up, or the community to something which gets scaled up, that is where we can come in. And because we will be the benevolent layer, we are part of an IIT, right? We have a different model through which we exist and play our game. So this benevolent layer, which is what something like a GCKIF, which is something like an Atal Incubation Center, will always be a benevolent layer. So we will be able to take it forward I sincerely believe. And in some cases, and if we come to that about the craft project that we are doing, I think we can be the benevolent layer, and that can be a new model for the entire country, to have this benevolent layer spread across different parts of the country. And that is responsible for taking it forward, make that fashionable, make those stories reach the classroom, reach Economic Times. So it's about capturing that space, capturing that mind space. But once that is done, of course, we'll fail once in a while. We'll not be able to do exactly what we wanted. But once it becomes fashionable, it's just a matter of a few pivots, and you'll get there. That's what I think.
Yeah, there's one other aspects that, and I've seen many times it happens, plays out, is that, the person or the institution that always develops the technology, I think sometimes they are also very scared to share with the large enterprises. Feel that they have created some IP, and I think that reward, sometimes they feel that they won't get if the big organization comes in.
But in this case, that's not applicable because it's done by the people who are working there. It's not the question of IP. IP is not a big issue over there. It's a more in terms of scaling up challenge.
Yeah,
So
but
IP,
for that we need to.
IP challenge is there when it is often a technology developed by an IIT and they are being used by an industry or public use or not. That's a separate question. But this is a technology developed by public.
Right, but public, these are typically the kind of jugaad technology you talk about is developed very local entrepreneurs, right? And they are scared that if they, that the trust deficit somewhere is there, that the big organizations we go to.
Actually, again, intervene here. It's not local entrepreneurs, but local innovators.
Right.
They have not scaled to be entrepreneur. That's where the gap is.
I took innovators and, entrepreneurs. Even the research people are doing, I call them entrepreneurs. But yeah, so I'm seeing somewhere that what Dr. Sankalp was also saying was a connection with we have innovators, we have institutes, but the layer of the enterprise is missing somewhere. We are not able to bring all of them together.
That's exactly the key point, actually.
Yeah. So I think somewhere we need to start involving them early.
Yeah. And today, if you look at this digital economy and the money being available in various ways and forms, possibly that would also build up this corporate structure that you are talking about.
Yeah.
I think if we can switch to the next, because time is running out, because that's why I'm just. Uh, the next question is primarily in talking about, see, can technology innovation empower heritage and artistic creativity based entrepreneurship, which is actually, I think, uh, this contact base is looking at as developing that whole entrepreneurial group. And we are also looking at some of these aspects. I think, where is the technology can play a role in such initiatives?
So if I have to summarize our take on contact-based program, especially the Art for Life program, right? What we really like about it is we believe it's rooted in a construct of what we call sustainable rural micro enterprises, right? So they are converting informal artist communities into truly a micro enterprise where there are different roles, there are channels, there are skill set developments, there are connects to market, there's marketing, uh, there's also the actual content itself, right? So the actual definition of the ragas or the songs, and they have, you know. So I would think that micro enterprise type technology, right? So if you remember the early days, we would have your ERP systems and others, but a micro enterprise type technology that can be easily adopted and owned by the community themselves will jumpstep some of the kinds of things that they are trying to do and give them a more articulate ownership of their journey. So I think there is a technology that needs to be created which is designed for artist micro enterprises, right? Which I think people haven't done, because on the product side it's probably easier, but especially on the artist side where it's very cultural and softer. But I believe that there is enough that we've now developed in our understanding, and especially now since technology is more software than hardware, right? And you see, look at the examples. I was just shared an example by Chat GPT. Somebody just asked ChatGPT a question that in the 30-second of a Beatles song, there's a slight shift in the tonality. Can you tell me what changed? And can you tell me other songs? And ChatGPT actually gave him the result. So there is things that can be done now with technology that can be much more softer enablers. And I think that's what we need, a micro enterprise technology for cultural solutions.
So I think if you back at Bangla Natak and contact base, so where as far as where they started off from, because the first thing that was happening to our cultural heritage and a lot of folk art, especially the dance and the music, and think that was actually dying, right? It was slowly and slowly just disappearing. And so I think the first place where the technology can actually play a role is sort of preservation and restoration, right? And when I say of preservation and restoration is that the technology now allows you to digitize, all these forms of cultural, heritage that we have in terms of dance, music, create, Wikipedias or those kind of platforms. Now, so first thing that you start doing is bringing all of them together so that people and everybody can start looking at it and say, this is the kind of heritage and cultural thing that we had. And that's when then people start taking it, other people start taking interest and start growing them. So I think one of the big things that the technology initially helps is just in restoring and preserving your cultural heritage. I think that's where the thing starts. And then, of course, you grow on top of them in terms of by bringing other kind of design innovations and other kind of things to build on top of that.
Yeah, it's quite obvious that the sites of consumption and engagement for the new generation are changing, and if we do not digitize, as you say, and bring them onto those channels, then it's quite difficult to get the energy and the funds to our heritage sites be kept in shape only when people engage with them. And our new generation who are born in early 2000s, or now even we are meeting youngsters who are born in 2003, 3, 4. For them, they consume everything in a very different way. So I don't think the question here is whether it can do it or not. The thing is, it has to be done. That possibly is the only way in which they will continue to be excited and hopefully then come out of their rooms and go and visit those places also. But I think this is a given now. It has to be done.
Okay. Yeah, I think a very interesting observation was what Joe said, that looking at the technology at a micro entrepreneur level, and lots of things. In fact, in not only in terms of art, that's actually, if you look at how can those technologies be used as a micro entrepreneur level, where the business ventures become really useful, because ChatGPT is a technology which came from Microsoft, and they could generate ChatGPT, and today Bloomberg has got financial ChatGPT because they have a huge resource. But now, can we have a technology, say for example, which can capture the local artisan's knowledge and present it and preserve it? And I think that's actually a technology challenge.
TikTok is doing that.
Yeah, doing it, but that's also TikTok is again
Correct.
as a
And going back, linking up your two questions, see, I think the aspiration of the artist is not livelihood necessarily, it is his art form. I have now worked with many artists, and for them, that is their religion. That culture is why they live.
Absolutely.
Whether they survive or not, they do not care, right?
That we care.
I understand. So I think, going back to your previous question also, the aspiration of the person who built the Jugaad technology was for his own use. And then he was satisfied. Mera kaam ho gaya, I'm fine. What we are seeing, and especially with Bangla Nataks, had gone for one of the Chau village events, stayed at the village, and I seen it. And they had the dance form, and then as the artists came out of the system, the young girl came and was talking to me. The headman was there from the dance, and she was telling me, and she's an economics major, and all. I was chatting with her. So she was one of the main dancers. Her aspiration for Chau was very different from the traditional aspiration. And her understanding of technology is also much more sophisticated. She understands the traditional art form, and she understands the need for applying technology. And coming back to his question about the youth, so I think the connect is through the youth. I think, so another example is Kader Khan Kalavant, who's also from the Rajasthani. He is my son's ustad, right? For him, just maintaining his tradition and preserving his tradition is what he cares about it. His son Azam, who's my son's contemporary, he's about 24 now, wants to take it to a different level. So the youth that represent these art forms are, I think, where we need to enable their ability. It has to start from where and what you want to enable, and then provide solutions to them. And I think the ownership has to be theirs.
Absolutely.
So I think solving it in that context is going to be the magic, and it's not about whether these solutions lie. I'll come back to another, I think, an important part where it could be government, it could be philanthropic entrepreneurs. These aspect of where technology changes or technology seeks too high rents, right? Which is typically a corporate for-profit motive. How do you bring the business philanthropic motive? So it has to be sustainable enough to reinvest in itself, but it should not be seeking extraordinary rent so that the users can really find value from it over a long-term basis. So the philosophy has to be correct in the way it's built. It has to be owned by the community, largely the youth who understand and aspire. So I think these are some of the key things. If can be enabled by the ones doing it, we will start to see a lot of magic.
So absolutely, I think that's exactly a technology as well as managerial challenge in that context. And this takes us to the last question.
There's just one point I just wanted to add here. I was just reading something about the whole technology thing. So there was this thing that the first wave of technology that happened, I'm talking the whole mobile thing, the mobile handsets came. And the mobile handset companies, they created billions of dollars of wealth for themselves, right? In the second round, you had the big social media groups which came. You had YouTube, you have Instagram, you had Facebook, WhatsApp, and everything. And they created billions of dollars of wealth and for themselves, right? The third phase is where now you have individuals who are now creating content, and they are the one. They are the next frontiers now, right? The platforms are there, the devices are there. Is the now the individuals who are going to be creating a lot of wealth for themselves and for their societies they live into, right? And you already have, some people you might hear that he has got 200 million followers and the value is like $1 billion now. So I think that's where I think a lot of this cultural and the art form and the whole thing coming back. And if somebody can, the youth and what you mentioned, the youth can take it up. And if they can build communities around that, that can create a lot of wealth for the society and that community in particular.
Yeah, just to add to it, I think that where the technology can remove the exploitative layer, because there is also a risk in this individual content being available on a global platform. The ownership today is at a different level altogether, which is an invisible ownership which covers everything. And that's also is a challenge to these art forms and owner of these art forms. Correct. So I think, let me ask Sankalp to start with in this case, can technology remove the exploitative layer?
Yeah. So again, from I'll draw upon the reserves of the work that we have been doing in the last 2 years through the JCKIF platform, and we have spent a lot of time. All of us, Professor Chaudhary has been taking the lead and been inspiring us. We have spent a lot of time at artisans' household in their workshops, and what we have found is that the kind of labor that they put in, the concentration that we are talking of people who work with their hands and very simple tools, often the ones which they make themselves, the kind of labor and concentration that they put in is, unless you see it for a few hours, you won't get it. Even when you see the output, you don't get as to what has gone behind it. It's almost like worship. It's religion for them. And one pattern that we are seeing is that this national award winners, you just scratch the surface and you find that their concentration, their impetus has often come from some deep personal pain. So the artifacts that we see actually is coming out of that well of pain that they have experienced. So we are consuming that. Now, we are talking of these kind of people, people who said they don't bother, they are doing it as a worship. Now, how do you ensure that they don't get exploited? You create a technology for them, but if it just is left for itself, they will never have the time and the mind space to think about these things in a way that they can take care of themselves. It's just not possible, because they are in a puja, or they are in a namaz, or they are doing that. We think they are making and they are businessmen, but it's like a worship for them. So which means, again, I'll come back to the same point, sir, that it is that benevolent layer, the management of technology by organizations like ours, by GCKIF, by IITs, on their behalf, that can keep the game going and that can let them do their puja, their worship, and this doesn't collapse. In absence of that, we are seeing that their next generation, if you don't provide them that layer, they can't do this puja. And this is puja. This is worship. So in a way, we have to, we as the arbiters of technology, have to string them into a certain model, which kind of keeps, as you said, keeps taking out just enough for us to do the work meaningfully and keep improving on it and creating new technologies, but spend a lot of it on incubating new businesses for the next generation. And this technology layer is what we keep managing. So that's what comes to mind.
To follow up the same thing, the question is that it's not only the benevolent layer of technology, but also the layer of funding and finance. Both has to come together to give these different shapes possibly. And that, I think today, even the finance is also tech driven. So I think just if you've more comments.
Sure. I think the way I would re-ask the question is not can technology, I think it is which technology. And I believe if I look at the overall context, it is the market ownership technology. So what exploits is, do you control your own market or is someone controlling it on your behalf? And I believe that to solve for market ownership technology, whether, and that's what Sankalp talks about is a how. So is it a benevolent layer that's solving for it? Or yesterday, for example, I was talking to Jitesh, who had studied the philosophy of how Marwaris kind of built their business context through trusted agents. So is there a trusted agent layer that you create on their behalf? Whether it's the youth who aspire beyond the puja, but want kind of link to the market connect, but are connected to their own communities. So there's a how piece and there's also what. And I think the what has to be purely the market connect. For example, yesterday somebody talked about the COVID story for the cultural sector. From 2.5% of India's GDP, it became 1.5%. And then he also mentioned that there's an understanding of the different channels, right? So in West Bengal, 80% of that drop was from one festival, Durga Puja, right? In some other country, like in Rajasthan, it's probably tourism, right? And so this is the performing arts side. The product side, matter of fact, even in product side in West Bengal, Durga Puja is a very large percentage because you sell your idols and the statues and everything else is sold there. So understanding the channels, somebody has to understand their channels, right? And creating the technology that they can own, whether directly through a benevolent layer, through an agent that's a trusted agent. I think these start to become the second pieces. The third is I wouldn't call it the financing necessary, but the philosophy of financing. So is the financing looking to extract economic rent, or is the financing looking to create a sustainable model, right? And the money can come from anywhere, but is it coming with the right philosophy? If it's based on ownership of long-term economic rent, like he mentioned, these platforms wanted to extract their economic rent, then I think for the micro enterprises, they will lose out on the long run. But if there is some balance there, where it is about sustainability, it is about decent profits. You know, there's a philosophical model called the donut philosophy that's emerging in Europe, where they say that you want to cap the high-end profit extraction. So you live within the kind of donut. And so you don't have extraordinary. So can we create that as the economic framework or the financial framework for all participants? If you are investing here, you can make profits, but you cannot extract beyond a certain value. I think the philosophy of financing has to be, whether it's a policy construct or something else, to make it amenable to the micro enterprise, because they cannot otherwise own their voice. They will get exploited in the long run. So those are my three aspects.
So I again want to go back to where I started from, and I just want to say, there's this underlying tone that there's a set of organizations who are building technology for profit, and they will only continue to profit, right? I mean, technology also needs money. I think it's good to make profit, because only when you make profit, you reinvest back into the business, and then you create new technologies, right? So either we can keep looking with all other rest of the world with suspicious mind, or we can look that enough technologies are there, and how we can use it to our advantage, right? As a cultural heritage, we want to grow that business. One of few areas where I think the existing technologies can easily help. So, and the new forms of technology coming, like we have heard about, the whole just IP, intellectual rights, like using technologies like watermarking or NFTs or things like this. It's there. And there are entrepreneurs out there who are ready to help these, the localized micro, small players to grow big. And they'll take a fee for that. I think which is perfectly fine, right? And that's one place I think the technology can help, and we should just look at from that perspective and not worrying about trying to control the middleman and the top guy. I think if you go into that mode, we'll never be able to create anything for them, right? The second thing is the technology can also ensure like we hear a lot of stories that businesses or entrepreneurs come, although they call themselves social enterprises, but they may not be actually paying fair wages or fair price to the people at the back end. So I think that's where the technologies can also create that. We again, things like blockchain technologies and payment through digital modes to ensure that it's documented and recorded. Those are the kind of things, again, I think the technology can help, in ensuring there's a fair wage. And the third place where I think the technology can help is also in terms of overall fair labor policy, right? I mean, now today, if you look at a lot of, as I said, I initially started with saying a lot of organizations are trying to be very, sensitive about what people think about them from society and from environment, every perspective. And they want to ensure that wherever they are buying products from, they are following fair labor policies, not like the children doing or something like that. So I think that's again where the technology can play a role. So I think the technology can play specific roles in creating livelihood for people, in creating better life for them, creating higher income for them. We should think from that aspect and not, my perspective, not try to control the whole technology landscape. I don't think that will really help them much.
Yeah, I think we need to conclude now. And maybe just one sentence closing remark from each one of you before we just call it off.
So, I think culture defines the soul, right? And, I think India's culture is very rich, and we've kind of lost our way in terms of, and I think a large part of what we're talking about. And at one point, I think after agriculture, it represented 25% of rural GDP, right? So the opportunity is not that we've lost something that we're trying to regain, right? So technology, I think, being this benefactor, benevolent enabler, I think is a very powerful construct for the intellectuals that are here to enable. And I think that's the conversation that you've been trying to kind of facilitate. There's lots of great innovations going on. How do we do it in the right spirit? And I think for me, if that spirit can be defined, I think that would be a great step forward. What is the kind of values and spirit of technology that can really make that happen? And for me, that's a big takeaway from some of the conversation that happened today.
Yeah.
So our country, because I keep wandering quite a lot and I'm used to walking in nooks and corners. I think it's what our people do, people we don't know how they behave, how they create things. I think that is what defines our country, the diversity. And that is also, as I understand, is why people from the West come and are quite astounded by the kind of variegated output that we have in various ways. And if we homogenize that, I think we lose the whole idea of our country. And hence, whatever is required to keep reimagining their output and their consumption in a way that sustains it is our collective responsibility. It's just that technology is creating a situation where we have to keep coming back to the table more frequently, because left to itself, things start collapsing. So I think more frequent engagements of the kind that we are having now and more types of engagement is what will keep the ball rolling in a meaningful way.
Yeah, Dr. Sarath.
Yeah. So I think if I just sort of look back, 20 or 25 years back, and if I just think about myself, of course, I grew up in Bihar. I studied in Kharagpur and some other places. So my exposure, if you look at, was to the North India, and it was very Hindi centric. And if you just look at movies, we would just watch movies which were Hindi, right? But if you look at today, which movie gets the Oscar, right, from RRR, right? And probably whole of North India would have probably seen it because the technological dubbing, which allowed that movie to be dubbed into multiple languages. So I think that's one thing you have to understand, that today, if I look at, I'm more exposed. A lot of people are more exposed to the cultural heritage that we had. Today, we are more exposed to it than we were 20 or 25 years back. And to a large part of it, I give credit to a lot of social media, right? And the other trend that I'm seeing in the society is happening, which was not there earlier. So you, of course, had, Bollywood, you had Tollywood, you had probably, in South, whatever they're calling it. But now you have a lot of vernacular, small OTT platforms, channels, entrepreneurs coming who are trying to bring a lot of local culture and music to the outside world, outside of that region. I'm very hopeful. And I really see technology as a barrier breaker. I see technology where, the India will get connected in spite of the diversity today.
Yeah, so I think we had a very exciting discussions, which really clearly shows that technology is a big enabler. Technology is what can break barrier and which can make this culture heritage as well as the innovations which are at the grassroots level are more global phenomena. And real entrepreneurial ventures can only come through proper exploitation of these features and not getting exploited by technology. I think thank you for the discussions and thanks to the organizers.
Hello, yeah. We immensely thank the speakers and the facilitator for this insightful discussion. And now the session will be having a second part to it, which is the Ideathon presentation by the students. There were 16 teams, out of which 3 top teams were selected and have been shortlisted to be a part of the Ideathon theme, which will be presenting on technology for social equity. The 3 teams will be presenting their ideas today, student teams. The first team is Team Sang, comprising of Debashish, Deepro, and Amorto. All of them are from IIT Jodhpur. The second team, Innovators, comprising of Yogesh, Siddharth, and Anubhav, again, all from IIT Jodhpur. And the third team, Sangrakshak, comprising of Sahil, who's an IIT Jodhpur student, and Akshata from NIFT Jodhpur. So before we start the Ideathon presentation, I'll request Director Professor Shantanu Chaudhary to give small tokens of appreciation to the speakers. I invite Mr. Amitabh Bhattacharya on stage to give the token of appreciation to Professor Shantanu Chaudhary. Thank you, and now we will be proceeding on to the Ideathon sessions.
Greetings to the respected members of the jury, our beloved director, professors, delegates, and all my friends. It is such an honor to be able to present our topic in front of such an esteemed group. So this ideathon, technology for social equity, we have identified a problem and we have come up with a unique solution, which is Vasudhaiva Kudumbakam. The world is one family. So the problem is with artisans and craftspersons leaving their craft to do other jobs because of financial constraints. So our solution is a way to create awareness among kids and teenagers about our age-old culture, heritage, traditions, and art forms, which would boost their sales. So the solution, Vasundhaiva Kudumbakam, is a multiplayer online and indoor board game which is based on different cultures of our country. Let us further discuss how our idea serves the purpose of restoration of our culture, what is the application of technology in it, and how would it help the artisans to create a living out of their art forms. So here you can see a sample of the top view of our board game as well as the online game. So we have tried to inculcate all states and union territories of our country, identifiable by its name and a unique element of them. It could be a monument, the people, or landscape. Going to the outline of the game. So you could see the rectangles here are different states where the players move along. They can buy them as properties and earn from that. The quiz corner is a unique place where once a player reaches, has to answer. He has to draw a card from the quiz card session, answer a question in order to move forward or get some monetary benefits, in-game benefits. So this is our currency system, the Tanka. It is a currency system without denominations so that the kids can understand and easily play the game. So it will consist of a picture of a handicraft or dying art form, which should be revived and promoted through our board game. So there are examples you can see here. The Aranmula mirror. It is one of a 400-year-old tradition of Kerala. So there would be a short write-up about the product and a unique QR code, which would lead the user to a website, which would be run by government, NGOs, or the workers' union. There they can read about the product and purchase if necessary. We have tried to inculcate these websites because they are the ones which would take less commission or no commission at all. So the purpose of this is to instill curiosity in kids and their parents and thereby boosting the sales. The Jnana or the knowledge component are unique quiz cards which would be based on pictures, quiz, or jumbled words in order to get in-game monetary benefits. So these would also have QR codes which would lead them to the websites where they can read about it and purchase it if necessary. So we have inculcated the quiz component so as to include most art forms as possible and not to complicate the currency system. Next, there is the Urja, the unique inspiring story component. Urja means energy, strength, empowerment. So our boards will have, at the back of our boards, we'll have a unique story, inspiring story about an artisan, the process of making, which would create moral values in the kids and their parents and appreciate the worth of the product and the effort, time, and labor which has been put into making a marvel of art. So our business model, we estimate the product to be around at 450 rupees and we intend to sell it at 600 rupees with a profit margin of 25%. So the total market we have calculated with keeping children between 5 to 15 years of age of India, and it estimates to be around $3.2 billion. And the SAM, we have calculated it to be around $1.62 billion, considering the children from metro cities and other large cities. Considering that we take only 25, we can capture only 25% of the SAM, we have calculated that we can generate around 800 million in 2 years if the product is successful. Yes, sir. So the TAM is the total addressable market, which is the maximum number our company can achieve. So we have calculated, we have found that the people or the kids between age 4 and 14 in India is around 440 million. So considering that everyone buys our product, that is multiplied by the price of our product. That is what TAM is. SAM is a subsection of TAM considering customer demographics. So we consider that kids from the cities buy them. So considering the population of kids in metro cities and other large cities, we have come up with this number. And SOM is again a subsection. We have calculated that even if we capture 25% of the SAM, we could be able to generate 800 million within 2 years. That is what the business model is. SAM is serviceable addressable market and SOM is serviceable obtainable market. Sorry. Sorry. So trying to answer the questions, how does our idea serve the purpose? We promote these crafts, tradition and culture for free. That is how the people would be, the artisans and craftsperson would be able to see a surge in their business. And the business would be, the revenue of our business would be from the sales of the boat, but they would get a profit and we are not taking any cut from their sales. That is what our idea is. Thank you, and we are up for any questions.
Due to a little shortage of time, we can have all the three presentations and open the floor for Q&A. Sure, sir.
Thank you.
Please.
Yeah. My question is, these days kids very few of them play with board games, as in the physical board games.
Yes.
They're all hooked to the electronic and the online. So why invest in the physical part of it, where the likelihood of sales would be, I think, minuscule?
Yes, sir. In one part, I would think that the purpose of board game is to get at least some people out of this addiction of these phones. So as a responsible citizen, I think that is a need of the century. And just in order to boost our sales, we won't want kids getting addicted to our phones. That is one component. And the other component, if you see, is to reach more people. Like not more people are, they have access to smartphones. They don't have access to internet. So that is why we have added the board game component. Any other questions?
Okay, so we can actually move on to the second presentation by Team Innovators.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Siddharth. and this is my friend Yogesh. We are here to present our idea about a website, and we'll look into what the website is about. This is our problem statement. We need to work for the artisans who don't have a specific shop to sell their wares. They very much depend on tourism or other parts of things to sell their products, or they do not have the specific market they can have, or are very much in a sort of saturation of culture in their city and need new people to see their wares to sell them. And we want to help them by creating a website for them. These are our objectives. We want some customization for the user, that he can customize a art piece or a thing which he wants to buy and select different options. We want to create some proper and stable employment for the people who are engaged in these art forms. And we want to reduce art theft, which is very common nowadays, and to create some information banks which can store the art forms which are there and information about them. So this is our proposed solution. We want to develop an augmented reality version in which I, as a user, can see the product at my house and see how it looks and how it feels and what kind of space I need to have that art form with me. And by this, I can assure the user that he is getting the right thing which he wants to buy, and encourage him to buy more from these artisans and artistic people. I want to create a platform for all these artisans to come together, band together, and create a variety for all the users to be looked as one community. And I want to provide some customization as a user and ease of having these products. So this was our idea, and we think that this can really help the end user as well as the artist who are working in these small things.
Any questions for the team? In that case, we will move on to the third and final presentation of Ideathon.
Take that out. So warm greetings, everyone, the esteemed dignitaries here and the august audience present. So we are Team Sarankshak, myself Sahil, and my
And I'm Akshata.
yeah. So we are here with the idea of a Sarakshak, a platform for children of artisans specifically, and children of new generation in general, which trains them by having repositories of tutorials, and also helps them start their own entrepreneurship venture. We'll see how we'll do that. So this is basically a platform powered by AI engines, which as I told, which trains them to have their own entrepreneurship venture, and
what's the main basis of this, entrepreneurship? That in today's, we know that India has a rich tradition of handicrafts and many artisans, but they're not getting their dues when it comes to, having good wages, or, they only rely on meager wages. So starting my presentation with a, very common Hindi quote that goes by, that कला में कलाकार खुद को उजागर करता है, कलाकृति को नहीं. So our artisans of India, they kind of put their heart and soul in what they do, but what do they get in return? So we'll see what we can do for them. So this is uh, basically a list of many challenges that artisans face today, and there are many solutions already present for them. But most of the solution are basically targeting like lack of market linkages or kind of providing the marketplaces. But there are many problems whose solution is still not there, and there's not one collective kind of platform that deals with all of them. Now we'll see what type of current solutions are there for these artisans of India. Like one of the largest global marketplace is for Etsy, called Etsy Partner, Etsy. So the Etsy partnered with Samhita Social Ventures in India to provide market access and enablement support for the artisans across India. But when you open that platform, it will kind of give you a feeling of a marketplace rather than helping them out. The same goes for other solutions that are present in the market. Say one is the type of that's run by the Bhubaneswar-based entrepreneur Divya Malik and Tiloshan Parida. So even that is kind of helping them, relieve from fee, that onboarding fee for local artisans. But there's not a solution that provides overall support for them. Another one is like Beautitude. If you open that website of Beautitude, it's kind of a marketplace again. So is the Pine Cone. So what are basically our idea is that we ideate to make a platform which kind of first thing is we'll have the tutorials and teach them how to uh, tend their various things, like the new generation of artisans, how they can learn how to do artistry, etc. But at the same time, we'll also help them make the convert their small scale micro enterprise into an entrepreneurial venture. So basically, what you see in the right pane is the dashboard that we have created for the platform. We can see we have various government initiatives. Now, as this platform will be AI powered, so the artisans have to feed what their micro enterprise constitutes, what the scale of their micro enterprise is, and the platform will give them apt government initiatives that they can use to build their entrepreneur venture. Then there's the important one is product development. So that's a pain where we will have the various tutorials to teach them. And the last important one is legal advice, because we know that there's many legal setups to set up an entrepreneurial venture. Plus, also in case of they need a future, in future they need a legal remedy, they can take help from this repository of legal advice. So that's the wireframe that we have for the proposed platform. We'll have ideas, we'll have what tasks they can do. We'll have government initiatives available for them already. We'll have investments, product development, and legal advice. And the most important ones out of these are product development, legal advice, and government initiatives. And this is the analytics dashboard that we plan and propose to have in a later stage when we have onboarded a lot of people. Sorry. Yeah. When we've onboarded a lot of artisans, and then it will give them market insights, how their entrepreneurial venture is doing. And this is one, like we have made one rough one wireframe for a Jodhpur artisan. So basically, a government initiatives, how we can help them, artisans, to recognize which government initiatives are specific to them based on the various AI-powered engines. And these are the list of some of the three I've mentioned government initiatives, the most famous ones. One is the NHDP, the other one is Handloom Weavers Comprehensive Welfare Scheme, And the third one is comprehensive handicraft cluster development scheme. So you see, this is very, basics for the handicrafts. But say if someone is into khadi or someone is into some specific handlooms, so what government schemes he can, benefit from? This AI-powered platform will tell those artisans. So basically, our AI-powered platform will focus on skill development. That's the basic core. Teach them, the new generation, the various intricacies of artistry, specifically whichever they are into. And then is this is kind of design and product development to set up their venture and help them. Because what the main basis of this ideathon is that we have to free them from all the exploitation. And we, as a team, feel that best way out of the exploitation is, help them set up an entrepreneur venture and teach them. Because teaching is what you can't snatch from something after all. So we're there. We also feel that legal remedies and legal setups are very important to teach them what their rights are. And when you start an entrepreneur venture, a lot of legal intricacies there. So it's better to know all of that. So that's our impact and conclusion. First one is we will provide them access to training, not just training, but also mentorship. And second, the most important is that, we'll help them start their own entrepreneur venture and that will automatically create new job opportunities for them. And this all those two things will later on help the, kind of helps preserve our India's cultural heritage overall, basically. Also, I like to point out some, points in the previous discussion that were held. So, like, yeah. So in the previous session, the last session we had, Rajiv Saraf sir told that, the tech is missing for artisans specifically. So that's what we deal. We propose a tech platform for the artisans themselves. And then Joe Fernandez sir also told that, there should be a AI-based technology platform that, artisans that who run micro enterprises, we provide them such a platform. And that then our honorable director sir also told that technology can capture the know-how of Indian artisans is very important. So we basically touch on all the all those touch points. So basically, our idea that the idea kind of removes the exploitative layer from the artisans that engulfs them presently. So I'll end on the same note I started with, that कला में कलाकार खुद को जागर करता है, कलाकृति को नहीं. Thank you.
So we thank all the students for their presentations. I think this is the most important part where the young generation can actually come forward with their innovative ideas to preserve and safeguard traditional heritage. So we thank all the students for your brilliant ideas. Please take a seat. And now we will be going for lunch. We will be resuming back the session on around 2 o'clock with the second session of the day, Public Policy on Citizen-Focused Entrepreneurship. And thank you.
I think here I am. Yes, yes, yes.
आगे मैम
Yes.
मैम का ऑडियो चेक कीजिए वीडियो चेक कीजिए मैम प्लीज से समथिंग
Yeah. So I'll put this on mute. Hello, I'm just talking now. Can you hear me?
yeah you are audible
Ma'am, I am now speaking through the microphone. Please confirm if you are able to hear me.
Yes, I can hear you.
वीडियो चेक कीजिए मैम वीडियो हाँ वो आएगा ना स्क्रीन पे मैम का वीडियो
मुझे तो दिख रहा है स्क्रीन पे.
अच्छा you are able to see. I'm sure, but let me just ensure this. Just give me half a minute.
I'll save your number.
Yes, ma'am. We're just trying to make sure that we are able to see you on screen. Shimanto. Just एक बार देख लेते हैं डॉक्टर गुप्ता अगर उनका स्क्रीन पे आ रहा है कि नहीं देख लेते हैं. Yes, Dr. Gupta, we are able to see you clearly. There's no issue at all. Fine. So
Right. Thank you. So I think I'll join at whenever you tell me. I mean, I'm working. I'll just
yeah.
switch off the audio video. Yeah.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Great. Thank you.
Download a file that will stop the screen share. Can't do that. Share. Just open this email, right? Yeah. So 2:30. Yeah, it's going on. It's going on. Password beta? हाँ. Okay. This started maybe. Wait, में गया तो पाया. कुछ बड़ा कंप्यूटर कुछ टेस्ट वगैरह कुछ नहीं है ना? Yes, ना? हाँ गेस्ट आए हैं उनको उनके लिए चाहिए मांग रहे हैं मतलब 2-3 मांग रहे हैं इसलिए ओके 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 बोला ओके ओके पासवर्ड बता दीजिए फिर आईटी इवेंट वर्क का बोल के ना आईटी जैसा ये ऑनलाइन आईटी क्या नहीं ये नहीं मांग एक बार आप पीएस टूरिज्म को चेक कर लो इधर में उसमें पासवर्ड चाहिए ना Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back after lunch. Now we will be actually having a very crucial session. The session is titled Public Policy, Making on Citizen-Focused Entrepreneurship, Economic and Social Development.
Policy, as we know, has immense impact in creating widespread impact. So this session will basically focus on how to enhance the voice of the grassroots members in policy planning. Secondly, culture and the creative sector, as we see, has often been interpreted in isolation. So culture, but on the other hand, field-informed ideations imply that culture has immense role in bringing social, economic development, environmental development, the issues of sustainability can be addressed through culture. So how culture can be a means to integrate in different sectors and bring sectoral empowerment is also part of this discussion. So we have very important panelists for the discussion. We have Mr. Mukmeet Singh Bhatia, IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Minority Affairs, Government of India. Shrimati Gayatri Rathore, IAS, Principal Secretary to Government of Rajasthan in charge of Tourism Department, Art, Literature and Archaeology Department. She will be joining us virtually. Dr. Jyotsna Jha, Director, Center for Budget and Policy Studies, Bangalore. Dr. Jha is with us personally here. Dr. Tulika Gupta, Director, Indian Institute of Crafts and Design, IICT, Jaipur, and she will be joining us virtually in the session. And the session will be chaired by Ms. Ananya Bhattacharya, Director and Co-founder, Contact Base. So I will leave the mic to Ms. Bhattacharya to proceed on with the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. So we are again in that very problematic post-lunch session, but we have a very interesting agenda on hand for this session. So I'm sure all of us will be very awake and participating. Not only we have our eminent dignitaries who will be joining the panel discussion, but we'll have insights from actual citizen engagement, and we'll have some drama, and we'll have some film. So that is what we have in the platter for next 1.5 hours. So I'm sure that will keep you all awake. Now, our last session was really very interesting. And it has been like many decades that we have moved away from that economic growth model of labor and capital. And today we learn that technology adds value not only in terms of improved productivity, efficiency, but also it is a powerful tool for rights, a powerful tool for negotiating equity. And all through the last 2 days, we have been talking of entrepreneurship as the way to solve local problems, the importance of engaging local people, and we have been discussing innovation. And indeed, that is the basic underlying theme of this conference, entrepreneurship as a social movement. Now, whenever we are talking of entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurship with this focus of solving the challenges, it is something we have discussed in the last 2 days, that it is shaped by the institutional and the cultural context in which there are many barriers. So some of the barriers which we have discussed are legal and regulatory frameworks that right now in our country, we don't have a definition of social entrepreneurship. So we do not have, say, financial mechanisms to support social entrepreneurship. There are laws and policies and incentives for charity organizations, which has been the traditional NGO model. But when we are talking of social entrepreneurship, we are now moving into more hybrid models where we are talking of economic benefit also, profit-making social entrepreneurship. We are talking of entrepreneurships with a social mission. And right now, we don't really have the legal framework, financing mechanisms which are supporting. And yesterday, we had very good discussions on these gaps. Another thing which was discussed in the last 2 days was access to market, and even in the hackathon presentations we had, this was touched upon. So how we can have supportive mechanisms for access to market, local, regional, national, and international. Because as in the technology session, it was discussed that today our market is a whole world. And I think with the G20 discussions going on and India being in the presidency of this, there is now tremendous opportunity, to take our cultural and creative industries to the global market. The other points we have discussed are business support, development structures, training. We have discussed about capabilities. So when I'm asking, now I'm talking to the panelists, that when I'm talking to you, so maybe in the first round, I'd like to have your insights on how can we have policies for developing entrepreneurship, which will encourage, addressing the local, social, environmental challenges. How can we align our growth strategies to that? And how we can engage citizens in planning, and have their voice in policy development as well as evaluation. So I'll first go to our online panelists. So I'll start with Gayatri ma'am. Ma'am, you as a person who is heading tourism, art, literature, architecture, so we would like to hear from you what is there right now and what is being done to maximize the possibility of this creative sector. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Bhattacharya, for your opening remarks. And I'm very glad, rather very heartened to know about this initiative of IIT Jodhpur with some of the prominent, think tanks, and who have all initiated this process of bringing to the core the discussion about social entrepreneurship. And I think now this is the need, or this is the right time when we need to focus on these issues as well. Till now, it has been plain brick and mortar kind of entrepreneurship. But in the post-pandemic scenario, in the post-corona time, when we all realize that life is much more to brick and mortar, and there are so many people, so many young budding entrepreneurs who are there. But as you rightly said, that because somehow there is lack of policy structure, there is a lack of some a setup where the hand holding can be done, where a support system can be developed. So this is the right time, and I'm very happy that you have got so many of your students participating in this 3-day workshop, who are the hopes of tomorrow. As far as government is concerned, I would like to focus on the small initiatives that government is taking to bring forward this social entrepreneurship, to have a kind of holistic development, because tourism, art and culture, heritage, archaeology, museum, these are the softer components, but these are the components which actually bring flavor to anyone's life. We do need GDP figures, do need the key indicators about our progress and development. But at the end of the day, a person or a family or as a society, we realize that the rich cultural heritage that we have inherited, and the kind of holistic, the kind of comprehensive nature it provides to our society as large, needs to be preserved for future generations. And it is here that the young entrepreneurs step in. I would like to give a very small example of how we in art and culture and tourism department are trying to just connect these small dots which actually require some support from the government. Very recently, we had a kind of workshop in our Jawahar Kala Kendra, which is another good cultural center, very strong cultural center. So we had all these entrepreneurs, and I was very happy to interact and support some very prominent entrepreneurs who have come up with very interactive apps for those who are willing to learn about the different forms of paintings of Rajasthan. So the best painters who are there in Rajasthan, who have been awardees of Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, and the dying arts, whether be it the Kishangari art, the Bundi style of painting, the Pichwai paintings. So the renowned figures they have on their apps, they have courses designed for those people sitting in different parts, not only in the country, but in different parts of the world. So there's a small, kind of financial revenue model, you can say, that they've developed. So in this way, they are not only supporting their own institution, but also those artisans who have long been forgotten. The initiative of tourism department with UNESCO and to preserve the intangible cultural heritage, which I think most of you will be visiting tomorrow. Barnawa, Jagir, some part of the area of Barmer, Pokhran area of Jaisalmer. These are some few initiatives which we have started with the UNESCO, and the only objective is to train the coming generation. The older generation, it is well versed. They are the you can say complete repository of the traditional wealth and wisdom, but how do we pass it on to the next generation, and how does it become an economic model, how does it become a sustainable model? In Rajasthan, we are also focusing on sustainable development, sustainable tourism, sustainable art and culture, and part of that, our new rural tourism policy focuses on all forms of sustainable and responsible tourism. So if there is some very good artifact, some very good artisan living in some sort of some remote area of Rajasthan, he can have his place registered as homestay. So that is the support of from Department of Tourism, from Mukhyamantri Laghu Sahayata, Laghu Udyog Protsahan Sahayata. We give a loan as well as a very handsome interest subsidy to that upcoming entrepreneur. So he can have those people staying in his place. He can give them 3-day, 5-day training, hands-on training on any of the art and craft that he's practicing. So this is one model that we are showcasing. Then as part of rural tourism, we are also focusing on agro-tourism. So let us not forget that social entrepreneurs also mean those people who are working with our rich fauna across the state. Like if you go to Pali areas, there are sheep herders who have been there, then they are the migrating population, but again, a wealth of traditional wisdom about lifestyle, about health, about family. So if people from metros, cosmopolitan cities, they go and live and just learn the concept of minimalism that is taking ground, and which is also very encouraging for all of us, that we can learn from these communities. So these are small ways of connecting the dots and trying to connect the community with the existing infrastructure in department. In our government, we also have this iStart, the new startups, which are not only IT based, but also which are focusing on life skills. So those who are contributing for the social sector, those who are contributing for the agro sector, those who are contributing for the artisans, handicraftsmen, that are also eligible for lot many benefits under the iStart program of the government of Rajasthan. So that all my friends who are sitting in front of me, I can suggest that they can go to our DUIT website, just click the iStart icon, and then can know the kind of facilities, the kind of facilitation incentive government is providing. So these are very few incentives, but I am very excited to know from the results, the way forward, the key takeaways from this 3-day workshop, which will definitely help in further improving policy, further bringing such schemes which supports the new social entrepreneurs, the new agro entrepreneurs, I would say. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
So please stay with us. Indeed, 5% of exports from India are from our crafts. And globally, the UNESCO 2003 and the 2005 conventions, these talk of, the 2003 convention talks of safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage, while the 2005 convention talks about creative enterprise. And since the past 2 years, because of this absence of a framework worldwide, it's a challenge. They are considering that whether we can put this sector as a SME sector, as a MSME sector, because in reality, data shows that many of these enterprises are indeed SMEs and MSMEs, and even in our work, We have been supported in West Bengal by the Department of MSME to develop grassroots enterprises, which now cover more than 50,000 artists and craftspersons. So now I'll come to you, Principal Secretary, sir. So in the given context, in the absence of a framework for social enterprise, creative enterprise, which is really a source of path-breaking opportunities for growth for women, for minority communities, what are your reflections?
Okay, just a correction. I'm secretary. The principal secretary is in the state government. So Gayatri is probably principal secretary or ACS. In Government of India, principal secretary is a very important person. There's only one principal secretary, is to the Prime Minister. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. And firstly, thank you very much for inviting me to this 3-day conference. I'm absolutely delighted to be here, particularly given the backdrop of this being held in the field. That's the word we use in the services. I'm going to the field. So that's what I told my minister. I'm going to the field, and I was very excited. Budget just got over, the budget session, so we have to stay put in Delhi. Amitabh has been in touch with me on a regular basis, and I'm absolutely delighted to be here and also look forward to the visit tomorrow to Barmer. Okay, so coming, actually, I don't know how long Gayatri is going to be there with us. Gayatri, are you going to be there with us for 1.5 hours, or are you planning to leave early? Because if you're planning to leave early, then I have to ask you a question. Yeah, we can't hear you. I'll come to your...
Sir, I have another meeting at 2:30, so till 2:30 I'm here.
Okay, then I'm going to ask you the question, because we may kind of digress into other things. So Gayatri, you are in a very, very, I would say you're in a very sweet spot. Lots of time when we talk about India's economy, last 4-5 years, there's a bit of hype also around it. But we are always in the sweet spot as far as the global economy is concerned. Now, you're also similarly in a very sweet spot that you're the Secretary, Tourism, Culture, Art of a state like Rajasthan. And you know what I mean. I come from Bihar, Jharkhand. We have of course, we have our own culture and traditions there. We have Dokra art. In fact, I was disappointed that presentation made by the students, they spoke about Dokra art. They mentioned West Bengal, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, but they forgot to mention Jharkhand, because Jharkhand is also the god of Dokra art. So we have our own thing, but I think Rajasthan can play such an important, if I may use the venture capital, incubation role in looking at social entrepreneurship, because this area is so fertile. It's so fertile in terms of, the traditions, the cultures, the music, and it can actually be some sort of a vanguard for the rest of the country, given the kind of fertile scenario you have out here. So, I think for the other states also and for the rest of India, this could actually be a place where a lot of churning could take place and models could be developed. We know, I mean, everybody knows about Rajasthan and its culture and all. But is there anything specific where you feel maybe in the last few years, the state has made a significant difference where it has helped to develop some models which kind of address this whole issue of social entrepreneurship? We have the tourism, we have the crowds coming in, but are there any viable models that have developed which actually can be replicated in rest of the country? I think I was very keen to know that, and I'm sure the audience also would like to know.
Yes, sir. So about this very recent initiative I was mentioning about, this is called a rooftop. This is a rooftop platform where the young entrepreneur named Karthik Gaggar, he has brought together all the painters of not only Rajasthan but of entire India. So last week only we launched it in a very formal manner. So now if you want to just type the kind of, Madhubani painting or Tanjavur painting or whatever painting, so you have a collection of all those paintings on that app. Now, if you want to go to the authentic artist, I sitting in Rajasthan or I sitting in any part of the world can access that artist, and from them they have got some what I can say, some programs, or you can say 3-day, 5-day, 15-day training programs developed by that artisan. So he explains about the kind of brushes, he explains how the colors are made. And if I have to take a 15-day course, I can register paying a fee, part of which, a handsome part of which goes to the painter, and some part remains with this aggregator who is there. So this is one model, and because we have very recently launched, only last week, but not many queries are there, and we, as part of Jawahar Kala Kendra, have helped in kind of initial hand holding, connecting him to the iStart program of our DOIT, giving him all the logistic support available with the state government. So that is one thing that we are trying to bring this ICH, kind of demystifying or de-glamorizing that you have to sit in Thanjavur to learn something, you have to sit in Kishangarh, you have to go to Bundi to learn that kind of painting. So this is one good model, and I also would request you, sir, if you can go and have a visit, download that app and see that app, you'll see for itself. This is one initiative, because that is a very successful model of a techie. He is a techie, done his some BTech from somewhere, and then he brought all his like-minded friends, say it is 8-10 young people who have come, developed this kind of platform, got all the basic infrastructure and put it to the world. So this is how we are, connecting these social entrepreneurs, we can say. And they're also doing on this now, second project, they're taking on this block printing of Saganer. So how that block prints are made. Again, how that printing is done, what is the kind of cloth is there. So someone is sitting somewhere and wants to learn that block printing. Someone wants to learn that calligraphy. So gradually we are trying to diversify into that thing.
Yeah. So should I go back to my question, unless there is you would like to say something? Yeah. Okay. So your question, currently, just to give because everybody may not be aware, I'm the Secretary of the Ministry of Minority Affairs, Government of India. And as you're all aware that a large part of the artisans and should I say the culture is also an integral part of the minority communities of this country. So our ministry does have a very big stake in what is being discussed here today and how we move forward. But traditionally in the ministry, we have looked at this in a very traditional, as you rightly said, the word brick and mortar has been used quite often in the last 2 hours. So our approach in the past has been, okay, there is this community out there, let's build a community hall for them where they can assemble and do their work. It's again, led by construction, by in terms of contracts and the other associated issues with it. But getting into the core of it and social entrepreneurship, let me be very honest with you. Government does not have an expertise in that, and I'm saying the expertise not only at the higher level, even at the lowest levels. You go to a block and you go to a BDO and you start talking about social entrepreneurship. हिंदी में बात करें. Is it okay if I can speak in Hindi? हाँ, ठीक है. मैं हिंदी में बात करूंगा. ये एक सुझाव आया है. तो जो एक तरह से पारंपरिक हमारा मॉडल था और मिनिस्ट्री का या गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का इन चीज़ों में है कि इनके लिए कुछ आप बिल्डिंग बना लीजिए, बिल्डिंग में उनको सहूलत होगी, वो काम कर लेंगे. बट उसके आगे हम लोग नहीं सोचते थे कि अगर हम बिल्डिंग भी दे रहे हैं तो आगे उनको कुछ टूल्स चाहिए, आगे उनको कुछ ट्रेनिंग चाहिए, उनको मार्केटिंग लिंकेजेस चाहिए, उनको कैपिटल चाहिए. तो जब सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की बात होती है तो इन सब चीज़ों पर भी हम लोगों को ध्यान देना पड़ेगा. और ये वर्तमान में जो हमारा डेवलपमेंट मॉडल है वो इसको इन चीज़ों को नहीं देखता। तो सरकार में भी हम लोगों को इसको पूरी तरह से एक तरह से इसकी रीथिंकिंग करनी पड़ेगी कि यदि हम सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में जाना चाहते हैं तो वो किस फॉर्म में जाना चाहते हैं, किस हद तक हम सपोर्ट कर सकते हैं, किस हद तक हम अदर पार्टनर्स का सहयोग ले सकते हैं। बहुत से जो इनिशिएटिव सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के होते हैं उसमें इंटरमीडिएशन की आवश्यकता है और सरकार और लोअर लेवल पर हम लोगों को इतनी आदत नहीं है इंटरमीडिएशन के लिए। एक तरह से हम लोग सोचते हैं कि हम लोग सब चीज़ जानते हैं, बस एक बार हमने पैसा दे दिया तो काम हो जाएगा। हमारा मापदंड यही होता है कि बस पैसा खर्च हो गया। हमने हमारी धरोहर एक कार्यक्रम होता था, उसमें हम लोगों ने 10 करोड़ खर्च कर दिया। टारगेट 10 करोड़ था, हमने 9.5 कर दिया। हमने बहुत अच्छा काम किया, लेकिन वास्तविक रूप से वो कल्चर, धरोहर क्या प्रिजर्व किया, क्या उसका आउटकम हुआ, सरकार में हमारा वो सोचने की मंशा भी नहीं है। इसलिए मैं सम अप यही करूंगा कि एक पर्सपेक्टिव सरकार में भी हम लोग को बदलना पड़ेगा। हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं, जो नए प्रोग्राम्स हम बना रहे हैं कि इस विषय पर हम लोग गहराई से सोचें और वास्तविक रूप से जो फील्ड में अनुभव हैं उनको थोड़ा समझें पहले। जैसे दिल्ली में बैठे हम लोगों को ये एक आदत होती है कि हम लोग सब कुछ जानते हैं, कुर्सी में बैठ के सब कुछ पता है हम लोग को क्या हो रहा है, लेकिन जब तक हम लोग फील्ड में नहीं जाएंगे, हमारे सहयोगी जो स्टेट में हैं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में, उनसे बातचीत नहीं करेंगे, जो हमारे आर्टिस्ट हैं जो यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं जो हमारे साथ बात करेंगे, उनसे इंटरेक्ट नहीं करें, तब तक एट अ पॉलिसी लेवल वी कैन नॉट मूव फॉरवर्ड। तो ये मेरे प्रिलिमिनरी कमेंट्स हैं, आगे फिर हम लोग वी कैन टेक इट फॉरवर्ड।
Thank you. And your answers naturally take me to Dr. Jyotsna Jha. So, as a director of a think tank, what was pointed out that government needs these capacities and need these inputs. So, as a think tank, maybe you play a role in building capacity for strategic interventions from micro level to cross-cutting policy initiatives. So, I'd like to hear from you. What has been your experience in this?
I'll start with the whole issue of mediation. मैं मिला के बात करूंगी हिंदी अंग्रेजी में। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत ही बड़ी बात है और कल से आज तक में अगर आप देखें तो, और यहाँ भी जितने लोग आए जैसे जो फर्नांडिस हैं या हरीश हांडे हैं या आपका काम है, बांग्ला नाटक का काम है, वो सारा एक मीडिएशन का काम है ना। और कई सारे आप सारे अलग अलग डोमेन एरियाज में जाके देखें, वो शिक्षा हो, स्वास्थ्य हो, विमेन एम्पावरमेंट का इशू हो, किसी भी ऐसी चीज़ जहाँ पे हम ग्रास रूट्स तक पहुँचना चाहते हैं वहाँ मीडिएशन की ज़रूरत पड़ती है। और वो इसलिए पड़ती है कि जो पॉलिसीज़ बनते हैं वो अंतिम वो व्यक्ति को सामने रख के शायद नहीं बनते हैं, वो सिस्टम्स को सामने रख के बनते हैं। और वो खास करके हमारे देश में साइज़ की वजह से और भी ज़्यादा होता है, लेकिन ये पूरी दुनिया में होता है, ये कोई अनोखी बात नहीं है। हमारे यहाँ शायद थोड़ा ज़्यादा गहरा है और ज़्यादा पुख्ता है, आसानी से उसको तोड़ने में काफ़ी समय लगेगा। तो मुझे लगता है वो आप कोई भी चीज़ ले लीजिए, इन्फॉर्मेशन की बात लीजिए। कई बार होता है कि आपने इन्फॉर्मेशन दे दिया, जैसे कोविड के दौरान ये हो रहा था कि हमने टीवी से शिक्षा दे दिया तो सभी बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं, और वाकई में अगर जाओ तो देखो तो 1 से 10% से ज़्यादा किसी भी राज्य में बच्चे नहीं पढ़ रहे थे, अगर आप टीवी और इंटरनेट दोनों माध्यम से देखें। मैं सरकारी स्कूल की बात कर रही हूँ। इसी तरह से स्वास्थ्य का भी है, तो पहुँच जो है वो एक गैप है। पॉलिसीज कई सारे हैं, पॉलिसीज या प्रोग्राम्स, ये स्कीम है, वो स्कीम है, ये है, वो है, लेकिन वो अपनी जगह रहती है और लोगों की दिक्कतें अपनी जगह रहती है, दोनों को मिलाने के लिए एक बीच का। और वो कई सारे लोग जो उस स्पेस में हैं यहाँ बैठे, उनका रिकग्निशन, एक पॉलिसी में वो रिकग्निशन फॉर द नीड ऑफ मीडिएशन एंड इंटरमीडियरी, दैट इटसेल्फ आई थिंक इज अ बिग need and movement, that recognition, and what is that and why is that required, and at least in the short term मुझे लगता है जैसे बैंगलोर में एक बैंगलोर 1 है, और जहाँ पे आप कोई भी चीज़ के लिए जा सकते हैं, वो आधार बनाना है से लेकर आप राशन कार्ड से लेकर आप बिजली बिल पे कर सकते हैं, कुछ भी आप करा सकते हैं। आपको अगर इंटरनेट, तो हम लोगों ने एक आरटीई पे आरटीई का जो वो नॉर्म है 12A वाला प्राइवेट स्कूल में, उसका हम लोग पूरा उसका ऑनलाइन है, कई राज्यों में पूरा ऑनलाइन है। और उसमें जो बच्चे जाना चाहते हैं उनके परिवारों में ऑनलाइन का एक्सेस ही नहीं है। एंड इट्स नॉट ओनली अबाउट हैविंग अ मोबाइल फ़ोन। अंग्रेज़ी नहीं आती है, कनाडा नहीं आता है, माइग्रेंट वर्कर्स है आपके आधे से ज़्यादा बैंगलोर में। तो there are many barriers. There's barrier of language, there's barrier of all kinds, and there is barrier of power. हमने एक्सेस टू पब्लिक सर्विसेज पे किया है काम, तो सो कॉल्ड यू नो ओपन टू ऑल पब्लिक सर्विसेज आर नॉट यूज्ड बाय लोअर क्लास इफ मिडिल क्लास स्टार्ट्स यूजिंग इट। आप अपने आप बाहर हो जाते हैं। आप देखते हैं कि यहाँ तो बड़े लोग इस पार्क में घूम रहे हैं, मैं ना जाऊं। आप देखिए लोधी गार्डन में कितने गरीब लोग जाते हैं, खुला तो सबके लिए है। तो सिर्फ इस वजह से कि सरकार की पॉलिसी है कि ये खुला है, वो इंक्लूसिव नहीं होता है। उसके आगे कुछ और करने की ज़रूरत पड़ती है उसको इंक्लूसिव बनाने के लिए। और वो मेरे ख्याल से बहुत बड़ा कदम होगा अगर सरकार उस चीज़ को रियलाइज़ करती है और उस पे काम करती है। लॉन्ग रन में, जैसा कल हरीश कह रहे थे कि लॉन्ग रन में शायद ना ज़रूरत पड़े, लेकिन लॉन्ग रन में वो तभी ना ज़रूरत पड़ेगी अगर आप उस तरफ काम करेंगे। अपने आप से वो नहीं मिटने वाला है। आपकी पॉलिसीज़ का अगर वो ओरिएंटेशन नहीं होगा कि इसको इंक्लूसिव बनाने के लिए क्या-क्या बाधाएं हैं एंड वी मस्ट वर्क ऑन देम, दे आर नॉट गोइंग टू बी इंक्लूसिव। तो मुझे लगता है सबसे पहला कदम वो है। तो जैसे आरटीई में उन्होंने क्या किया अब कि इमीडिएटली उन्होंने कहा कि हम इसको भी बैंगलोर 1 में जोड़ लेंगे। तो अगर मुझे अपने बच्चे का फॉर्म भरना है तो मैं बैंगलोर 1 में जा सकती हूँ और वहाँ मुझे मदद करेंगे। दैट्स वन स्टेप अहेड। तो मुझे लगता है वो मीडिएशन की ज़रूरत है। लेकिन जो 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 इंटरमीडियरीज हैं, कोई भी पॉलिसी तभी सक्सेसफुल होती है जब, कल भी बात हो रही थी ना कि दोनों है। सिटीजन्स ग्रुप्स का क्या, आई मीन आई एम लुकिंग एट ऑल ऑफ अस एज सिटीजन्स ग्रुप्स। तो द मीडियरीज आर बेसिकली सिटीजन्स ग्रुप्स, चाहे हम कानून के रूप में कुछ भी हो, एनजीओ हो या सेक्शन 8 कंपनी हो या जो भी हो, हम वो हैं। तो एक फिलॉसफी की भी बात है। और वहाँ पे इफ़ यू कम टू सोशल एंटरप्राइजेस, आई थिंक द होल इशू ऑफ from mediation to protection, the safeguards becomes extremely critical. It's important for any perhaps area again, but I think it's extremely important here because the whole sector is too fragile. और वो प्रोटेक्शन कई तरह की हैं, हम चाहे टूरिज्म की बात करें या हम आर्ट्स की बात करें, क्राफ्ट्स की बात करें, परफॉर्मेंसेस एज यू नो प्रोडक्ट्स के साथ बात करें। तो एक यू नो आई कम फ्रॉम इकोनॉमिक्स एंड आई लव द आइडिया ऑफ नो लिस्ट। हाँ, वो टैक्सेशन में भी होता है ना, नो लिस्ट। And no list ideas, I find that in terms of policy rather than yes list is far more creative. और वो नो लिस्ट बनाना पॉलिसी का भी काम है, लेकिन हमारा भी काम है, सिटीजन ग्रुप्स का भी काम है। और वो नो लिस्ट जो है वो आपको एक कंसेप्चुअल फ्रेम देता है। जैसे कल बात हो रही थी, हम लोग गाड़ी में बात कर रहे थे, लेकिन उसके पहले यहाँ बैठ के लोग बात कर रहे थे, ये जो रोड्स हैं, रोड्स ने मौके दिए हैं, रोड्स हैव ऑल्सो क्रिएटेड इनॉर्मस रिस्क्स। आप लद्दाख की बात ले लीजिए, अटल टनल के कारण जो लद्दाख के पूरे लैंडस्केप से लेके लाइफस्टाइल से लेके लाइवलीहुड से लेके जो परिवर्तन आया है वो एक्चुअली डराने वाला है। वही बात अरुणाचल की है, वही बात 4 धाम यात्रा, जहाँ कल कौन ये बोल रहा था, कोई बोल रहा था ना कि उसका ये भी मकसद था कि आप कष्ट झेल के ऊपर जा रहे हैं। इवन आप पिलग्रिमेज के तौर पे देखें तो जब हम ऊपर चढ़ते, जैसे साउथ में वहाँ जाते हैं अयप्पा के टेम्पल पे पैदल चल के, या बिहार में बाबा धाम जाते हैं पैदल चल के, हाँ वैद्यनाथ का सुल्तानपुर से पैदल चल के जाते हैं, तो उसमें एक आपको वो खुद आप कष्ट झेल के भगवान के पास जाते हैं, वो भी है। हम सब जगह सभी धर्मों में है वो। अगर आप वहाँ डबल लेन हाईवे की क्या ज़रूरत है? हम लिफ्ट में बैठ के सीधा वहाँ पहुँच के क्यों पहुँचना चाहते हैं? तो और वो रिस्क्स, लेकिन उसका कौन बनाएगा? सरकार को बनाना है। और भी कई तरह के प्रोटेक्शन है टूरिज्म में। आप देखिए थाईलैंड में, इट्स नॉट ओनली अबाउट you know fragile ecology, it's also about fragile system. Look at the teenage sexual tourism that has flourished in Thailand. And you know, I was working with ILO on that, and there's complete overlooking by the policy, because it also means income. It adds to a lot of, you know, the country's incomes, small countries, and therefore small countries ignore that. Maldives में है, सब कई जगहों में, island countries, Caribbean में है, तो उन सब के सेफ गार्ड्स बहुत ज़रूरी हैं, और वो मुझे लगता है कि पॉलिसीज़ बनने चाहिए, लेकिन एसोसिएशंस भी बनने चाहिए, जो भी इस स्पेस में काम कर रहे हैं, सिटीजन्स ग्रुप्स, दे शुड आल्सो कम टुगेदर. यू नो, इफ मेडिकल काउंसिल कैन हैव देयर ओन प्रोफेशनल एसोसिएशन एंड दे कैन कम up with protocols, same kind of ethical protocols and all kinds of protocols that also ensures. IPR का issue है, you know, IPR का issue बहुत serious है इसमें, है ना, intellectual property rights का. So all those, there are many things, you know, trafficking है, ये है, तो a kind of, you know, no list that we will not go beyond that. And in that context, so अगर आप करेंगे, how do policy change? I was just thinking, you know, enterprise or entrepreneurship as a social movement. You know, there are no policies for movements. Policies cannot be made for movements. Movements lead to policies. You know, we are sitting in Rajasthan, which has been, you know, at the forefront of at least 2 citizen-centric policy, right to information, right to food. Both the movements started here in Rajasthan. And those movements led to those policy shifts and very, very like seminal kind of policy shifts. Give me 2 minutes. And so policy shifts come from movements. And I think, again, we have a responsibility towards that. And when we are talking of safeguards, I also think, I know profit is important. Saraf sahab baat kar rahe the ki no enterprise is without profit. True. But I also think more than profit, what is relevant for this sector is sustainable development and a sustainable livelihood, rather than profit. And that also perhaps we can define. I have one more point on skills that I'll save for next round.
Okay, thank you. In fact, thanks for pointing out at the risks and the need for protocol. Another point which we had discussed yesterday and which this sector really suffered was during COVID, and that is the aspect of resilience. And globally, it's something which happened. This is one sector which had to survive without any income. And when we talk of artist rights, you know, that is a whole gamut of policy making, that the right to performance, the right to practice, the right to sale, all that rights they lost. Even the cultural spaces were closed down. So these are really parts of the policy making, how to build resilience. So I'll go to now Dr. Tulika Gupta. Dr. Gupta, you are heading the Institution of Design Development, and we know about the path-breaking role you are playing in developing skills from the crafts community itself and also young people in design. So how can institutions like yours influence policymaking and contribute to making the dialogue stronger so that the movement gets stronger and we can have the policy, as Jyotsnaji pointed out?
Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to thank Bangla Natak for inviting me today. And I'm extremely sorry for not being present in person due to some family circumstances. Coming back to the question that you asked and to the discussion that we are having today, there are a lot of points that I have, which I want to share on a platform like this. There was a discussion in the morning I was watching on YouTube about, what is social entrepreneurship, and entrepreneurs have been there for the society. So it is, social. I agree to that point. But when we look at, or what we understand today from social entrepreneurship is, when anybody becomes an entrepreneur, it should benefit the society, not only provide material for the society. That is one thing, but it should definitely benefit the society at large. And many times, I think the way that the entrepreneurs were traditionally in India, they did benefit people a lot. Unfortunately, what has been recorded is about the exploitation of people, not really how the Indian systems were working. And when we look at Indian culture, we talk a lot about culture, but when we actually get down to studying in depth, we realize how self-sustainable societies were and what all we can learn from them, uh, and create policies. And I will share the grassroots level issues. I was in Delhi earlier. I was at NIFT, and as Secretary Sir pointed out just now, Mr. Bhatia, that in Delhi we think that people sitting in the room, they work on a lot of things. And so after coming to Jaipur, now that I'm heading the Indian Institute of Crafts and Design, I realized as a design faculty at NIFT, I did not know as much as I know now, because I work with the people at the grassroots level, and now I understand their problems here traveling across Rajasthan and other states of India, and looking at really what is needed. और जैसे अभी सर ने बोला कि हम बिल्डिंग्स बना देते हैं, बहुत सारी स्कीम्स हैं आपके पास, फूर्ति की है, बहुत सारी स्कीम्स हैं, उसमें बिल्डिंग पे फोकस है, सॉफ्ट मटेरियल पे फोकस नहीं है, हार्डवेयर पे फोकस है, सॉफ्टवेयर पे फोकस नहीं है। क्या ट्रेनिंग दी जा रही है, उसकी कॉस्ट कम है, और उसमें आप किसी भी डिजाइनर को बुलाइए, कोई भी ट्रेनिंग दीजिए, उसके आउटपुट में आप सिर्फ ये देख रहे हैं कि वो कितना कमा रहा है और वो क्या एंटरप्रेन्योर बन रहा है। और इस मामले में मैं ये कहना चाहूंगी कि अभी आपने यहाँ लिखा भी है इस टॉपिक के ब्रीफ में कि जेंडर के बारे में भी बात हो, तो बहुत बार व्हेन आई टॉक टू विमेन इन विलेजेस, अ लॉट ऑफ देम आर एक्चुअली नॉट इंटरेस्टेड टू रिप्रेजेंट, कि मतलब अगर वो मटका बना रही हैं तो वो जाके उसको बेचें भी, और हम एंटरप्रेन्योर में उसको लेते हैं जो फ्रंट एंडिंग कर रहा है। और इंडिया में विलेजेस में बहुत सारी फैमिलीज खुद में इकट्ठे काम कर रही हैं, बहुत सारा डिवीजन ऑफ लेबर है, और जो पूरा बन के आ रहा है वो फैमिली की इनकम है, सिंगल इनकम की जगह। तो मुझे लगता है कि जब पॉलिसी मेकिंग हो तो वो सब छोटी छोटी चीजें इंक्लूड हो। ये इंक्लूजन बहुत जरूरी है, कि हम जो भी कोई काम कर रहा है उसको एक अच्छे नजरिए से देखें, ना कि सिर्फ जो अर्न कर रहा है। यहीं पे प्रॉफिट की बात आती है, प्रॉफिट बहुत जरूरी है, लेकिन सिर्फ एक आदमी की जेब भरने के लिए नहीं, सबके अंदर वो प्रॉफिट का डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन होना चाहिए। तो जो सोशल पॉलिसी, सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के मैं एक आध एग्जाम्पल दूंगी, बिकॉज हमने एक क्राफ्ट इंक्यूबेटर शुरू किया पिछले साल से, थैंक्स टू IIM उदयपुर, दे हेल्प्ड अस इन दैट। So because we are design people, we know how things should be made, how things should be designed, but how the management level, I think we need a lot of colleges, institutions to collaborate, and people to collaborate to come up with meaningful policies. uh, so with them we started this craft incubator, where we invited designers and people to come and move ahead in their businesses which were related to craft, किसी के पास अच्छा product है। What we realized is a lot of artisans, they have good products but they do not have time to come and study। पूरा free दिया था हमने उनको, we didn't charge at all। SBI funded it from their CSR, SBI Cap Securities funded it, and we really worked very hard for it। But what we realized is कि जो लोग designers हैं वो बहुत attention दे रहे हैं, वो समझ रहे हैं, और वो अब अपना business आगे लेके जा रहे हैं। आर्टिजन्स को कोक्स करना, उनको लेके आना बहुत आसान नहीं है, इसीलिए बहुत सारी गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसीज हैं कि उनको वेज लॉस दिया जाए, उनको दिन में पैसे दिए जाएं, और कई बार उसका मिसयूज बहुत होता है कि वो सिर्फ पैसे लेने आ जाते हैं और समझने नहीं आते कि एक्चुअली करना क्या है। और जब पूरा का पूरा सोसाइटी उसके अंदर एंगेज होगी कि कैसे होना चाहिए, कैसी पॉलिसी बननी चाहिए, तो मेरे ख्याल से हम अच्छी गाइडलाइंस डेवलप कर पाएंगे। मैं एक एग्जांपल देती हूँ आपको। एक हमारा स्टूडेंट है जिसने चिकन फेदर पे रिसर्च करी और एक नया फाइबर पैदा किया। तो इसलिए इनोवेशन साइंस की भी उतनी ज़रूरत है। चिकन पूरा इंडिया खाता है चिकन आज दाल की तरह, तो जो उसके फेदर बचते हैं वो बहुत न्यूसेंस है सोसाइटी के लिए। सस्टेनेबिलिटी आ गई इसमें, सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप आ गया। उसने उसको लेके उस पर काम किया, उससे धागा बनाया और उसने देखा कि मैं इसको वीव करूं। बहुत सारे लोग इंटरेस्टेड नहीं थे, तो वो ट्राइब्स इंडिया ने हेल्प किया, ट्राइबल्स के पास जाके विलेजेस में उसको वीव किया गया। और ये एक तरह से सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप का एक एग्जाम्पल मैं कह सकती हूँ। बहुत सारे लोग इन्वॉल्व हुए उसमें, और कई लोगों को उसमें अर्निंग भी मिली, सस्टेनेबल भी रहा, और उसके बाद उसके जो प्रोडक्ट्स बने, आज ट्राइब्स इंडिया उसको गोल्डन फेदर्स के नाम से बेच रहा है। उस लड़के को जर्मन अवार्ड मिला, उसको ग्रैहम बेल अवार्ड भी मिला क्योंकि इनोवेशन था। और अब एक सस्टेनेबल बिजनेस मॉडल है उसका, और वो हमारे यहाँ से अभी इंटर्न्स लेकर के, एंड दे आर वर्किंग ऑन न्यूअर डिजाइंस, न्यूअर प्रोडक्ट्स, एंड इन्वॉल्विंग many more people. This is one example. There are many examples in which we have worked for people, for society to be a part of the project that the entrepreneur is doing. And then another thing I feel important in policies should be, there should be social labeling initiatives. हम कहते तो हैं कि आप बच्चों ने काम नहीं किया, फेयर ट्रेड है, ये है वो है, पर सोशल लेबलिंग अगर मैंडेटरी हो जाए, अगर आपके एथिकल चीजें मैंडेटरी हो जाए, तो बहुत सारी चीजों में फर्क पड़ेगा. आई थिंक आई एंड नाउ. वन लास्ट थिंग, अभी जैसे माइनॉरिटी की मिनिस्ट्री है, एमएसएमई की मिनिस्ट्री है, बहुत सारी मिनिस्ट्रीज हैं, अलग अलग स्कीम्स हैं. अगर क्राफ्ट सेक्टर के लिए, आई डोंट नो वेदर इट कैन एवर बी पॉसिबल, एक कोई मिनिस्ट्री बन जाए जो क्राफ्ट मिनिस्ट्री है, जिसमें से बाकी सारे शब्द हटा दिए जाए कि माइनॉरिटी है कि क्या है. ये एक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए एक अच्छा मॉडल रहेगा कि अगर क्राफ्ट की एक अपनी मिनिस्ट्री हो. इंडिया में क्राफ्ट बहुत बड़ा है. आज वो टेक्सटाइल मिनिस्ट्री के अंडर डेवलपमेंट एक कमीशन के अंडर आता है. सारा क्राफ्ट टेक्सटाइल नहीं है. क्राफ्ट में मेटल आता है, ढोकरा की बात हो रही थी, बहुत सारा क्राफ्ट है. अगर उसकी अलग से देखी जाए तो बहुत सारा इंडिया का पॉपुलेशन उसके अंडर आ जाएगा. एंड देन देयर कैन बी policies that address a lot of issues. So I think we really need to decolonize our mind and think from Indian perspective, is what I feel. I'm not from policy making. I'm from design background. I'm from a science background. And I've worked in the villages with the people, and thus just sharing my views. And I think institutions can be very strong links between various aspects of society and bring them all together. So yeah, I hope I wasn't too long. I'll just end it here. Thank you.
Thank you, Tulika ji. Indeed, you have pointed out some of the vital problems in the sector. You have been focusing on craft, but we also want to talk about the performing arts.
Yes.
And in fact, that is a huge challenge of the creative economy. One reason the government of India says that there is no definition of creative economy in our country is because it has so many nuances. And apparently, several studies have been attempted to assess, the potential of the sector. And every time some was left out. Like I recently read a report by the Department of Science and Technology, and they collected data from some of the statistical surveys, and they concluded that urban region is really the place where most of the creative work happens, and which we all know that our villages have so much of this creative economy. So this absence of data, absence of definition, these are definitely problems. Indeed, it is a problem in a global scale. Today, we are in 2023, 2030 are the sustainable development goals which have been set. And there is a strong dialogue going on that should culture be a separate goal when we set the agenda after 2030? You see, is it beyond only economy, equity, and economic, environmental, and social aspects? Should we have culture as a separate goal so that it gains the attention it deserves? Or should we be more meticulous that it appears in all the sectors? And goal setting is not only enough. We need to have the tools and the frameworks. One interesting architecture which is going on traditional knowledge, one interesting discussion is about vernacular architecture. So we have been working in Arunachal, and there we have these long houses which are made with the backyard biodiversity material. And the community said that the current Indira Awas Yojana does not support maintenance of these beautiful houses. So even though the knowledge is there, the skill is there, they do not have access to fund to maintain their houses, though the government has financing mechanism for rural areas. So the tools are missing. So these are really some of the challenges. And so I come back to you, sir. How can we influence policymaking and programming to consider culture as a public good? And how can we have a policy to develop this creative economy? What are your thoughts on this?
Thank you for the question. To be very honest with you, I'm hearing the word creative economy for the first time. So I'm not the expert on creative economy. I think probably this is a term which we normally don't hear in government. It's probably used more in the non-government sector. So I'm not fully equipped to answer that question. But just continuing on the theme of, I will try and answer that in the second part. But I just wanted to add a few things on this intermediation point, which was also kind of taken forward by Dr. Jyotsna. Uh, I'll just give you an example. There is an organization called Pan IIT. I think some of you all may have heard of them. They're basically IIT grads only, and they're working mainly in Jharkhand. Now they're signing a MOU with MP also, and I think they're moving into UP also. Young, motivated guys. It's something like when I joined service, वहाँ पर एक संस्था होती थी ईस्टर्न इंडिया में, प्रधान का आप लोगों ने सुना होगा. उसमें भी बहुत सारे ये यंगस्टर्स इंजीनियर्स होते थे, आउट ऑफ कमिटमेंट टू डू सम वर्क एंड टेकिंग अ बिग सैलरी कट, ये लोग आके लोहरदगा, हजारीबाग, इस तरह की जगह में आके काम करते थे. उसी तरह ये पैन आईआईटी ग्रुप है जो झारखंड में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहा है, स्पेशली इन स्किल डेवलपमेंट. और विशेष रूप से जो उनका मॉडल है वो उसमें इट्स अ सेल्फ सस्टेनिंग मॉडल, और उसमें वो इंश्योर करते हैं कि जिसको भी वो ट्रेन करे उनको 100% जॉब्स मिले. और उन्होंने सीधा टाई अप किया है, जैसे रांची में ट्रेनिंग हो रही है, लेकिन द गर्ल्स एंड यंग बॉयज आर बीइंग ट्रेन्ड, उनको वहाँ बैंगलोर में पहले से ही उन्होंने जॉब्स के लिए, अगर उनको मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की ट्रेनिंग दी जा रही है 6 महीने के लिए, तो बिफोर द training is over, they are already picked up by a group out there in Bangalore or somewhere. और अगर टेक्सटाइल की ट्रेनिंग दिया जा रही, और if they are being trained on this chefs and all, I don't know what you call that, cooking and the other thing, पहले से ही उनको. So I think government के लिए एक ऑल्टरनेटिव मॉडल रखना पड़ेगा. तो पैन आईआईटी ने एक नया मॉडल निकाला है जिसके लिए वो फंडिंग का प्रयास कर रहे हैं. उन्होंने एक एसपीवी बनाया है जिसमें केवीआईसी का 30% शेयर है, उनका करीब 61% है, और सिडबी का भी कुछ है. और ये एसपीवी विल सेट अप एन ऑल्टरनेट इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड. ऑल्टरनेट इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड होगा जो इसको सिडबी चलाएगा. सिडबी से उन्होंने बात कर ली है. तो ये ऑल्टरनेट इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड में सिडबी का भी इन्वेस्टमेंट रहेगा, पैन आईआईटी का कुछ रहेगा, और वो गवर्नमेंट से हमारे यहाँ आए थे कि आप भी इसमें इन्वेस्ट कीजिए. नाउ देखिए, एज अ सेक्रेटरी एक साल में माइनॉरिटी अफेयर्स में, जैसे पिछले साल हम लोगों ने 4500 करोड़ रुपए स्पेंड किए थे, और ये लोग मांग रहे थे 10 करोड़, लेकिन ये मांग रहे थे इक्विटी के रूप में. उस एआईएफ में, ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड में, आप 10 करोड़ की इक्विटी डाल दीजिए. तो मैंने उनको कहा कि आप मेरे पास आते हैं, बोलते हैं कि 50 करोड़ का एक हॉस्पिटल बना लो, तो मैं 1 सेकंड में आपके लिए बना लूंगा. पर ये 10 करोड़ इक्विटी, ये तो हमारे नियम में है ही नहीं. इक्विटी मैं सिर्फ अपने पब्लिक सेक्टर यूनिट्स को दे सकता हूँ, गवर्नमेंट इक्विटी जो होती है. लेकिन ये जो एआईएफ है, पहले तो गवर्नमेंट में हम लोग एआईएफ का मतलब ही नहीं समझते. व्हाट इज एन एआईएफ? ऑल्टरनेट इन्वेस्टमेंट फंड. फॉर्चुनेटली इसमें सिडबी इन्वॉल्व है, तो सिडबी का कुछ एक तरह से गवर्नमेंट थे. एंड तो फिर अब लोग, नाउ आई कांट इमीडिएटली, अगर हम चाहें भी तो हम उनको 10 करोड़ इमीडिएटली नहीं दे सकते, और हम देना भी चाहते हैं क्योंकि मुझे पता है कि इसमें प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, वो आगे उसको ठीक से चलाएंगे. पर गवर्नमेंट को समझाना कि ये एक ऐसा वेंचर है जो सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए है, और ये आवश्यक नहीं है कि आपको इसका डिविडेंड कुछ मिलेगा. इनफैक्ट वो बोलते भी हैं कि जो पर्पस है हमारा, उसमें आपको डिविडेंड नहीं मिलेगा. होल आइडिया इज इट एक्ट्स एज अ सीड कैपिटल, एंड विमेन ग्रुप्स बनाएंगे, डायरेक्ट फंडिंग करेंगे, डिफरेंट मॉडल्स हैं उनके. तो नाउ गवर्नमेंट हैज टू थिंक डिफरेंटली. गवर्नमेंट, और एक फ्रेमवर्क हम लोगों को, पहले तो गवर्नमेंट को हैज टू सिट बैक एंड थिंक ऑफ अ फ्रेमवर्क. Government has to think of a framework where this possibility of intermediation is there. Currently, it's not there. हम पूरी तरह से निर्भर हैं अपने existing old creaky vested interest structures में. These structures have been there for ages. They have been functioning in a very, everybody knows how they're functioning, but कुछ alternative हम लोगों को भी सोचना पड़ेगा. So I just wanted to make this one point कि at the policy level, we in the government also have to look at alternative ways where in a way हमारा जो उद्देश्य है वो हमको पता है कोई एक प्रोफेशनल संस्था बनी है, एसपीवी बना है, ऑल्टरनेटिव इन्वेस्टमेंट, उसमें हम इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं और हमको एक तरह से एश्योरेंस है कि जो भी वो काम करेंगे वो अच्छा ही करेंगे, डिविडेंड भला नहीं दें पर उस कैपिटल के साथ वो बहुत सारा चीज़ें जनरेट करेंगे। और उनका एक विशेष जो उद्देश्य है कि विलेज ग्रुप्स में 200-300 महिलाओं को बना के विलेज लेवल इंडस्ट्रीज विद मार्केट लिंकेजेस विद अदर थिंग्स एंड ऑल दैट वो सब करेंगे। तो दैट इज समथिंग वी हैव टू थिंक ऑफ। दिस इज जस्ट एज एन एग्जांपल कि हम लोगों को अलग से। अच्छा, दूसरा जो पॉइंट है रिलेटेड टू क्राफ्ट्स एंड कल्चर, जो उन्होंने सजेशन भी दिया कि एक ही मिनिस्ट्री होनी चाहिए। हमारे जो एफर्ट्स हैं बहुत फ्रेगमेंटेड हैं। माइनॉरिटीज में हम कुछ कर रहे हैं, टेक्सटाइल्स कुछ कर रहे हैं, एमएसएमई कुछ कर रहा है, स्किल डेवलपमेंट कुछ कर रहा है, ट्राइबल भी कर रहा है एंड SC ST भी कर रहा है, यू नो द सोशल जस्टिस, सॉरी। तो I don't know whether the solution is to have one ministry. I don't know whether that is a solution, but increasingly government is also conscious हो रही है कि हम लोगों को हार्मोनाइज करना पड़ेगा। जैसे स्कॉलरशिप्स भी सभी मिनिस्ट्रीज देते हैं, इस साल से स्कॉलरशिप्स में कुछ हार्मोनाइजेशन हुआ है जिसके कुछ नेगेटिव इफेक्ट्स भी हुए हैं, जिसके बारे में मैं अभी बात नहीं करूंगा। बट इस सेक्टर के लिए भी आई थिंक सोशल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के लिए देयर हैज टू बी अ हार्मोनाइज पॉलिसी जो मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइनॉरिटी के बाहर एक तरह से पैन डिपार्टमेंट पॉलिसी होनी चाहिए। और हम लोगों को इस तरफ अभी सोचना पड़ेगा बिकॉज एट द एंड ऑफ द डे हमारे यहाँ फंड्स बहुत हैं। एक चीज़ हम शुरू से हम एम्फसाइज करते हैं, सर्विस में हमको 32 साल हो गए हैं। आई हैव सर्व्ड इन रांची डिस्ट्रिक्ट, जो मैं 95 की बात कर रहा हूँ कि एक साल में रांची इज द बिगेस्ट ट्राइबल डिस्ट्रिक्ट एंड इज द हेडक्वार्टर ऑफ द ट्राइबल एरिया। तो पुराने ज़माने में जब फंड्स जाते थे JRY के, तो एक फॉर्मूला होता था, ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन, टोटल पॉपुलेशन, साइज ऑफ द डिस्ट्रिक्ट। तो हमारे यहाँ लगभग 60-70% ट्राइबल था। तो रांची डिस्ट्रिक्ट इटसेल्फ 95 में इट वाज गेटिंग 100 crore rupees, one district. So money is not, funding is not a problem. The problem is we are short of ideas, we are short of structures and systems, and we have to look at how we can do it. Now, your question was on culture. So on this, what was that economy you used? Creative economy. I'm not an expert in that. In fact, one of the reasons why I have come for this workshop and all is to get a better understanding of the creative economy.
Basically,
Thank you.
it is to deal with knowledge and skills. So it includes art, craft, it includes animation, graphics, architecture, it includes tourism. So everything is part of creative economy. It is in the dialogue, sir, in the G20 deliberations, it is there. Okay. Okay, we have been discussing about citizens' voice. And as we have our artists here in this forum and they have been listening, today they have also given some of recommendations, and I'll invite my colleague Madhura to come to the stage and share their feedback.
I can start with music, since we were talking about performing arts. So we have the artists here, and I'll just quickly sum up the points that they have said. And while I say it, I will tell their names. I will. So I will first come to the Langa musicians. हम बनवा जागीर के बारे में सुन रहे थे सभी कोई. We heard what a unique cluster it is. 250 artists एक जगह है एक गांव में, जो सर आप भी कल देखने के लिए जाएंगे. So in the Langa music, we have here Nek Mohammed ji. Please, Bachchu Khan ji, or very young, very enterprising two artists, Harun or Aslam. And they have given some very nice points. So one important thing that they have mentioned is, so the first point that I want to make for all the groups is that earlier, उनका जो इकोनॉमी था, उनका जो वे ऑफ वर्किंग था, वो बाहर जाके परफॉर्म करना था। आज सुबह मैं जब बात कर रही थी तो हर कोई ने बोला कि हम हमारे गांव में ऐसे फैसिलिटी बनाना चाहते हैं ताकि हमारे गांव में टूरिस्ट आए, हमारे गांव में खरीदार आए और हमारे गांव ऐसा जगह हो जहां से हम बिजनेस कर सकते हैं। सो आई थिंक इट्स अ पैराडाइम शिफ्ट इन द वे work used to happen here, and it is linked to tourism as well as business. So Langa group is saying कि हमें एक कलाकार म्यूजियम चाहिए in the village, जहाँ पे हम अपना जो हिस्ट्री है, अपना जो एवोल्यूशन ऑफ द आर्ट फॉर्म है और जो हमारा हेरिटेज है, वो इस तरह से प्रेजेंट कर सके कि सिर्फ टूरिस्ट आके देखें यही नहीं है, हमारे जो यंगर जनरेशन है, हमारे जो बच्चे हैं, आने वाली पीढ़ी है, वो भी वो देख सके और जान सके और सीख सके. So that sustainability need to be there. And there they have also highlighted the importance of musical instruments. जैसे अलगोजा है, मुरली है, सारंगी है, बहुत सारे ऐसे इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स वो यूज़ करते हैं जो स्टेज में पीछे दिखाई देता है. लेकिन कैसे वो पूरा एक कलाकार म्यूजियम बना सकते हैं टू मेक देयर हब मोर टूरिज्म फ्रेंडली. क्योंकि उनको लगता है कि गांव के बारे में जानना बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है और गांव पहचानना बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है. सिर्फ 4 लोग 8 लोग बाहर जा रहे हैं ये नहीं. और उसमें और एक बात है कि यहाँ पे महिलाएं जो है वो घर में गुदरी और ऑर्नामेंट्स ये सब खुद के लिए बनाते हैं. तो उनका सोच है कि ये महिलाओं को लेके, पूरे कम्युनिटी को लेके हम इस तरह से कैसे बिजनेस कर सकते हैं which integrates music and craft together and make it a whole tourism centric industry. तो उसमें I will just like to quote नेक जी, आत्मा से जो जुड़ी हुई है उसका अगर बिजनेस बन जाए तो क्या बात है. This is what he has said. So he's also talking about the children, the women, everyone. So they are looking holistically. In the Kalbelia cluster in Jodhpur, we have Kalunaji, the master, the pioneer of the path shower, and Govardhan, unka grandson, and Deepika, his sister. So we have female representation. उनका कहना है कि गांव में जो बिजनेस है वो हम कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं बाय डाइवर्सिफाइंग. प्रमोशन ज़रूरी है, डाइवर्सिफिकेशन ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि अभी तक हमारा जो इनकम है वो 4 महीने का है. तो 4 महीने में हम 8 लाख भी कमा ले तो भी बाकी 8 महीने जो हम बैठे रहते हैं उसमें तो वो पूरा चला जाता है. सो हाउ डू वी डाइवर्सिफाई सो दैट वी मेक इट अ फुल टाइम प्रोफेशन. We have Savai from Barna, Jaisalmer, very enterprising young musician. He has talked about an ethnographic museum. He is saying that हमारे गांव में हम इस तरह के एक म्यूजियम बनाना चाहते हैं जो एथनोग्राफिक म्यूजियम है, जो सिर्फ हमारे जो कला है उसके बारे में ही नहीं बताएंगे, जो इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स है, जो मान लीजिए सारंगी या इस तरह के जो है उनका भी बहुत सारे टाइप्स है, स्ट्रिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट, वुड इंस्ट्रूमेंट, अलग अलग इंस्ट्रूमेंट का डिटेल्स, और वो ऑडियो विजुअल और टेक्नोलॉजी ऐसे यूज़ करना चाहते हैं कि जैसे लोग वो टूरिज्म के अंदर आता है वैसे भी कि देर आर पीपल हु कम हु डोंट नो इंग्लिश एंड डोंट नो द वर्नाक्युलर लैंग्वेज, इवन देन दे कैन एक्सपीरियंस इट. सो इट शुड बी दैट friendly. Or another interesting thing he said is that we also want to present the old technology that used to be used in agriculture. जो लाइफस्टाइल में जो टेक्नोलॉजी था पुराना वो भी हमारे धरोहर के साथ जुड़े हुए हैं और वो भी हम इंटीग्रेट करना चाहते हैं हमारे म्यूजियम में ताकि हमें लोग जाने. सो आई थिंक दैट्स अ फैंटास्टिक वे ऑफ लुकिंग एट इट व्हेन दे आर म्यूजिशियंस देमसेल्व्स एंड दैट इज देयर मेन प्रोफेशन. And he's also saying that ये space को हम dynamic बनाना चाहते हैं with musical camps, with workshops, with continuous activity so that ये dialogue चलता रहे. So I think that is a very, very aspirational way of putting it. Dev Khan hai from Sheo, Barmer, again a very enterprising young artist. And he is saying that we want a musical institute. We want to create a musical institute जहाँ पे सिर्फ म्यूजिक का ट्रेनिंग ना हो, जहाँ पे there is education and there is technology and computer skills. So I asked that if you're talking about education, your children go to school. So he's saying कि government में लोग जाते हैं, वो पढ़ते हैं, लेकिन हम अगर as a collective community can provide that extra support to educate them along with the music, which is their heritage, which is their traditional occupation, and technology, then we can really build that community of business in their art. Harun or Aslam and Nick Mohammadji has also pointed out the copyright issue, which we were talking about. I think this is an important point. Copyright में जो ये कह रहे हैं कि we all know the issues of copyright. So the solution that they are asking and they are wanting is that a music studio, because we have done a lot of recordings and a lot of those kinds of things with them. जैसे कि बोल रहे हैं कि हमारे गाना रिकॉर्ड करके YouTube में जाके जो पैसा है उनको मिलता है. Why can't we publish our own albums in our own music studio? The younger generation can learn रिकॉर्डिंग कैसे करते हैं, एडिटिंग कैसे करते हैं, और वो काम हम खुद कर सकते हैं हमारे धरोहर के लिए. And for the crafts, it is common. They have talked about capital to generate the facilities, the infrastructural facilities for stock creation, for stock storage, for sample creation, and for curating display in a way in the village that tourists enjoy the experience of it and can also buy. So to sum it up, I think these are the major points.
Thank you, Madhura. And thank you for that feedback to all of you. And based on the discourse we had, many of the solutions we have discussed. So it's also about, connecting the community to the solutions. And I think there the institutions like Jodhpur, the Knowledge Center, think tanks have a role to play. Over to you, Jyotsna ji. What do you think?
Yeah, thanks. One, it shows that despite coming from very, very different backgrounds, there are some natural solutions that come to everybody. So you did not be, be an alumni of a prestigious institution, and you can still think the same way. So that also tells you about knowledge. So that's, I think, a very important thing to recognize. And in that context, 2-3 things I have to say. One, I feel that, in the mainstream system, we have a hierarchy. We have a hierarchy of disciplines. We have a hierarchy of knowledge. And that has to be broken. We have moved, but we have not fully moved. And this is something also close to heart. And for years, one has been talking about it, is this, that why do we have to have a separate, for example, vocational की जब हम बात करते हैं, carpentry, why can't we link that to mathematics? Why is it not that music is also linked to mathematics? We all know about how closely linked they are. And I'm saying it's very important to break the barrier. Art class में बच्चे या तो खेलते रहते हैं या maths का homework बनाते हैं. That's a problem. That's a problem. और आप जब कहते हैं ये craft का class है, वो craft के class को कभी ना उसके, even if it has equal weightage in the final mark sheet, it still is not valued, neither by teachers nor by children. Of course, take it from parents and teachers. So I think it's very, very important that we integrate subjects. हमारे mathematics में ऐसा क्यों नहीं है कि 2 दिन एक कारपेंटर आके कुछ बता सकता है, एक दिन एक म्यूजिशियन आके कुछ बता सकता है. It doesn't have to be an extracurricular, it doesn't have to be a co-curricular, and it doesn't have to be a craft class. और खास करके हम ट्राइबल एरिया में जाके उनको दरी बनाना सिखाते हैं. That's almost kind of laughable. So that is one, and one can go on that. So that is important. Second is this whole issue of also responsibility. अगर हम and all kinds of a number of attitudinal issues that unless we do it from a very young age, बाद में हम बार बार वो जाके एक हफ्ते का कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग हमको इस पे उस पे 10 तरह से करने की नहीं ज़रूरत है. एंड दैट्स द वे यू ऑल्सो देन मेक योर सेल्फ रिडंडेंट इन द लॉन्ग रन. एंड वी आर सो वी आर सच अ लार्ज country that we can make ourselves redundant in, say, 10 locations. There will be other 100 locations needing you. So it doesn't make you really redundant. So I think it's very important that we talk of some fundamental shifts, some radical shifts, rather than just talking about some capacity building coming at 20. And if you allow me 1 minute, even all the like modern research, especially interdisciplinary research, had shown that a lot of things that with even from public investment perspective, that if you can do with this much of investment at a young age, you can change this much. And in context of actually equality, in context of racial, gender, all these, at a later stage when you are trying to change that, you'll have to make this much effort to bring this much change. So I think it makes much more public investment sense to bring those changes. And for our own, the whole space of social entrepreneurship needs to engage with that.
Thank you. Tulika ji, are you there? Oh, she's left. Okay, so is there any? Oh, you're there. So
Yeah,
would you like
sorry.
to
Actually,
add? Would you
Can
like
I
to add
just
to this?
yeah, can I just reconnect from another? The battery is really low in this, and the charging has become an issue with this one.
Okay.
So if you don't mind, I'll continue. I mean, I think the points that Jyotsna ji made were the ones which are very, very important. As an institute, I keep talking whenever I'm called to discuss about new education policy and things. I feel that this integration is very important. Exactly what she was talking about. Why don't we call a carpenter? Why don't we call somebody? And I think policies, education policy, the new education policy is really nice, but how will it be implemented? At every level, in every village school. So many times when it's really sad to see when you go to the village and they say A for apple, and you tell them, "Dekha hai kabhi apple?" They don't know what an apple is, but they're just mugging it up. A for apple. And even otherwise, तो जिस environment में वो है, जैसे अभी आपने बताया, I mean, because I had visited all these places, and I just heard कि नेक मोहम्मद ने क्या बोला, ये सब discussions हुए थे इन लोगों के साथ. Unfortunately, I'm not there. I would have loved to meet all of them. तो सबका यही था, और हम सब जब बात कर रहे थे तो ये था कि म्यूजिक, बीए म्यूजिक में डिग्री मिलती है, लेकिन ये जो फोक म्यूजिक है, इन लोगों के लिए लोकल इंस्टीट्यूशंस, अब जरूरी नहीं है कि यही म्यूजिक नॉर्थ टू साउथ ट्रैवल करे. जैसे आपने बोला, टूरिज्म बन सकता है, लोग आए देखें उसको वहां पे, लेकिन उसको कब तवज्जो मिलेगी? जब उनके बच्चे उसको सीखेंगे. बच्चे वाइट कॉलर जॉब करना चाह रहे हैं. कितने से मैंने बात किया, नहीं हम स्विगी की गाड़ी चला के ठीक है. भाई, स्विगी तुमको थोड़े दिन पैसे देगा, लॉन्ग टर्म में सोचो, अपना एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप करो, अपने म्यूजिक को आगे लेके जाओ. पर वो कब लेके जाएंगे? जब वो एस्पिरेशनल बनेगा. अनफॉर्चुनेटली वो एस्पिरेशनल नहीं बन रहा. आज कोरियन पॉप एस्पिरेशनल हो गया तो सब लोग सुन रहे हैं उसको. सो आई थिंक डिजाइन इज द की थिंग एंड प्रमोशन इज द की थिंग. इसको कैसे डिजाइन करके बेचा जाए, फिर लोग खरीदना शुरू करेंगे. तो ये सारे चीजों को मिला के पॉलिसीज बनाना, एंड स्कूल लेवल पे ये सिखाना कि ऑल ऑफ दिस इज इम्पोर्टेंट, नॉट ओनली योर मार्क्स. और अभी इतना मार्क्स फोकस हो गया, जितना शायद हम छोटे थे तब नहीं था. तो people have stopped really enjoying their education. They just want to mug up and clear, and then they become failures. Look at the 30 plus age group today. They are not able to sustain life. और बोलते हैं वो कंप्यूटर्स पे खेल रहे हैं, ये खेल रहे हैं. आप उनको काम ही नहीं दे रहे करने के लिए, तो वो गेमिंग ही करते रहेंगे. तो so I think that those kind of policies at the school level also, कि मैंडेटरी है आर्ट क्लास में आर्ट हो, कोई आके उसके बारे में बात करे, कोई लेक्चर दे. ये नहीं है कि आर्ट क्लास है, टीचर भी खेल रहे हैं, बच्चे भी पीटी में भाग गए, कुछ काम नहीं कर रहे. म्यूजियम जाते हैं सारे बच्चे, एक सैंडविच लिया, धक्का मारा, वो बच्चों ने घूमा और घर चले गए. और विज़िवी आप दूसरे कंट्रीज में देखिए, जब बच्चे म्यूजियम जाते हैं, इंटरैक्ट करते हैं, उनको समझ में आता है. कई बार मुझे लगता है म्यूजियम में जो चीजें लिखी होती हैं सिर्फ बड़ों के लिए होती हैं. बच्चों के लिए उसको ट्रांसलेट किया जाए, उनको समझाया जाए कि बेटा ये जो ऑब्जेक्ट है ये है, या हम बात करते हैं कि ये वाला प्लास्टिक नहीं यूज करो, दूसरा मटेरियल यूज करो. क्यों यूज करो? क्या फर्क है इसमें, क्या फर्क है, वो बचपन से उनको समझाया जाए। या तो वो बिल्कुल, when it comes in social
We
media,
have to
then
start at an early age. That's
Yes.
what is your point. Thank you.
exactly.
Is there any question for our panelists from the audience or any comments? I'll come back to Mr. Bhatia then. You mentioned that there you acknowledge. Is there a question? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, myself, Deepak Sharma, I'm currently doing a fellowship program with Ministry of Skill Development. And I've been working in Jaisalmer district for the past 1.5 years. So we were discussing something with the connecting of stakeholders and a mediator. So I'm kind of a mediator between a government functionary and stakeholders. So we were discussing about a copyright issue that these artists are facing. They have their art form and they are doing their work, but there is a issue of copyright. So एक साल पहले I submitted a project स्टूडियो मेकिंग, जो इन्होंने मेंशन किया म्यूजिक स्टूडियो, वो मैंने कलेक्टर से साइन करके मिनिस्ट्री को भी भेजा था अप्रूवल के लिए, बट इट्स मोर देन अ ईयर कलेक्टर के साइन होने के बावजूद भी फंड्स अभी आए नहीं है. सो इट्स काइंड ऑफ थिंग that is a concern.
Thank you indeed. I'll add my question to that. That is, that is how can we get our voices heard and request for, changes which you also acknowledged are needed?
मुझे खुशी हुई कि हमारे ऑडियंस में एक इंटरमीडिएरी है. बाकी सब इंटरमीडिएरीज हैं, बट ही इज अ जेन्युइन इंटरमीडिएरी, क्योंकि ये स्किल डेवलपमेंट मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से जैसलमेर में है. आपका नाम क्या हुआ? दीपक शर्मा. हाँ दीपक जी, आपने बहुत अच्छा प्रश्न पूछा. बैठिए बैठिए. तो देखिए, अभी हम दिल्ली जाके किसी को बोलेंगे ना कि हम गए थे वहां और वो म्यूजिक स्टूडियो मांग रहे थे, तो लोग हमारे पर हंसेंगे. वो बोलेंगे कि म्यूजिक स्टूडियो क्या है, ये कोई एमटीवी चल रहा है क्या, वी चैनल का कोई रिकॉर्डिंग चल रहा है, किस चीज के लिए चाहिए. लेकिन आपका जो डिमांड है, दैट्स अ वेरी वेरी जेन्युइन एंड नीडेड डिमांड. जो हमारे आर्टिस्ट भी हैं, इनका जो फीडबैक आया है कि हमको कल्चरल म्यूजियम चाहिए, एक ग्रुप ने कहा कि उनको म्यूजिक स्टूडियो चाहिए, एंड 2 of them asked for museums. Now देखिए, म्यूजियम में वेयर इज द प्रॉब्लम. आई थिंक गवर्नमेंट, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ माइनॉरिटी अफेयर्स, मैं अपनी तरफ से आपको बोल सकता हूँ, जैसे आप किसी पॉलिटिकल सभा में जाते, कुछ मांगते हैं, तो फिर पॉलिटिशियन हाँ बोल देता है, तो फिर आप तालियां बजाएंगे. उसी तरह ब्यूरोक्रेट्स भी कभी पॉलिटिशियंस बन जाते हैं, और अभी हम आपको बोल देंगे कि हाँ हमने 2 म्यूजियम सैंक्शन कर दिए, 2 स्टूडियो कर. बट पता है क्या होगा? कर देंगे हम, पैसा हम दे देंगे, डिस्ट्रिक्ट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन को दे देंगे, वो बिल्डिंग बना लेंगे, और 5 साल के बाद जब हम रिटायर होके देखने आएंगे, वो खाली होंगे. तो अगर हमको रिकॉर्डिंग स्टूडियो चाहिए, अगर हमको कलाकार म्यूजियम चाहिए, देन वी हैव टू थिंक थ्रू द होल थिंग, राइट फ्रॉम बिगनिंग टू एंड. नॉट जस्ट कि एक बिल्डिंग बन गई. बिल्डिंग्स हम लोगों ने बहुत बनाई हैं गवर्नमेंट में. आप फील्ड में जाइए, आपको बिल्डिंग्स बहुत मिलेंगी. वी हैव टू थिंक एंड टू एंड कि ये कैसे, एक टाइम पीरियड है हमारा 2 साल, ये बिल्डिंग बनेगी, इसमें ये चीजें होंगी, ये डिस्प्लेज होंगे, ये अवेलेबल है. आप बता रहे हैं कि इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स हैं, वो इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स वाकई विलेज में हैं, ये सब पहले आपको करना पड़ेगा, प्लान करना पड़ेगा. और स्टूडियो अगर देने की बात है, तो वी आर रेडी टू गिव अ स्टूडियो, बट इट हैज टू बी अ कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव प्रपोजल. और अब तक गवर्नमेंट में ये हमारे यहाँ एक तरह से ना तो अंडरस्टैंडिंग है. मान लीजिए आप एक अच्छा प्रपोजल भी बना के दे देते, कंप्लीट प्रपोजल, और मैं अपने जाके असिस्टेंट को दूंगा, तो वो तो उनको तो समझ में भी नहीं आएगा. वो तो बोलेंगे कि इसमें कोई स्टैंडर्ड रेट नहीं, ये मिक्सर है, ये है, क्या है. तो हमारे यहाँ भी एक सोचने का तरीका फिर हम लोग को अलग करना पड़ेगा. तो मेन पॉइंट है कि जो हम बताना चाह रहे हैं कि अगर हम इस तरह के इनोवेटिव चीजें करना चाह रहे हैं, और ये बहुत ही डूएबल है जहां तक फंडिंग की बात है, पर जो इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में प्रॉब्लम आती है, जो हम लोग अच्छे से प्लान नहीं करते, उसके कारण ये व्हाइट एलिफेंट्स रह जाते हैं. बट आप कुछ बोलना चाह रहे हैं? हाँ, लेट हिम रिस्पॉन्ड.
already been working in this segment. So वो सारा मतलब well prepared proposal है, and it has been discussed with the collector also. और जो funding and all those का part भी है वो ministry ने already उनका एक funding है.
कौन सी मिनिस्ट्री?
Ministry of Skill Development उनका एक project चलता है संकल्प.
अच्छा.
So aspirational district के लिए there is a budget of 2 crore.
Jaisalmer is an aspirational district.
And they have like they themselves already asked us to make proposals of 2 crores. So we have submitted those and
Okay. तो हम अभी आपको as a politician assurance दे देते हैं. स्किल मिनिस्ट्री के सेक्रेटरी भी हमारे बैचमेट हैं. तो हम उनको जाके बता देंगे कि ये कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव प्रपोजल है. और हम बोल देंगे कि हम देख के भी आए हैं, कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव है, आप उसको सैंक्शन कर दीजिए. हम प्रयास करेंगे.
थैंक यू.
ठीक है ना? थैंक यू.
Any other comments?
Hello. Sir, here I have a comment, I mean, about Deepak's point as well as artist लोग जो feedback दिए हैं. 2-3 चीज बहुत important है. एक है, देखिए handicraft में product है जो actually physically somebody can see. लेकिन performing art में monetizing performing art digitally is a very difficult case. It's a real problem. Second important point is Deepak ने बोला about the recording studio. नेक मोहम्मद जी बोला एक resource center and a studio. Resource center actually to be managed by the communities. जहां पे बाहर से आदमी आएगा, वो म्यूजियम देखेगा, वहां पे रह भी सकते हैं, लेकिन वो चलाएगा कम्युनिटी. और रिकॉर्डिंग स्टूडियो जो होगा, because the best of artists in Langa communities are living in Barnawa. तो वहां पे उनका आर्टिस्ट का राइट्स उनका पास रहेगा. राजस्थान में हम जब काम चालू किए थे, हमने देखा पद्मश्री अनवार खान मांगनियार का पास भी उनका रिकॉर्डेड एल्बम का कॉपी भी नहीं है. फॉरगेट देयर राइट्स. तो इसीलिए उस टाइम 292 सॉन्ग्स वी हैव फील्ड रिकॉर्डेड और सभी लोग का पास उनका रिकॉर्डेड सॉन्ग्स का कॉपी है. सो आर्टिस्ट राइट्स इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. सो रिकॉर्डिंग स्टूडियो एट दीपक्स एफर्ट does not necessarily ensure the artist's rights. So that's a very, very important point. So इन्होंने रिकॉर्डिंग नहीं चाहते हैं. रिकॉर्डिंग बहुत लोग किए हैं. जोधपुर में बहुत सारे रिकॉर्डिंग हो चुका है, लेकिन उसमें इनका राइट नहीं है. So it is not a question of recording studio. It's a question of ensuring their right so that benefit when it comes, it must come to them. I think that's a very important point. So I'll come to it, sir. So second important part is the legal right. And also, legal right, before I wanted to also mention, वो जो resource center है, जो resource center मान लीजिए यहाँ पे, the elderly artist, now Nek Mohammed and Kalunath ji are here. वहाँ पे मुल्तान जी का बेटा है, लेकिन मुल्तान जी, नेक जी, इला बहुत senior आदमी है. How many times at this age they do not get much of programs outside, but इनका पास knowledge है. लेकिन जब artist लोग वहाँ पे, जब tourist लोग जाएंगे, तब actually they can listen from, they can experience the music and the stories and the lifestyle from them. That will engage the elderly and also the disabled persons for the income. I think that's a very, very important person even in managing. Because everybody cannot move. Today, Dev and other Shawai, they are in position to move out everywhere. But no international program now will call Nek Muhammad. Ye reality hai. Although everybody knows Nek is the guru, but nobody will call Nek Muhammad. Nek Muhammad को अभी बाहर जाने का मौका नहीं मिलेगा. लेकिन उनका वहां पे ये एक अपॉर्चुनिटी है. सो एक रिसोर्स सेंटर, और ये कोई थियोरेटिकल फ्रेम नहीं है. बंगाल में हम करीबन 18 रिसोर्स सेंटर बना के कम्युनिटी को दे दिया है. कम्युनिटी वो खादी ने बनाया है, एंड रिसोर्स द सॉफ्ट कंपोनेंट वी हैव ट्रेन्ड देम, एंड देयर इट्स entirely community driven, and the benefit goes to them. So I think that's where even your ministry can actually come in very well, because they, if they set up that, it will be managed by them. The capacity building will be the responsibility of the community where the intermediary can play the role. But intermediary cannot own it.
In the
I think
interest
that's
of
a
time,
very-
I think
I think that's a very important point that a social enterprise must ensure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. One last comment.
No point. I agree with what he's saying. I mean, it's a very nuanced argument. Nuance का मतलब थोड़ा हमको डीपली सोचना पड़ता है जो आप बात बता रहे हैं कि एक फिजिकल स्ट्रक्चर है जहां आप रिकॉर्डिंग कर सकते हैं और उस रिकॉर्डिंग का एक रिपोजिटरी रहे जिस पर आपका राइट रहे, जिस पर आपका लीगल राइट रहे, वो अलग इशू है. तो मैं आपसे बिल्कुल सहमत हूं. आप कुछ
I'll go back to all the panelists for one comment for a minute. Yeah.
Okay, so in this context, actually, again, I don't think, there are short-term solutions. You can ask for this here, there will be a sensible, responsive officer and things get sanctioned. But that's again not the policy solution and that's not the institutional solution. And in that context, I feel that what we, again need to lobby for and create a movement for is something which is more flexible, which allows someone to ask for a resource center, someone for a studio, and tomorrow if you go to a third location, you will find something else. So, something like an open fund that can be accessed with, of course, norms and protocols in place, that will be the policy solution. And at decentralized level, why should a file go to Delhi for, sanction? I mean, that's something completely unacceptable. So that kind of change one should ask for, something that's broad-based, something that's flexible, allows for diverse kind of interventions, and at a faster speed and at a local level.
So localization, which we had also discussed yesterday.
It's not only
And,
localization.
yeah.
It's something
of the whole process. I'm
it's
saying
something-
localization of the whole process.
Yeah. It's something which is more accountable, which is more flexible, and which is, you have been talking of voice. Now, voice comes not only by a consultation. Voice comes with power, no? Since actually yesterday, I did not hear even once about power. Power equations determine who the voice has. And if that has to change, it's a very different kind of change one is asking for.
Yeah. No,
Thank
that's
you.
why today we touched the point of inclusion and gender. And Tullikaji, you have just a minute to reflect with a last comment.
Yeah, I
Would you
think,
like to add?
Well, I think definitely for policy making, inclusion is something that the government should do. They should involve people from different parts of society, different levels of society, and it should be more decentralized, depending on for whom things are being made. Their sort of thought processes need to be also heard. Yeah.
Thank you. And then before we invite our students to stage their skit, I think Sneha has something to say. Yeah.
It was an interesting session, very insightful session, because policy, as we know, involves different stakeholders. And in this forum, we have representatives from all these groups. We have academicians, we have civil society representatives who can very well be tagged as ethical intermediaries. We have government level planners. So this discussion is actually a way forward to take policy to be inclusive and field informed. I just have one more announcement to make. We discussed about performing artists. Here we also have some handicraft artists with us. Bhavarlal Prajapat and Ramesh Mundal, Dari artists from Salawas. And Mahinder Kumar and Paras from Patodi. And I will now like to invite on stage Dr. Sankalp Pratap to felicitate the guest speakers with little tokens of appreciation.
And yeah,
yes,
we are looking for technology to send something via WhatsApp.
I'm very grateful.
Technology for innovation.
Can I just thank you all for one thing? I think it's a wonderful gesture that हमारे साथ जो हमारे कलाकार हैं विभिन्न जो देहाती क्षेत्रों से आए हैं आप लोगों ने उनको आमंत्रित किया और आई थिंक दिस इज़ द फर्स्ट टाइम किसी एक फोरम में हम देख रहे हैं कि जिनके बारे में हम सोच रहे हैं, प्लानिंग कर रहे हैं, बातचीत कर रहे हैं, वो खुद भी एक तरह से नॉट पूरी तरह से बट एक तरह से उसमें भी उन्होंने भाग लिया। उसके लिए मैं आपको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद दूंगा। और विशेष रूप से जो हमारे आर्टिस्ट हैं जिन्होंने अपना समय निकाला यहाँ आने के लिए, उनको भी मैं सह दिल से धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा।
Now there will be skits presented by students of IIT Jodhpur, and for that matter, I will leave the mic to Dr. Sankalp Pratap, who will be coordinating the session. Thank you.
इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में हम लोगों ने एक एक्सपेरिमेंट किया है हमारे स्टूडेंट्स के इन्वॉल्वमेंट का। सो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स लास्ट 3-4 दिनों में मल्टीपल विजिट्स उन्होंने किया है सिटी का, और जिन तरीके के आर्ट, क्राफ्ट एंड परफॉर्मेंसेस की हम बात कर रहे हैं, उन सब चीज़ों को हमारे स्टूडेंट्स फील्ड में जाके इंगेज करके डायलॉग एंड खुद देख के आने का उनको मौका लगा है। तो उसके बेसिस पे सर्टेन आउटपुट आया है जो वो आपके साथ आपको प्रेजेंट करना चाहते हैं। देयर इज अ स्किट, एक स्किट है, डॉक्यूमेंट्री है, कुछ पोइट्री है जो कि अगले सेशन में आएंगी। इसमें हम सबसे पहले शुरू करेंगे एक स्किट, एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री से। और ये डॉक्यूमेंट्री हमारे स्टूडेंट्स श्यामव्रता रॉय, PhD स्टूडेंट ऑफ स्कूल ऑफ लिबरल आर्ट्स, संगमेश्वर केमिकल डिपार्टमेंट, धीरज इलेक्ट्रिकल, उदित केमिकल, कमल सिविल डिपार्टमेंट, आर्यन सिविल डिपार्टमेंट, प्रिंस राज केमिकल डिपार्टमेंट, निसर्ज इलेक्ट्रिकल डिपार्टमेंट एंड रोहित केमिकल डिपार्टमेंट, इन सब स्टूडेंट्स ने मिलके लिटरली हंड्रेड्स ऑफ आवर्स ऑफ फुटेज को एडिट करके आपके सामने 6.5 मिनट की एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री है जो वो प्रेजेंट करेंगे। सो शामो, प्लीज।
मैं शेयर कर देता हूँ, यूट्यूब में हो जाए, यूट्यूब में दिखा सकते हैं। हाँ, यूट्यूब में दिखा सकते हैं। हाँ, बिल्कुल।
Hi, my name is Shamabruta Rai. I'm a second year PhD student at the School of Liberal Arts. Now I'm going to be sharing the product that we have come up with our fantastic team. So this is the documentary that we have made. First of all, I would like all of you to see it, and then I will speak to you for a little while after it ends. Hope you like it.
अगर आपको भी देखना है द रियल इनक्रेडिबल इंडिया, तो पधारो मारो देश, पधारो।
इसको पीछे ले, पीछे ले, पीछे ले।
राइट सब
अगर आपको भी देखना है द रियल इनक्रेडिबल इंडिया, तो पधारो मारो देश, पधारो राजस्थान।
Here you can see the students start off on their journey to engage in the citizen research project by interviewing various artisans.
मेरा नाम अब्दुल रहमान है और ये ब्लॉक प्रिंटिंग का काम करते हैं हम। ब्लॉक प्रिंटिंग गांव से आई हुई है, ये छोटे छोटे गांव के अंदर हमारे किस्ते की है जो गांव में खेती करते थे, उसमें सब्जियां वगैरह खराब हो जाती थी, उससे फिर कलर बनाया, उससे फिर कपड़े के ऊपर प्रिंट लेके आए, उसके बाद में हम सिटी में आए।
मेरा नाम इरशाद मुगल है और मैं लाख की चूड़ी बनाता हूँ। हमारा ये खानदानी काम है, कुछ टन जो बनाते आए हैं।
मेरा नाम जाकिर हुसैन है और मैं बागवान आर्टिसन हूँ।
मेरा नाम सैयद अख्तर है, मैं जाकिर हुसैन की बॉर्न आर्टिस्ट हूँ।
मेरा नाम महक मामले, लाख की चूड़ी बनाती हूँ।
मेरा नाम आदिल हुसैन है
और हम गति नगर रहते हैं।
तो आप पहले तो गांव में रहते थे, तो सब जगह खराब हो जाती थी, तो उनका तो आप कलर बना लेते थे और उसी से आपका काम शुरू हुआ था। बट यहाँ आने के बाद आपने काम को कंटिन्यू कैसे करा? कलर का कैसे कुछ करते थे आप?
यहाँ पे आए थे कि पहले शुरू में आए थे सिटी के अंदर, जब वो सब्जियों को खराब करके फिर कलर बनाया जाता था। अब उसके अंदर तो अब काफ़ी चीज़ें हो गई है कि भाई वैज्ञानिक वगैरह भी कलर वगैरह बनाने, कलर तैयार आने लग गए हैं। तो फिर हम अब रेडी लाते हैं, रेडी से प्रिंट करते हैं। घून चाहिए, मट्टी चाहिए और जोड़े के फूल वगैरह होते हैं वो चाहिए, मट्टी चाहिए। तो सबसे ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम ये आती है मट्टी की। मट्टी आती है, खूब सारी आती है, उसको रहने के लिए जगह चाहिए। अब वो कपड़े के ऊपर मट्टी प्रिंट होता है तो फिर वापस उतरता भी है वो, तो उसको भी वापस फेंकने के लिए जगह चाहिए। काम भी है, प्रेम भी है, लेकिन इसमें काम से निकलने का एक ही मकसद है भाई, लोगों के उसकी मजदूरी नहीं मिल रही है बरोबर।
मजदूरी नहीं,
मेहनत करते हैं ना, इतनी कॉस्ट नहीं मिल रही है
क्योंकि मार्केट में कंपटीशन आ गया तो रेटें कम हो गया।
और जैसे जादू पेंट और अगर नेचुरल कलर पेंट के अंदर बहुत मेहनत होती है और मेहनत भी लगती है और प्लस खर्चा भी आता है, तो उसका फिर वो चार्ज नहीं मिलेगा तो फिर वो आदमी बाहर निकलेगा उस धंधे से।
मेरा नाम मोहम्मद अली है, मैं ब्लॉक प्रिंट का कारीगर हूँ।
तो जैसे पैसों की दिक्कत है, मतलब आपने माल बेच दिया और आपको माल खरीदने के लिए पैसा नहीं मिला।
काफी ऐसा होता है जो काफी लोग ऑर्डर दे देते हैं लेकिन नहीं भी आते हैं, उनका माइंड चेंज हो जाता है, तो फिर वो काफी टाइम तक हमारा माल पड़ा भी रहता है।
और जैसे साइकिलें भी चलती होगी ना, मैंने आपको जैसे आज माल दिया, आप 1 महीने बाद में दोगे।
काफी सारे ऐसे भी होते हैं जो बिल टू बिल चलते हैं, जैसे एक बार माल दे दिया, दूसरा माल आएगा तो आगे वाले का पेमेंट होगा, तीसरी बार जाएगा तो सेकंड वाले का पेमेंट होगा।
ठीक है,
ऐसे साइकिल में चलता रहता है।
ट्रेंड भी कम हो रहा है, लोग कम चाह रहे लाख की चूड़ी को, तो
सिवाय राजपूत के अलावा
तो आपकी इसी इच्छा करके और भी मैं कोई दूसरा बिजनेस
दूसरा भी कम्युनिटी में चाहता हूँ कि पहनना चाहिए इस चीज को।
आगे वाली आपको अगर अभी ऐसे मान के चले, आगे वाली जनरेशन आपको लगता है करके लाख की चूड़ी में और ज्यादा होगा, फिर चलेगी आपको?
हाँ, कभी कभी लगता भी है।
अच्छा, बट
कभी कभी लगता भी है कि हो जाएगा, कभी कभी लगता है कि नहीं भी होगा, दोनों ही ऑप्शन।
लिमिटेड लोग ही पहनने वाले हैं या फिर राजपूत लोग रहते हैं, तो ऑनलाइन सेल करके भी आपको लगता है फायदा होगा? कैसे क्या
ऑनलाइन में सेल होती है, पर एक चीज आप जैसे मैंने ये चीज बनाई तो मेरी डिजाइन दूसरा कॉपी कर सकता है। कंपटीशन इतना है कि मैं मेरी दुकान में क्या, पड़ोस में क्या, मेरे को कुछ नहीं पता।
हाँ।
अगर उसकी पड़ोस में देख लेंगे वही डिजाइन वो बना देंगे, जो मैं 50 में बेच रहा हूँ वो 25 में बेच रहा हूँ, खराब हो जाता है।
मेरा नाम बहुलाल प्रजापति है, मेरा गांव सालावास से। मैं दरी बनाने का कारीगर हूँ, दरी बनाता हूँ। मेरे पूर्वज पहले दरी बनाते थे, वो उसके भेड़ के ऊन के, बकरी के बाल के, ऊँट के बाल के पहले बनाते, वो भी करने लगे। उसके बाद में दरी के अपोजिट और कोई आगे दरी, सस्ती दरी जो मशीनों से बनती है, तो हमारा काम धीरे धीरे करके बंद होने लगे और एक समय ऐसा है पूरा बंद हो गया। उसमें हमको मजदूरी भी नहीं मिलती, खाने का भी कम पड़ने लगे। फिर हम कोई दूसरे काम में लगे कि अपना कल्ला है उसको बंद मत करो, उसको चलाओ। तो कैसे चलाओ? हमको मार्केट कौन देगा? हम छोटे छोटे प्रोडक्ट बनाओ।
ये दरी जैसे बनती थी वही है, लेकिन हम चीजें अलग अलग बना रहे हैं।
बनाने की कला वही है,
हाँ,
सेम प्रोसेस है।
हाँ,
लेकिन उसमें चीज छोटी बन रही है, इसमें कुछ चेंज करते हैं
कुछ। तो क्या वो इस बिजनेस में है आपके साथ में?
मेरा बच्चा है।
अच्छा, तो क्या वो इसे कंटिन्यू करना चाहेंगे या फिर अभी?
अभी तो कर रहा है, आगे क्या हो वो तो आगे
कुछ
जाके।
बता
हाँ, पहले 5 साल पहले था।
हाँ।
और उससे अब 50% 60% फर्क है।
कोई भी क्राफ्ट ले लो, कोई भी आइटम लो, सब मशीन से हो रहा है और ऐसे आर्टिजन के लिए हमारे लिए प्रॉब्लम आ रही है क्योंकि ग्राहक को वो आर्ट नहीं देखते हैं। अपने इंडिया में इतने है नहीं इतने आर्टिजन, सिर्फ फॉरेन वाले हैं वो समझते हैं तो एक्सपोर्ट में पैसा।
शुरू कीजिए।
नमस्कार खमागणी, मैं नेक मोहम्मद लंगा, गांव पोस्ट बड़नवा जागी, तहसील कटपदरा, जिला आजकल बालोतरा लगने लग गया है बाड़ी में से। हमारा लोकगीत गाने का पारंपरिक काम है। आजकल की दुनिया के लिए कुछ बदल के गाना पड़ता है, ऑडियंस को खुश रखना पड़ता है। ये हमारे नज़रों में पता चल जाता है कौन क्या सुनना चाहता है, गजल कवाली ठुमरी जो भी है। और हमारा लोग पारंपरिक जो संगीत है वो लोकगीत पे। और हमारे भारत में भी बहुत सारे गुणी लोग हैं जो हमें यही शिक्षा देते हैं कि आपका जो लोक संगीत है वो मत छोड़ना। इतना सारी बता।
और हमारी जो वेशभूषा है, राजस्थान की जो वेशभूषा है, जो साफा है, पगड़ी है, जैसा ये हमारी वेशभूषा है, जैसे पहले हमारे दादा परदादा जो पहनते थे उसी आधार पे हमको बहुत पसंद करते हैं। और अभी नया जो गाना आ रहा है नए नए के, उसमें हम जैसा डिमांड हो उसी तरह का हम म्यूजिक उनको देते हैं।
तो आपने क्या संगीत के जो यंत्र है वो भी आपने चेंज किए लोगों के हिसाब से कुछ नया ला के?
वो शब्द थोड़े सा
चेंज किए
और थोड़ा राग।
हाँ,
थोड़ा
जैसे कुर्ता कहते थे उनको चोला बोला है, छोटा सा
चेंज करके फिर
यानी कि जैसा ऑडियंस को अच्छा लगे।
अच्छा।
खमागणी।
Thank you so much for paying attention. All of this that you just saw has been conceptualized, shot, hours and hours worth of footage, edited on sleepless nights on the editing table, and presented in front of you within a total span of 3 days. And the entire editing has been done last night. So I don't know, I would really have loved to see my fellow brothers over here, but I don't see them. So it's just a huge amount of work that has been undertaken, sleepless nights. So I understand. Yes. Yeah. Yes, I'm coming to that, Professor. Yeah. Coming to that, I understand that there were a few audio issues, so I will just summarize the different kinds of attitudes that we have tried to showcase when it comes to entrepreneurship. You saw that someone is a single mother who imparted her skills to the son, while someone else has found a solution to their problems, while someone else is still finding on uncharted territories. Here, we leave it open to the audience to think if this is a possible intervention for entrepreneurship or if this is a separate paradigm of attitude in itself. So on that note, I would like to conclude, and I would like to thank everyone, especially the artists who gave us their valuable time to us. And I leave it on this note to make you think that what should be the step forward. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
थैंक्स सम्यो। सो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स गली कूचों में लास्ट 3-4 दिन में घूम रहे हैं और उसका एक और रूप, उस आउटपुट का एक स्किट परफॉर्म किया जाएगा अभी। उसकी जो टीम है, उस टीम में हमारे डिफरेंट डिपार्टमेंट्स के अगेन स्टूडेंट्स हैं। मैं जस्ट आपको उनका नाम बताना चाहूँगा। चिराग, विशाल और दिव्यांशु स्कूल ऑफ मैनेजमेंट से, सूरज श्रीवास्तव पीएचडी स्टूडेंट हमारे स्कूल ऑफ मैनेजमेंट से, तिरुपति एंड करण बीटेक स्टूडेंट्स हैं, और कात्यायनी मास्टर्स इन मेडिकल टेक्नोलॉजी। ये हमारा एक प्रोग्राम है आईआईटी और एम्स का जॉइंट प्रोग्राम। सो स्किट टीम, कम टेक द स्टेज।
speak English over here?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yeah.
I'm the guide, ma'am.
All right. So basically, I'm traveling for the first time, and I'm all alone, and I did any booking previously. And can you just show me like the local sites around?
Yeah, ma'am. I am the best guide here.
Okay. All right.
I want to take to best places.
All right.
There is a historical location, a Merangar, Umed Bhavan, and two Ringi Jalri. And
so-
many much
Okay,
much
but
places.
those seem like forts and stuff like
yes,
that.
ma'am, yes, ma'am,
Yeah,
yes, ma'am.
that's not my cup of tea. I've read all about it
ma'am,
on
it's very
Google.
good.
No, I want to interact with people. I want to see the real stuff. No, that's not my cup of tea. Is there anyone else that might, help me out? So, like, where should I talk to? Can you help?
I can take you to the heritage walk to the city,
Okay.
where you can see the culture,
All right.
people, shops. You can see the exact culture of the Jodhpur city. Do
Okay,
you
yeah,
want to go there?
that sounds interesting. That's exactly what I want to do. I don't want to see all the Bollywoody stuff. I want to meet with real people.
Okay. So
Yeah.
this walk will cost you 3,000 rupees.
All right,
what do you want to
3,000 rupees. All right. Okay, fine. It's getting hot, so all right. Okay, we can begin. You can take me to
We
this
can
good side.
go this way.
All
okay?
right, sure.
Come with me. This is the Ghantaghar of the city. This is the middle of the city. You can take some picture.
It's really beautiful, really pretty.
Now we go to the streets.
I'm feeling a little hungry. Is there some like local food that I can
Yes,
enjoy?
we'll go there.
Okay,
Go there. First,
sure.
we'll see the city.
Oh wow, it's also blue. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. There's a lot of garbage and like dog feces for
Sorry
some
for that,
reason.
sorry for that. We'll-
It's all so beautiful. Can you take a picture of me?
Yeah. I'll take.
Sure. Thanks.
It's beautiful picture.
Yeah, oh my, there are a lot of dogs. Okay, for some reason, I don't know why. Okay.
Do you want to know why this is so blue?
Yeah, that's interesting. That's for the first time I'm seeing. Can you tell me about this?
Okay, so in ancient times, we use this technique to make the houses cool.
Okay.
So we use limestone, we mix it with indigo, and then we paint houses for this because there is a hot weather here.
Okay.
So we use this for making the houses cool.
Wow, interesting. So like it's an ancient technique.
Yeah.
Wow, that's really cool.
So
That's
now
really cool.
we'll go to a snacks shop. So where you can go and eat
Yeah,
some
that
kachori.
sounds interesting. What's kachori?
Kachori is a type of snacks.
Okay.
You come with me.
जोधपुर की famous कचौरी है, famous कचौरी.
What is he saying? What is he saying?
He's selling the kachoris. He's selling the kachoris.
Okay.
It will cost you rupees 100 only.
100.
Yeah.
He said 100.
Yeah.
Okay.
100.
Okay. Okay. You can buy one for me.
Yeah, तो कचौरी दो. Yellow 20. Ma'am, you can have it.
Okay. I'll just take a bite. My goodness, that's too hot for me.
Do you want water?
Yeah, I'd like some. Yeah, that's too hot for me. Do you guys really eat this much chili in Jodhpur?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
This is our tradition.
Oh, God. Okay. Fine. Thanks. All right. Okay, that's too much for me. I'm going to have a tough time in the morning.
It's okay. You will feel okay after this. Now
Yeah.
we'll go to a street shop
All right.
where you can find clothes and mats, carpets.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. In fact, I'd like to buy a rug for my home. So
Okay.
something light that I can carry. Yeah.
We'll go this way.
Sure.
भैया carpet दिखाओ. He's our guest.
अरे चोरा लारे लाके पियो रे.
Wow, really interesting.
ये देखियो.
What intricate work. That's so beautiful.
Handicraft. जोधपुर हाथ नहीं बनी, हाथ नहीं. Handicraft.
Handicraft.
He's telling.
समझाना रे.
He's telling this is made by the artisan by hand.
Oh,
so this is
interesting.
handicraft.
Really pretty.
They have made with really big efforts.
Oh, wow. Nice.
This
okay.
requires too much effort.
Wow, nice.
Okay.
And how
Do
much?
you want to buy?
Yeah, how much?
How much?
15,000 बोल दीजिए 30%
ज़्यादा नहीं बोल रहे. 15,000.
15,000.
Yeah.
No, man. There's no way I'm paying 15,000 for this. No. There's no way.
Poor people.
No. There's no way that I'm paying 15,000. It's too simple. No. No. There's no way. No, you have
10,000.
No, you haven't. No,
10,000.
you have literally
But
written.
he's my friend.
No, it's no bargain sign over there, and then
He's
you're
my
giving
friend.
me. No,
You
there's
are
no.
my cash flow.
You know what? What was your name? I forgot.
My name is Rishi.
Rishi, thank you for everything. Here's your 3,000. Please let me go. No, there's no way.
ऐसे रोज हमें तो मजा ही आवे। खाना मजा आता हमारे तो कहीं हो। अरे क्या नाम है नाम?
Too hot for me. It's so sunny over here. Some water, maybe. Goodness. Oh, this seems interesting. Hey, brother. Can you give me one glass of orange juice? Orange juice? You're selling that. This stuff. Orange fruit that you peel, you make a juice out of it. I know. It's orange juice. Goodness, orange juice and say, you're selling that. You're exactly selling the same stuff.
मैडम जूस मांगे संतरे लो।
अरे है बोलो ना। हाँ।
Thanks, man. Thanks.
50 रुपया।
He's asking for 50 rupees only.
50 rupees?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Here, please. Wow, this is really fresh.
आओ जो मैडम जी ना आओ।
Namaste. Yeah. Do you work with him? Do you work here?
Of course not. I'm a tour guide.
Oh, you're a tour guide.
My name is Kabir.
Okay, Kabir. But actually, I had a guided tour of the city in the morning, and that was not what I was expecting. Like, he was taking me to random shops, and I don't know, that guy was making a fool out of me.
Yeah, I know. I think you have got a thug guide again, and you're looking so tired as well.
Yeah, he took me through really, really crazy stuff. It was pathetic, really. I did not have a pleasant experience at all. I don't know if I'm gonna come back here again.
Wouldn't you mind if I ask you for an opportunity to take a tour of Jodhpur from my side?
You know what? You helped me out over there, and you seem like a nice guy.
Thank you.
So you can take my number, and today I'm really tired, so maybe tomorrow morning we can start the tour. But I'm only here for one more day.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
I will charge you only 2,500 for 3 hours.
Oh, is that a fixed rate? Okay.
But there's a catch.
Yeah, okay, what
I will
is it?
charge 1 hour per hour after that.
Okay, that's all right. No problem. I'll see you tomorrow in the morning.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Kapil. Bye-bye.
Bye. Hey again.
Hi, good morning.
I would like you to take to the Badla work. You know what about Badla work?
No, that's so beautiful. Such an intricate work.
Yeah, basically it is an embroidery art form.
Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't know that. It's so, how old, can you tell me more about this art form?
Almost 800 years old.
800 years old?
Yeah.
Wow, that's astonishing. It's so beautiful, so intricate work. Wow, that's really nice. And can you show me more of cultural stuff, some local arts and stuff like that?
I got that. Would you like to see the art form of Jodhpur?
Yeah,
the famous
sure.
art form.
Yes, please.
So let me take you to the Umed Heritage Art School.
Oh, okay, that's Umed. I've heard this word before.
Yeah. Have you visited the Umed Bhavan?
Yes, I have.
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, the art from that has it combined from here.
Okay, and what kind of art forms do they teach?
Here you will find the coat paintings.
Okay, and can you tell me more of such art forms?
Here you will find the coat painting,
the
Kadishkari, and the Mandana kind of paintings.
Mandana.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Can I also learn from here?
Yeah, if you want to learn, you can learn.
Oh, that's great. Okay.
I will tell you very feasible range.
Oh, that's good. That sounds interesting.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'd like to go for some shopping now. Buy some funky stuff. And this place seems filled with buzz.
Yeah.
But
so let me take you to the Chand Bawdi place.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Oh, this.
Urji ka jhalra.
Oh, right. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting stuff.
Would you like to buy something?
Yes. Like I was talking.
Take you to the Juti place. You know what about Juti?
No, I don't.
Jodhpuri Juti is very famous in India.
Oh, what is Juti?
Juti is kind of a shoe.
Okay, I'd like
Let
to
me
see
take you
some
to
local shoes. Yes.
Kaka.
Interesting.
Madam, Juti dikhao, madam.
नमस्ते मैडम जी।
Namaste. It's so beautiful. I'd like to see this one.
ये लो, ये एकदम जोरदार जूती है। बस
Wow.
5,000 की।
How much
और
is
ये
it
लो
charging?
उससे जोरदार 10,000 की एकदम राजस्थानी पैटर्न
Wow, these are so beautiful. I think I'm going to stick with this one, this yellow one. Yeah, can you ask him?
ये बस 5,000 रही है
ये सपोज समझ रहा कि मैडम देख मैंने
अरे मैं सालों से बिजनेस करूं क्यों मैं ज्यादा लूला बाबा पैसा
यार फिर यहाँ करने लग गया मैम ध्यान है जब भी फिरंगी ले रहा हूँ तो यही करो
अरे यार क्यों मारे पेट पे लात मार
ना कहता ध्यान क्यों नहीं आप भारत में रहो भारत में कहीं हुआ अतिथि भगवान हुआ आप रहो
आप तो बराबर लो अतिथि के नाम पे मैं 4,000 में देने के लिए तैयार हूँ
यार सपोज मैंने ना बनाओ मैं जोधपुर आज में ठहरो ठीक है खाने देना 1500 में
नहीं यार तू भी हमारी
कमाई ना करो यार नहीं कमाई खाओ यार कितना ही बनाया था अरे लोग देख रही हैं करने लाज दो हर बार
ठीक है लो बस थोड़ी देर में लगा रहा हूँ है ना
हाँ हमारे लिए ठीक है
लो
गारंटी हमारी take this car
Oh wow, this. Oh, how much is this for?
only 1500
1,500.
Yeah.
From 5,000 he went to 1,500.
Yeah,
How did you do that?
basically whenever they see a new person they always try a large amount
Oh, okay, that's pretty smart.
yeah
So, yeah, but
you like that
yeah, I really like that. So thank you so much.
करवा दूँ ये
हाँ दे दो यहीं दे दो
Back.
और एक ये भी लेके जाओ यार ये भी बहुत जोरदार है
ठीक है नहीं ले ली बस एक घड़ी ले ली
Thank you.
पैसा तो दे दो यार
अरे दो तो
Just a second, like 1,500 you said.
ठीक है ले रहे
Thank you.
yeah you like
Thanks. Yeah, I really liked it. Hey Kabir, I really like your attitude.
Yeah,
like
thank you.
the way that you helped me out throughout the day. So why don't you teach that to the rest of your association, like the rest of the people that in your association, like guides, other people. Where did you learn that from?
basically I have learned all this thing from my father he was a famous guide of Jodhpur and he also established the tourism system in Jodhpur as well
Oh wow, so you know what? I really look forward to working with you because I feel like if you teach all of this stuff to other people in your association, it'll be really helpful. Your mannerisms become different, they keep on changing, and it'll be a good chance for you to update yourself.
yeah I will think on that but by the way what do you do
So I'm a research scholar and I work on various kind of tourism systems. So I'm working on developing a portal where you can get connected with customers directly, and you can also learn how to handle different kinds of customers from different kind of places.
I think it's gonna be burden for me to work with you. Basically, nice to meet you. What a man.
You too, Kabir. You too, Kabir.
Thank you.
I'll come back here again.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. And the inspiration for all of this came from Deepak Parashar ji, and if they are in the हमारे गाइड बंधु उनके साथ हम लोग लास्ट 3 दिन से काम कर रहे हैं. थैंक यू. आपसे और वार्तालाप होगी. थैंक यू. We can now move on to the next session at 4 p.m. Yeah, bit of a hurry, but we'll manage.
So it was a lovely session, I'm sure. Quite a break from all the talking, the serious interactions that have been going on for the past 2 days. Now we will be moving on to the last and final session for this conference. It's Citizens, Entrepreneurship and Research. So the title of the conference is Citizens, Entrepreneurship, Research, Data Analytics to Support Entrepreneurship, Research, Policy and Practice. So citizens research and entrepreneurship happens to be the theoretical paradigm of this entire conference. And the interesting part is we all have been talking about how entrepreneurship is adding to social value. This session is key towards making entrepreneurship inclusive because it talks about the different ways in which citizens can be engaged to the cause of entrepreneurship. So we all know that if entrepreneurship or any venture for that matter is imposed, it loses its sustainability. If we can actually optimally utilize local resource by local community, then only we can have a sustainable framework which will not just add economic value, but immense social value and also improve the socioeconomic prospects of the grassroots practitioners. So the session is dedicated to unveil the concept of citizens entrepreneurship, drawing from a recent global research project of the Regional Studies Association UK and led by the University of Essex, involving partners from Germany, India, and Poland. This session will actually showcase ways of conceptualizing citizen engagement in inclusive entrepreneurship manners, and how they can be involved in designing and conducting research with a view to generate a base for addressing SDG goals, Sustainable Development Goals, at the local level through entrepreneurial activism in partnership with the government and the private sector. So in this session, we have as speakers the Regional Studies Citizens Entrepreneurship Network in UK, Poland, Germany, India. The speakers include Ms. Daniela Karl, Deputy Chief Executive, Regional Studies Association, UK. She will be joining us virtually in the session. Mr. Giles Stofield, Director, the Cultural Engine, CIC, UK. Professor Simon Taylor, University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa, and Dr. Madhura Dotto, Director, Contact Base. And the chair session will be facilitated by Professor J. Mitro, Professor of Business Enterprise and Innovation, University of Essex. So ladies and gentlemen, I invite on stage Professor J. Mitro and Dr. Madhura Dotto, and the rest of the speakers will be joining us virtually. So here's to an insightful session, the concluding session, and okay, actually we see that's why they're leaving the hall. And hopefully there will be a little delay for the session and we will be starting ASAP as the audience returns and the speakers are in full vigor. So this announcement is for the online speakers. Ma'am, sir, we will be starting off the session in about 5 to 7 minutes. So please be patient and wait for the session. Thank you.
वेट कीजिए साइमन टेलर हाँ हाँ वो आ गए बोले
Hello, Miss Daniela Karl, can you hear us?
I can.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So we'll just request you to wait for another 5 minutes as we start off with the session.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
And this is for Dr. Simon Taylor. Sir, can you hear us?
Perfectly. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir. Thank you. The same request for you too. Please wait for another 5 minutes and we'll be starting off with the session. Thank you. Hello. Yeah. Welcome back after the tea break. I'm sure it was a much needed break. So hopefully we are all in our full vigor for the last and final session for the conference. So as I have already announced, but I'd like to repeat it once. This session is titled Citizens Entrepreneurship, Research, Data Analytics to support entrepreneurship, research, policy, and practice. The entire focus of this session will be how to involve citizens in innovative and optimal ways to make the entrepreneurial ecosystem, or rather entrepreneurial initiatives, sustainable and community-led. It will also focus on how local resources can be optimally used by local community to create value for the grassroots. So this entire theoretical paradigm is actually emanates from the work of a recent global research project of the Regional Studies Association UK and led by University of Essex, involving partners from Germany, India, and Poland. For the session, we have the speakers as Ms. Daniela Karl, Deputy Chief Executive, Regional Studies Association UK. She will be joining us virtually. She has already joined us virtually. Professor Simon Taylor, University of KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. Dr. Madhura Datta, Director, Contact Base. And the session will be chaired by none other than Professor J. Mitro, Professor of Business Enterprise and Innovation, Essex Business School. So ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the final session. And from here, I'm sure Professor Mitro will take up the session. Thank you.
Thank you, Sneha, and for that introduction. This is going to be an interesting session. We've got two lonely figures on the stage, polarized, hopefully not polarized opposites, a seemingly depleted audience, probably because tea was served in between conversations. And hopefully others will join us. So my apologies to our international delegates. I'm sorry for the delay because the previous session overran and there was a lot of illuminating conversations. So I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. And hopefully we will have an interesting discussion. I want to start off by thanking the young gentleman there. I'm so sorry, I've forgotten your name. Yes, you. Shampruto Rai. Okay, thank you, because I think you made probably the most profound statement in the entire conference. This is not out of disrespect for everything that was said during the different sessions. There were a lot of wonderful things that were said, but you made a profound statement in that the title of the conference and what you guys presented raised the question of whether this should be considered to be a paradigm shift, because we have talked very blandly and freely about the concept of entrepreneurship. We've talked very, very freely and about social movements, but haven't really considered whether that actually represents a shift in the way we think, in the way we do, in the way we practice things, or in the way we conceptualize things. So thank you very much for putting that in just at the right moment. And of course, I wish to thank the artists and the musicians for their, not only their pleas to the Secretary of the Department of Minority Affairs for more studios and more museums. That was not the point. And I'm sure he's going to set up several of them within the next few weeks. But that was not the point. But the point was that that was an articulation of felt need. And if you are going to be being serious about citizens, and if you're going to be serious about adopting a new way of thinking, a paradigm shift, then we've got to be serious about what their pleas and articulations are actually about. And that is why this last session of this particular conference represents, in my view, a potential paradigm shift. We hope to be addressing that point in the best way possible. So, citizen entrepreneurship. Let me try and explain very briefly before I bring the speakers in. and what we have been trying to do with this project. It's a global research project which involves the UK, Germany, Poland, India, and South Africa. And we have asked the question about what constitutes this paradigm shift in entrepreneurship, and why should citizens be engaged? When we look at the term entrepreneurship, there are several kinds of entrepreneurship, and we tend to sort of move in between each of them in a kind of manner which represents our lack of understanding of the subject. We have business entrepreneurship, we have social entrepreneurship, we have public entrepreneurship, in other words, entrepreneurship driven by governments, and there are plenty of examples of that. The United States of America, which is supposed to be the bastion and capital of the free world, probably has the most pronounced efforts of public entrepreneurship, state-led entrepreneurship that you can find in the world, almost comparable to what China has in terms of its state-led entrepreneurial activities. And apart from that, you have community-led entrepreneurship. Now, in each of these different kinds of entrepreneurship represents a situation either in the marketplace or in society for a particular need. By and large, businesses are driven by profit. By and large, social enterprises are driven by the need to serve a community interest or a problem that exists in that society. Public entrepreneurship generally tends to represent an attempt to address market failure or systemic failure, and therefore an intervention to do something like making a strategic choice about a technology, setting up a pump priming company, and then floating it out into the private arena. And community-led entrepreneurship is again quite often the result of market or systemic failure, because essentially what that is doing is saying that as a community, we will take interest in something that is falling apart. It could be a local music hall, it could be a local theater, it could be a local restaurant which serves the community but cannot finance itself anymore, and the community comes in to take an active interest in making that happen. All of these forms of enterprise are valid. There may be question marks about it. And with citizen entrepreneurship, we are not asking questions about whether any of these types of entrepreneurship are valid or not. We are neither are we pretending to create yet another form of entrepreneurship, which we call citizen entrepreneurship. Rather, what we are talking about is how do we engage citizens to be more involved in business, in public, in social, in community entrepreneurship. Why? The reason for that is very simple. If there's one thing common, and I know the Secretary referred to sweet spots, and which is true, the connections that he made between the global economy and the Indian economy, all of these are very important points. Irrespective of the state of economies around the world, we are seeing a certain kind of fragmentation that is occurring all around our societies as a result of climate change, structural change, deep-rooted poverty, entrenched poverty, which is finding itself very difficult to in a sense, be relieved of, and probably going to be deepened further by climate change and poverty and other forms of changes that are occurring. Deep concentrations of wealth in the hands of a few people. These are meta-level problems amongst many others. Unequal income distribution across different countries. These are deep-seated problems that runs right across the entire globe. And they affect the lives of ordinary people. We talked a lot about technology without necessarily referring to the fact that the way technology is advancing today suggests an even bitter set of inequalities than ever before. And this suggests that there is something that needs to be done, which can be regarded as a paradigm shift if you want to make change happen. And the only way that change can happen is if we have citizens involved in addressing those changes, those meta-level changes, not in the UN, not in the in lobbying the parliaments of different countries, but at the ground level in terms of activities that they can engage in at their local level. So our concern over here is, does this make any sense? How can we engage citizens in addressing these meta-level problems? They cannot do it by themselves, even if they are motivated to doing so. They can do that in conjunction with these different types of businesses, with government agencies, and with other institutions. That could be universities, that could be schools, etc. I'll give you one small example in a small town in Market Harborough in the UK, which spawned a major initiative on environmental change. Do you know who started that? The entire initiative was started as a result of a schools project addressing the needs of environmental pollution and climate change, resulted in parents getting involved with the kids and the teachers to develop initiatives beyond what they could study in school, and including one parent who had connections with the Masai Mara in Kenya and connecting the school children with the projects over there so that they could have interchange, they could do visits, etc., and then grow the whole range of business and social enterprises in that entire community, getting involved in developing technologies, in products and practices, etc., to enable change that relates to the environment. A meta-level issue being addressed at the local level. In Stockholm, where we did that part of that research, difficult to imagine in a rich city like Stockholm that there is a poor district. There is a poor district where there are people who have real problems paying for their energy, which comes from the national grid. And the way they could address that particular issue was because one particular citizen in that district happened to come across the supercomputing farm, which was located in that district, which was wasting an enormous amount of energy. You know, supercomputing farms, which handles all our cloud data, etc., consume and emit a lot of energy. This was all going to waste. And because this company was located in that district, in that community, the idea was to harness some of that waste energy and convert that to local energy supply. But that was not enough. The citizens actually got involved in the designing of the strategy for how that would work, where it would work, how many homes could be heated up, etc. But that spawned a whole load of other interests. Where does the rubbish go? Can we use some of those energy facilities to remove the rubbish from overground to underground sewage systems? It started off, it spawned yet another project, for example, which was about transportation. These poor people found it tough to get onto public transport or pay for public transport, or had to walk several miles to get onto public transport. So they decided that they would pool in money as part of a carpooling system to buy the cheapest of electric cars, 2 or 3 of them, to be shared across that entire community on a rotating basis. And each of them was designed, the idea was generated, the product designed, and the facility designed and enabled by the students, by the citizens, supported by the local community and the local government. And there are many other examples. I think Simon will tell you later on about the fisheries, urban aquaphonic fisheries project in Durban, in KwaZulu-Natal province in South Africa. And we found several other schemes about which I don't want to go into right now, otherwise I'll hog the whole show. But this is just to give you an illustration of how citizens can be involved, not necessarily starting their own enterprise. That's not the objective. You cannot expect the prevalence rate of people actually starting an enterprise today, right across the globe, varies between 8 to 15%. Now, does that mean that either 92% or 85% of the people are not entrepreneurial? Of course, they are entrepreneurial in the truest Schumpeterian sense, in terms of identifying opportunity where there might be a problem, mobilizing resources individually or collectively, organizing creating an organization with which to implement that opportunity, and then obtaining the support of agencies, government, etc., to make that happen. Now, 8 to 15% of any community anywhere in the world is a very small minority, but equally sizable in terms of what it actually does. But the rest cannot be discarded. You cannot expect suddenly, just because you will have a policy on startups, on innovation, on entrepreneurship, or whatever it might be, that suddenly the 85% will all become entrepreneurs. This is a stupid notion. Nowhere in the world has any kind of entrepreneurship policy or any policy designed to support entrepreneurship necessarily created more and more entrepreneurs. We have in the UK probably one of the smartest policies on entrepreneurship in terms of implementation. And indeed, in the areas in which the government has taken a strategic choice, life sciences, new media, computing science, they're doing extremely well at a proportionate level compared to globally. But that does not mean that the majority of the population are all going to become entrepreneurs. Quite often, it's the same group of people who are starting their new enterprises all over again. But the point over here is that you cannot discard citizens from the social, the environmental, the structural issues that affect their lives and keep divorced from the companies and the businesses and the social enterprises that are located in the region. So that's how we have looked at, how we have structured the idea of citizen entrepreneurship. How can citizens become engaged in entrepreneurship without necessarily starting an enterprise? So I'm very thankful to where has she disappeared? Daniela, are you there? Right, Daniela Karl, she's the Deputy Chief Executive of the RSA, which is the Regional Studies Association, which studies economic and social development in regions right across the world. It's the kind of umbrella organization, mainly involving academics, but also working with a whole range of other initiatives. So I'm going to start with you, Daniela. If you could say just a few words about the RSA and why is the RSA interested in supporting initiatives which involve citizens.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation, first of all, and greetings from the currently sunny England. Long may it last. Thank you for inviting us. So the RSA is a global network, and we work with, as you said, academics and policymakers, but also planners, mainly on regional research, development and policy. Our members are in academia, mainly in different disciplines. We're interdisciplinary, and globally we're currently in 80 countries. Our work is concerned with regional development, as you said, and particularly economic development. So we support a number of research projects focusing on aspects related to regional economic development, and your research network is one of them. And we work with in regards to the citizen entrepreneurship. There was also a project we worked with the European Commission, because they have quite expressed interest on this topic in the past. So there is not just from our end, but also within Europe, there's interest in this area.
That we may have, particularly if you can make connections with other projects. Sorry. Oops, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you fine.
I just get carried away, whether or not there's a microphone to facilitate me. I'll bring you in on other questions that we may have. We have here with us also, of course, Madhura Datta from Banglanotak. Banglanotak is the exemplar organization that we have chosen, we're working with in India, which genuinely involves citizens, not just in terms of making them entrepreneurs, but in actually designing or working around the kind of issues that they are most concerned with in their lives. Because it would have been impossible, in my view, for Bangla Natak to have made many of these artisans and craftspeople and musicians improve their livelihoods, improve their habitat, if the only concern was how to record their music, publicize their music, demonstrate their music. But the way they have done that is extremely interesting. So, Madhura, could I ask you to explain a little bit about Bangla Natak's efforts in engaging with artisan citizens and how that has enabled their own development, their ability to address issues which are around climate change, literacy, poverty, whatever it might be?
To address that, I will just like to define citizens, because when I was first asked to present on citizen entrepreneurship, I was myself, that was 2 years back, and that was also a question in my mind, that who are these citizens that we are talking about? So the rural population in India is the majority, and the intervention that Bangla Natak has, which started in 2004, looking at the enterprise development in the traditional handicraft and performing sector, there what is important to understand, and that happened through very grassroots, intimate participatory research, is that the citizens are the village people who live in a village where the entire community practices a certain art form or a craft form traditionally. So it's a cohesive community of citizens of that area where they have the traditional skill, the wisdom, the history, the culture, the traditional market, and the understanding of its evolution. So the human and the social capital already exist, but we don't know it or term it as human and social capital. So looking at that, and for addressing the issue of severe poverty, we addressed the problem by first doing a participatory research that is going into the community and understanding what they need, what the issue was, why they were not practicing something that they were so good at, how that could be revived. So which means that community became a part of the process of the project strategy and implementation, or the intervention. It is a long process. It is not a short process, but it is a complex process. But that is a very important process that we went through to understand how to bring the communities into the creative entrepreneurship that they are in today. And that led us to design the model, which was initially called Art for Livelihood. When it started, it was capacity building, it was direct market linkage, it was looking at the basic needs. But then there were offshoots of cultural tourism, there were offshoots of community museum and things like that, which evolved through the process. And that was a logical evolution of what was required in the community, and an understanding of what the community needs and what the community will own and want. So, and then identifying the community leadership and the champions to actually own it and sustain it in the long run. This has happened over a period of 15 years, but it was a very important process. And today there are villages in Bengal which are fully sustainable, where the average size of the clusters are 4,000, 5,000 artists who have become successful entrepreneurs. They have the infrastructure, they have the resource centers, they have the direct market linkage, and that has led to empowerment of the community, their voices, the women's empowerment, child education, sanitation, and all these things have come in. So then we have started calling it Art for Life, because what it has really changed is their lifestyle and their well-being overall. So that has been the process in short. If you want me to give an example, I can. Okay, so I'll give an example of a cluster where we have the Kantha embroiders, and it was a cluster which was not known at all. There were no one practicing that. It's a Muslim community. The women practiced Kantha at home for their own use. So there was a woman who had the enterprising quality and she wanted to do something. Her name is Tajkira. She's very famous today. If you just Google her, you will find lots of media coverage, reports, write-ups, blogs about her. So we started with her, building her capacity and giving her the, the, the the kind of knowledge, exposure, and linkage that she needed. And she leveraged that beautifully. She leveraged that so well that she became a very successful entrepreneur. And what she did was she brought the other women of the villages forward to become entrepreneurs. So, and our process has been to evaluate the interventions at several levels. We do it phase-wise for our internal understanding, research, and re-strategizing and moving forward. So initially, we knew that Tajkira was working with 600 women in that village and provided livelihood to 600 women with her business. But very recently, not very recently, in 2020 beginning, when I went to her village and I was talking to her, I said, you work with 600 women. She said, no, 300. So then I was like, what happened to the rest of the 300? Did your business go down or do you have lesser orders? He said, no, the rest 300 had become smaller entrepreneurs. So they are giving work and livelihood to many more people in the village. And it has created a kind of women empowerment there for young women also who are single women, and the women who are sending now their girl child to school, which did not happen before. So they have, because they have the economic empowerment, they have the social empowerment and the voice to actually contribute towards their own development and their own societal development. So there are several case studies like this now, but that's one I wanted to share.
There are a few statements that you have made there, which are the kernel of what we are trying to talk about and discuss here. Extremely important statements. Art for livelihood and then art for life. This transition, this conversion, I call this a transition from economics to society. A concern with the livelihood of artisans of different types and their livelihoods was not enough. It's not enough to change the social environment or the economic environment. Indeed, the economics cannot survive without changes in societal patterns and the ways in which people do things. So that transition from economics to society, I think, was probably a key pattern of change that you had recognized in Bangladesh. Instrumental in that process was also recognition of the two types of capital that you referred to, human capital and social capital. By and large, when we talk about entrepreneurship, whether it's business entrepreneurship or social entrepreneurship, the reference is generally made to human capital, people's skills, people's knowledge, people's ability to do things, and leveraging financial capital. The only resource that we think of generally is financial capital, with which to support human capital to start an enterprise. Very rarely do we actually think of the social capital, which actually exists outside the individual or the immediate team starting the enterprise. Human capital is owned by you and me as individuals. Financial capital is what we draw from outside for ourselves, for our benefit, for the benefit of our enterprise. Social capital does not exist within an individual. Social capital exists within the network. And if you are not leveraged into that network, then you do not have social capital. And without that social capital, as most entrepreneurs would say, business, social, any kind of entrepreneur would say, they are unable to obtain legitimacy of their practice and indeed further resourcing of their enterprise, whatever that means. Who provides that legitimacy? that legitimacy is not only provided by fellow entrepreneurs, but by the citizens and the community which these enterprises serve. Because all enterprises seek legitimacy, either social or political legitimacy of one kind, and at the same time, a kind of cognitive legitimacy in that people recognizing that they have a purpose in their society. So this transition from the economics, from livelihood to life, art for livelihood to art for life, is, I think, a pretty unique way of making the case of why it matters so much, why citizens matter so much. Thank you very much for that. We will discuss a bit more of these things later on. Can I turn, Giles is missing, our guy from the UK who's running a very, very interesting citizen entrepreneurship project involving diaspora groups. Where have you disappeared? Into the ether. He's not even there. He hasn't connected, I presume. No. Okay. Simon, all the way from South Africa. I know, Simon, you are at University of KwaZulu-Natal. You've been one of the eminent professors there, and you're also engaged in a whole number of community initiatives and projects involving citizens. And I'm particularly interested in how that transpires in the South African context and what made the university act as a catalyst for engaging with citizens to promote social change and development. Can you say a few words about what you have been doing? Are you with us? We can't hear you, Simon.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon and welcome. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, fine. Did you hear my question?
Yes, I heard. So I've been involved in this project for 6 years. So one of the key aspects, can you hear me okay? So good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me all right? So I've been involved. So we involved in citizenship, entrepreneurship for 6 years. And we run a citizen project with involving about 30 to 40 enterprises, social enterprises. And these are based throughout the province of KwaZulu-Natal. For this year, I've included 2 other universities in KwaZulu-Natal, which are also working with citizens in their citizenship projects. But part of our initiative is that we've been struggling with stakeholders to fund our projects. So I've been working with a student to develop a social performance framework. So we've developed a social performance framework which can be used with social entrepreneurs to raise funding, because the first question when you go to the stakeholders is, what social impact do you have? So this has been quite an important development in terms of engagement with stakeholders, particularly business, particularly government. So if we can show that the social enterprise impact is positive, then that will access the avenue, open the doors for our development. But even more important is the social mission of each social enterprise. What is the social mission and what impact does that have? And what are the social metrics that you're going to use to measure your social mission? So we've spoken a lot in this conference about social entrepreneurship, but we haven't really thought about how we're going to measure the impact of our social enterprises, which is very important. So this research that's been done, so I used the social entrepreneurs to collect the data. So they're very engaging with the student to collect the data. And one of the key aspects is that social entrepreneurs are not aware of how to measure their social impact. So they don't know what effect or impact they're having on society, which is very important. So this research was very interesting, was conducted by a person who is a refugee from Ethiopia. So my engagement, holistic approach to bring people in from different parts of the world to work in our university. So this was very important development in engaging people from other countries and learning about social entrepreneurship within the South African context. So I have a number of projects, for example, in aquaponics, where citizens came forward and said, look, we're facing climate problems, we can't produce food, we're facing poverty, facing unemployment, and through developing an aquaponics project in which they engaged with the university to build a system, that has become an eye-opener in terms of government and bringing people in to develop problems and social issues which face the community.
Can you tell us briefly what the aquaponics project is actually about? We get the idea of what you're doing, but what exactly is the social framework for? So, what is the aquaponics project about? Can you tell us a little bit?
So the aquaponics project or the social performance framework? Okay, so the social, so what we do with our social entrepreneurs, the first thing we do is in terms of their mission, what is the social mission? So this links to the the Sustainable Development Goals. Is it access to clean water, sanitation, education, affordable housing, agriculture, capacity building, cultural protection. So the first thing to do is identify the social mission. What is the social mission? And then what are the activities that they're going to undertake to fulfill the social mission? So that could be capacity building, infrastructure development, etc.
Sorry,
what we did
Simon.
was through the students, we developed social metrics. So if we divided that into 5 groups, human factors, environmental, community, culture, and education. And if we look, for example, under environmental, I have a social entrepreneur where there's no refuge removal from the area. So he sets up a community engagement to remove refuge from the area. And that's we're measuring the social metrics in terms of volumes of waste, etc., removed. So that's the kind of framework. So I think the social performance framework could be used in a number of countries, especially in the developing world, like in India. So I think there's a lot of opportunity in India to use the social performance framework. But what was important from the research was that social enterprises had no clue about measuring the impact that they have.
That's an interesting point. So what you were saying is that social enterprises do not know what social impact that they can have, and therefore you've created a framework to help them address that deficit. But I'm interested in a specific application. So you mentioned, I'll go back again to the aquaponics project. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Because I remember hearing about that when I was with you in Durban.
Okay, thank you for that. So, so one of the, so for example, let's take the aquaponics project. So we built the aquaponics project, and then the community want to expand the project. But when we approached banks and funders, they said the first question they asked is, okay, what is the social impact that this project is having? How many people how many jobs have you created? How have you alleviated poverty? So that's why we decided I got the student to do this research so that now we can approach, for example, financial institutions to support these projects, because what we found is that banks and only are looking at the financial aspect. They're not looking at the non-financial aspect of these projects.
Okay, thank you. Daniela, could I come to you briefly, if I may? Can you relate what we are talking about, particularly in relation to engagement of citizens, engagement of the wider community, measuring impact, social impact? Can you identify any other projects that the RSA has sponsored, which perhaps address these kind of issues broadly?
That's a very good question. Off the top of my head, I cannot come up with a specific example because we just have too many. I mean, you are the research network that works on this. I'm not aware of any individual projects where this has been the case.
Okay.
As I said, the European Union has been quite involved in outreach work and integrating citizens into their projects, and we have been involved in a way in this. But yeah, not a specific project at the moment.
Okay, so you heard it from the RSA that we are unique.
There is a need for it. Yes, absolutely.
Okay, let me turn to Madhura then. Madhura, one of the things that we were talking about earlier was it's one thing enabling certain aspects to develop, move from the interests of people purely in terms of their vocation or their art forms through to engaging them in terms of developing their livelihoods and their way of living and their understanding of their social capital within that cohesive community. This is very good, but sometimes what is missing from a lot of projects and programs is the need for appropriate evaluation. And by evaluation, I don't mean what happens at the end of a project, but evaluation all the way through the lifeline of the project. Can you tell us about how you have perhaps looked at that? Because I know you have done that, but perhaps for the sake of the audience.
Yeah. So I think in any, working in this sector for more than 20 years now, I would like to first say that this is a very difficult scenario for social development practitioners to actually tell others what the impact has been and what indicators have been used and how we are measuring it. And it has been a continuous so it is a complex process, and it is a part of developing the indicators to measure. So in our case, as I said, because we start with certain research, not to tell an external agency or an external organization what a baseline is, but even before that, for us to understand what is required or what is necessary. And when that is clear in a project, what becomes clear is what we should measure on an immediate basis. That is, what is the output and what is the immediate impact that we may see if we do it in a certain way. Beyond that, there are more formal evaluations that we have had to go through because we work on funding, and that is an important part of the process. And when it comes to funds from different organizations and the way different organizations look at the what development is and what the development indicators are, it has again been a process of understanding their language, their terminology, to make them understand what we mean by impact. So it's kind of a continuous negotiation between the actual agenda in the field and what is needed, and sort of translating that into indicators for the more standardized frameworks to understand what the impact is. I think this has been a process. This is a process. The other important thing is that once we have the international indicators framework, which is there for sustainable development goals, there we have been over time, we have been able to organize the indicators, and broadly they are the economic indicators, social indicators, and environmental indicators. These three have been very important in the economic indicators, obviously the income and the livelihood, but the standard of living and the kind of life standards, lifestyles that they have done for themselves, the way their village has developed overall. A village where there was no sanitation, there is sanitation. A village where children did not go to school, goes to school. A village where cleanliness was an issue is an extremely clean and an organized village. So these kinds of things. And the social empowerment, as I talked about the example of Tajkira, there are several examples like this where women's voice, women's empowerment, the fact that they were always at the back of the industry and now they are forefronting the industry, they are the face of those enterprises. So those kinds of social indicators come in. And then the environmental indicators were always there, but now they are becoming more important because of the whole climate change sustainability issues. And there, the indicators that really come in a very fundamental way are the fact that these are local economies based on local resources and using traditional processes which are low energy. So they are almost carbon-free enterprises. And looking at that as a carbon-free enterprise for the market today is extremely important, because that is what the market is missing when they are looking at the cost and the development of the traditional industries. Also, the administration, there needs to be more advocacy as to what is a sustainable economy or a local economy.
So, I mean, you think you're making a particularly important point over here when it comes to evaluation, and that is a lot of evaluation is carried out by governments or funding bodies based on criteria that they have, a priori criteria for what is supposed to be right or what is supposed to be wrong, and what is supposed to be good, what is supposed to be effective. What you are saying is that there is another way of measuring it, and that is measurement that is designed by the activists, by the citizens, by the artisans, by the project participants. And mixing the two is the real challenge in terms of measuring goals, because you can have a lot of evaluation of programs and projects done by agencies, done by governments, which may have very little to do with the outcomes that the citizens themselves want from their projects. And therefore, enabling them to design the measures at the same time as they're pursuing the projects is key to development programs. Would that be a
I
correct
think to
assumption?
some extent that that mediation is necessary, although it is like a part of the process and very integral to that. And that is what we have been doing. So yes, that is an important point. And the other thing is also, we have seen this, that a lot of times when external evaluations are done, they, at a lot of levels, they are not relevant to what was exactly happening and what was exactly expected. And I think that is very important to understand. And for understanding that, understanding what the project was about and why that was taken up, the rationale, is also very important. So if the evaluator doesn't understand that, then it's a problem.
Sure.
Yes, that is very important. And I will also like to add that Bangla Natak has had the opportunity of doing social audit projects for government. And those have been extremely important at the panchayat level. We've done it for midday meal, for NREGA, and they have been completely research oriented, but social audit projects where the community has been involved to look at the impact of government programs. So yes, it is very nuanced.
That's very interesting. Simon, very briefly, you mentioned that you have developed a new policy framework for social enterprises. To what extent were the people involved in the social enterprises, people actually working in them, or people actually who were the beneficiaries of social enterprise activities? To what extent were they involved in designing your policy framework? Were they involved at all, or was it entirely academic-led? I didn't know South Africa was so far away.
So we used the group that we used were actually our actual champions. So our social entrepreneurs going back to 2010. So they were invited to be part of the project. So they were actively engaged with developing their framework. So this took over about a year. So it was over a year that we collected this information. So they were active. So we had focus groups and we had interviews. So through the focus groups, they contributed to the development of the indicators. Because there were two benefits they saw. Firstly was the performance of the enterprise, and secondly, to enable the stakeholders to understand what was going on. So this is very much a citizens' input initiative where I think we've developed something at the grassroots level which can really make an impact. Because when you look at the SDIs and other evaluation tools used, it's from the funder or government perspective coming down. So it's a top-down approach. This is a bottom-up approach. So we're working from a grassroots up, so which is very important.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I think in the interest of time, I'm going to sort of wind things down a little bit. I know we started late, but we don't want to end late either. So I think there are several lessons that we have picked up already from whatever has been said. I'm so sorry that Giles Tofield could not participate for whatever reason it was from the UK, probably because of even further distance of some description, digital distance, I mean. But the importance of recognizing the value of social capital, number one. The importance of recognizing that engagement of citizens with entrepreneurs does not mean that all citizens should become entrepreneurs. That would be fallacious. That would be problematic. And therefore, if governments or local or regional or national were to intervene at any level in terms of making entrepreneurship have an impact and making entrepreneurship genuinely become a social movement, then it has to enable companies, public agencies, research institutions, education training institutions to have a much stronger involvement in the design of projects, in the creation first of new projects, in the measures that would be used to evaluate what happens within these projects, the content itself of the projects, and ultimately the evaluation of the outcomes rather than just the outputs of a project. So that is a huge challenge, but it's not a challenge that is insurmountable if there was a decision to allow this kind of activity to be coordinated at the local level rather than at very central national levels. At the national level, there could be an interest in coordinating all of this effort, but the fact that that could happen, and therefore each region or each locality could, in a sense, effectively design multiple ways in which change could be affected through entrepreneurship is one of the outcomes that we are realizing from today. The other area in which I think policy potentially could make an intervention in supporting citizen entrepreneurship is by looking at what is actually needed in a particular region. And quite often we find enabling tools to support the development and further, if you like, valorization of social capital, the use of social capital, the value of social capital, to capture that and enable that to happen, whether that be the panchayat level, whether that be at the district level, whether that be even at the local community level. How can these networks be enabled? How can financing, for example, initiatives, not only necessarily look at individual firms or individual ventures, individual companies, but look at the way they network with each other and how that network itself could be facilitated through finance, which supports the entire network rather than individual organizations within it. So there are a number of challenges that are posed. I'm not sure which one is necessarily right or wrong, but I think they can be potentially experimented with and tried out. But it's up to different governments and different parts of the world to make that happen if they wish to make that happen. And I think finally, sort of, the need for developing a human development index, which is there already, alongside a social capital development index, could be instrumental in making this kind of change happen. But measurement is going to be absolutely critical. Measurement at the time of starting the project, in the middle of a project, and at the end of a project, not always at the end of the life of a project, when it's too late to measure things and effect change. The project has finished, the money has been used, there have been a clapping of hands and a beating of breasts, but not necessarily any productive outcome as a result of finding issues that could have been changed during the lifetime of a project. I wish to thank Madhura, I wish to thank Simon Taylor, I wish to thank Daniela, who unfortunately had to leave, but I won't thank Giles because he's not here. So for participating in this short initial kind of introduction to citizen entrepreneurship, and for you, the audience. I'm sorry I didn't have time for any questions, but maybe we can talk about it if you wish to discuss at a later point in time. Thanks very much. Thank you.
And we thank you for this beautiful session because it gave a theoretical paradigm to all whatever we have been discussing for the past 2 days. And it helped us, this session actually helped us to demystify the intricacies of certain words which we use quite commonsensically these days. Now I will invite on stage Dr. Sankalp Pratap to give the guests small tokens of appreciation. And then we will be moving on to student canvases. So students will be presenting certain canvases, and I'm sure Dr. Pratap will be coordinating the session. So now, Dr. Pratap, over to you.
जैसा कि हमने पिछली सेशन में भी बताया था, हमारे स्टूडेंट्स वेरियस फॉर्म्स ऑफ आउटपुट लेके आए हैं आपके सामने, डिराइव्ड फ्रॉम उनकी जो फील्ड विजिट्स हुई हैं लास्ट 3 दिन में। तो 3 दिनों के इंगेजमेंट वाइल डूइंग क्लासेस, अपीयरिंग फॉर टेस्ट, उसमें ही बहुत कुछ अगर निकल रहा है, तो इफ़ वी मेक दिस मूवमेंट, इट्स क्वाइट क्लियर कि बहुत कुछ और निकलेगा। सो आई विल इनवाइट अनुष्का and Smarnika of MTech Chemical Department to please come on stage with their canvas. So हम लोगों ने 3 different strands of citizens के साथ interaction किया है। पहला guides के साथ, और ये उस ग्रुप का आउटपुट है। दूसरा on the slopes of the blue city, उसको लेके डॉक्टर जितेश एक very quick 2 questions he will have with citizens who are here. So Dr. Jitesh, please come on this side, and then we'll have another canvas which is for the which would represent जो हम लोगों ने हमारे आर्टिसन बंधुओं से सुना था। So yeah, Anushka and Smarnika, the stage is yours.
Hello. Start. Okay, so this is our canvas. This is what we painted. So do you guys have like any idea what we were trying to show? You can go ahead and take any guesses. Yeah, sure. So in the center it says Incredible India, and we are depicting tourism. So that's what it says. And this is one idea at the top.
We expect from the audience if anyone would. Summer, no tourist. Rainy, less tourist. Winter, more tourist. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Okay. Any more guesses? Slightly close. Absolutely, ma'am. The
Pretty
second
close.
part depicts the same. Any guesses for the first part, which is over here?
Any more guesses? So if there are no guesses, we'll just tell it. This is what it's called Lapka. So this is the tourist guide. They are guiding a number of people, but then out in between these auto rickshaw guys, the bhaiyas, they come in and they try to snatch those tourists and they offer their services at a pretty lower price. So this is Lapka, and this is the seasonal variation in the economy, as ma'am said, for the tourists.
तो कोई बोल सकता है ऐसे ऑटो वाला, जैसे भी हम सिटी में जाते हैं या फिर कहीं भी जाते हैं तो जनरली टूरिस्ट गाइड तो होते ही हैं, पर मोस्टली क्या होता है, कोई लोकल ऑटो वाले होते हैं, फिर वो लोग ट्राई करते हैं कि टूरिस्ट लोगों को गाइड करें। और इंडिया में हम लोग मोस्टली ट्राई करते हैं कि सस्ते में कैसे हो जाए, तो हम लोग ऑटो वालों को प्रेफर करते हैं। बट जनरली जो टूरिस्ट गाइड लोग होते हैं उनके पास ज़्यादा इन्फॉर्मेशन होता है। So this is what we have already tried to explain. Any other ideas? We were most welcome.
Yeah.
जी। यस यस।
पे ऐसा, हाँ, कई जगहों पे ऐसा हुआ है। जैसे भरतपुर सैंक्चुरी में रिक्शे वालों को ट्रेन किया है उन्होंने कि आप कैसे बताएंगे, आप ले जा सकते हैं, घुमा सकते हैं सैंक्चुरी में, और आप बता सकते हैं कि चिड़िया कहाँ से आई है, किस समय कहाँ से आती है, दिखा सकते हैं सब। काफ़ी अच्छे से वो बताते हैं सब कुछ। इसी तरह से 3 व्हीलर वालों के साथ भी हुआ है। तो जो फेनोमेनन आता है, जो ट्रेंड्स आते हैं, उसको लेके भी काम किया जा सकता है। इन एन इनऑर्गेनिक वे वी कैन नॉट चेंज थिंग्स कि अच्छा ये सही नहीं है, ये सही है। जो आता है उसको लेके उसके साथ काम करते हैं, है ना?
हाँ मैम जी।
अनुष्का, स्मरणिका, जरा बता दो कितना समय लगा, तुमने कब शुरू किया? जस्ट शेयर द प्रोसेस विद द
Today and within 2.5 hours we wrapped it up.
या कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए हमारे आईआईटी जोधपुर के स्टूडेंट्स ने जो फील्ड विजिट्स की थी अलग अलग क्लस्टर्स में, वन ऑफ द क्लस्टर्स वाज दैट दे स्पोक टू रेजिडेंट्स ऑफ जोधपुर विच वर लिविंग ऑन द slopes from Mehrangarh to Ghantagarh. So therefore, today we invited some of them to this place because students have spoken to them and captured their stories. So basically, since yesterday we have been talking about craft and art and entrepreneurship in those domains. In marketing, I come from School of Management and I understand business more than art and craft. So in marketing, we have something called as culturally defined goods. And since yesterday we have been talking about one major issue that artisans face or any kind of art faces, that how to monetize and also have, I would say, a good livelihood, a decent livelihood. So today I have with me 2 citizens of Jodhpur, which is antithetical to what we have discussed so far. They have made fortunes in the culturally defined goods category. So therefore, I will introduce them first and put some questions to them and try to gain their perspective of how do you have been able to monetize and make fortune and make money in culturally defined goods. So because so far what we have seen is there are more often than not when we study art and craft, we find cases of exploitation and cases of livelihood not coming par with what a decent livelihood is or decent living is. So I have with me 2 gentlemen. The first one is Surajji Soni, who is a goldsmith. He's a sonar, and the art of making jewelry is inherited in his family. He lives and do business in the Blue City. So while what we see is that residents are shifting outside to the new city, sonars or the goldsmith in Jodhpur still resides in the Blue City, right? And the second gentleman that we have, so Surajji Soni, kindly clap for him, please. The second gentleman that we have is Mr. Ravi Lunkar, who is a 3rd generation Bengal businessman. Right? So therefore, and they are not artisans. So there's a disclaimer here very clearly that they're not artisans. They are businessmen. They are Marwadis, as we understand. Think of Bada Bazaar and the Saukar Pet, right? And we wanted to understand, while they have been stereotyped in many ways, we wanted to understand how do you make money? Very simple question that we had, right? And can artisans or other communities which have traditionally not been in entrepreneurial domain, can they learn something from them? So our students interviewed many such businessmen, and we were able to get few of them here today to talk with them. Right? So Ravi ji and Suraj ji will have certain questions for you and speak in Hindi, right? तो मेरा पहला सवाल ये है कि जिसे हम शहर कहते हैं, come again? Please. Yeah.
सर नमस्कार.
Yes, I have few questions for them. So इनमें कॉन्ट्रास्ट क्या है? कॉन्ट्रास्ट ये है कि जो पहले गोल्डस्मिथ हैं, his business and his residence are co-located. Right. So there is nothing like ये वेस्ट से आया है कि हम दिन भर ऑफिस जाएंगे, शाम को घर आएंगे. Right. तो इनकी दुनिया में घर और धंधा एक ही जगह पे है. It's co-located in the same space. The second, Ravi ji, this case is interesting. His case is interesting because he's a third generation Bengal businessman. 2 generations have lived in the Blue City. Even they were co-located, their business and residence. But recently they have shifted out of the city. But their business place is still in the Blue City. So he travels from the new city to the Blue City every day, does his daily business chores, and then go back. So we would like to understand, he can give that contrast, that what are his experiences of shifting outside. So my first question is to Ravi ji. आपका बचपन जो है शहर में रहा, ओल्ड सिटी, जिसे हम लोकल भाषा में शहर कहते हैं. हालांकि शहर यहाँ करवट तक पहुंच गया है, कोई कह रहा है कि करवट तक शहर आ गया है. तो द ओल्ड सिटी, द ब्लू सिटी, जिसमें आप रहे बचपन में, और आपने 4-5 साल पहले बाहर शिफ्ट कर दिया, बिजनेस आपका भी ब्लू सिटी में है, तो आपने क्या फर्क देखा अपनी दिनचर्या में, अपने काम करने के ढंग में? उसका कुछ अच्छा ही होगा, कुछ बुरा ही होगा. इफ यू कैन थ्रो सम लाइट ऑन दैट.
देखिए, हमारा जो व्यापार है, जो सिटी में है, इसका कारण है कि एक तो वहाँ पे कारीगर वहाँ सब आस-पास में हैं, वो ईज़िली रहते हैं. दूसरा मार्केट वहीं पे है और हम लोग जैसे फैमिली इंक्रीज़ बढ़ती रही तो हमको बाहर शिफ्ट होना ही था और धीरे-धीरे ये सारा अंदर का सिटी सर कॉमर्शियल हो रहा है. तो सारा जो हम लोग इसमें अपने वर्क में यूज़ कर रहे हैं, जो प्लेस हम पहले रेज़िडेंस रहते थे, वो अपने वर्क में यूज़ कर रहे हैं अपने गोडाउन्स के रूप में इसमें अपना और बिज़नेस भी इंक्रीज़ की हुआ है और और बिज़नेस बाहर शिफ्ट नहीं हो सकता क्योंकि पूरा अंदर सारा सेटअप वहीं है. इसलिए
आप ये कह रहे हैं कि जो भी आपके क्लाइंट्स हैं, कस्टमर्स हैं, वो अभी भी ओल्ड सिटी में आते हैं?
बिल्कुल आते हैं क्योंकि मार्केट वहीं पे
शिफ्ट करेंगे बाहर, लेट्स से सरदारपुर,
जी.
तो क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा बिजनेस?
नहीं, मेरा तो एक्चुअली मैन्युफैक्चरिंग और होलसेल बिजनेस है. तो मेरा जो मेनली मार्केट है, जो ऑल इंडिया में जैसे हम सप्लाई करते हैं, बैंगल्स का काम है मेरा, तो हमको वहाँ मार्केट में ही बैठना पड़ेगा क्योंकि वैसे आजकल तो ऑनलाइन सब हो गया है, व्हाट्सएप पे वगैरह काम होता है, लेकिन फिर भी हमारे को वहाँ मार्केट में बैठना ज़रूरी है. अलग बैठेंगे तो हमारा काम नहीं होगा और कारीगर हमको पास में चाहिए, जो ईज़िली रीच हमारे पास आ सकें. जी.
मेरा दूसरा सवाल सूरज जी सोनी से है, who is a goldsmith and is inherited the craft of jewelry making and lives still in the blue city in सोनारो का पास. तो मेरा सवाल आपसे ये है कि आपने देखा है कि ज्वेलरी डिजाइनिंग और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कैसे बदली है? बिकॉज आपका ये आई डोंट नो विच जनरेशन इज देयर अकाउंट या इट्स इनहेरिटेड फ्रॉम टाइम अननोन. कब से है ये?
बदलाव तो काफी आया ज्वेलरी के अंदर और जो ट्रेडिशनल ज्वेलरी थी, ठीक है ना, वो लुप्त होती चली जा रही है और उसके कारीगर भी अब बहुत कम रह गए. जो राजस्थान के ग्रामीण इलाकों में जो ज्वेलरी बनती थी आज से 150-200 साल, आज उस ज्वेलरी की कीमत भी खूब है. अब जो आजकल की जो मशीनरी की जो ज्वेलरी बन रही है उसकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं है. जो हैंड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग जो शहर के अंदर जो काम हो रहा है हैंड मैन्युफैक्चरिंग का, उसके कारीगर भी अब बहुत कम रह गए. जो मशीनरी युग के अंदर अब धीरे धीरे लुप्त होती जा रही है.
So because of the constraints of time, I think our students will continue to engage with you. इन्होंने आज मुझे बताया और इस वजह से कि जब इन्होंने आपका डॉक्यूमेंट्री देखा जो स्टूडेंट्स ने बनाया कि एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री तो सिर्फ सोनार पे बन सकता है कि गोल्डस्मिथ्स जोधपुर में कैसे काम करते हैं. और इनका भी ये इशू है कि जो ब्रांडिंग जो है ब्रांडेड ज्वेलरी हो गया बनवा इन्हीं लोगों से रहे हैं. सो दे आर इश्यूज इन देयर वैल्यू चेन अगेन विच नीड्स टू बी स्टडीड इन डेप्थ. सो हम आपसे एंगेज करते रहेंगे. Thank you for coming to IIT Jodhpur, and our students will continue and our faculty will continue to interact with you and try to understand in depth your problems and see if we can make any technological interventions or otherwise into making sure that the problems that you are facing could be resolved. Thank you for very much for coming.
Okay.
Thank you, Jitesh. Now we come to the last section. And here I'll invite Chirag of SME and Atharv of Bioengineering Department, who have collectively produced what is in front of you on the canvas. Come, Chirag. Atharv. और जाकिर भाई, मोहनलाल जी भाई, आप भी आइए, आपके ही इनपुट से आया है, प्लीज आप आइए इधर आए. So we have Master Artisans National Award winner artisans Zakir Bhai, Mohanlal ji Bhai from Bone and Horn and Mojri cluster. और भी लोग थे, वो लोग आ नहीं पाए, बट आइए. हाँ पिक्चर. तो हमारे स्टूडेंट्स गए थे और जाकिर भाई, मोहनलाल जी के भाई गए घर में. हम लोगों ने करीब करीब 10 घंटे, 5-5 घंटे आप लोगों के घर में, आपके नेक्स्ट जनरेशन के साथ हम लोगों ने बिताया. थैंक यू. मतलब बहुत बार बिता चुके हैं, इस बार फिर बिताया. और सारे बच्चे भी गए थे, करीब 20 बच्चे गए थे, उनको होस्ट करने के लिए थैंक यू. अब ये जो बना है, अब इसके बारे में थोड़ी वार्तालाप होगी. तो चिराग.
सबसे पहले आप सभी को नमस्ते, जय श्री कृष्णा. और ये में जो बनाया हमने कैनवास, तो वो सब जाकिर भाई और मोहम्मद भाई और कई आर्टिसन से हमने मिले, उनके नेक्स्ट जनरेशन आने वाली पीढ़ी से बात की, और उसका ये एक छोटा सा हमने एक स्वरूप डिजाइन किया, जिससे आप हो सके आपको समझने में थोड़ी सी मदद होगी. तो मैं ना समझाते हुए मैं चाहूंगा कि आप लोग बताइए आपको इस कैनवास से क्या लग रहा है, हम क्या समझाना चाह रहे हैं, आपको क्या समझ में आ रहा है. तो
और ये सारा डेटा जाकिर भाई, मोहनलाल जी भाई, लकी भाई, इन सब के घर से ही आया है ना.
हाँ, घर से ही आया है, उनके बच्चों से हमने बात की है, उनका पर्सपेक्टिव. हाँ बोलिए ना.
बिजनेस और जो उनकी जो बहुत अच्छा प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं, उनका सब कुछ है, फेम भी है, इनकम है, लेकिन जो नई पीढ़ी है वो नई अपॉर्चुनिटीज खोज रही है, विच यू आर सेइंग इज न्यू अपॉर्चुनिटी. दे डोंट वांट टू डू दैट थिंग, दे वांट टू डू समथिंग न्यू. वो तो आप जो पेड़ दिखा रहे हो तो बिल्कुल मतलब अभी उसमें ग्रोथ पे नहीं है, बहुत सारे रिस्क हैं, सब कुछ है, क्या होगा नहीं होगा, जो मेरी समझ में आ रहा है, मतलब ये चीज इसमें है.
ओके ओके, आपका भी काफी सही है. मतलब आप भी और अपना अलग अलग पर्सपेक्टिव, एक यही पिक्चर को देखने के कई अलग अलग दिशा हो सकती है, और आप अपना बताइए आपको कैसा क्या लग रहा है ये. सबको ये. हाँ.
Need more innovation to be there in terms of new knowledge to come in, and also include sustainability in that whole principle to ensure growth in business and newer opportunities.
बिल्कुल सही. जैसे हमने दरी जो बनाते उनसे हमने इंटरेक्ट किए, तो जैसे वो ट्रेडिशनली जब दरी बनाते थे, तो आज वो दरी नहीं बना रहे, उससे वो छोटे छोटे आइटम्स बना रहे जो शायद ज्यादा बिक सके और वो बिक भी रहे. अगर वो दरी पे टिके होते तो शायद हो सकता था वो कल्चर अभी तक के वो मतलब वो बिजनेस नहीं कर पाते. तो जो भी हम कल्चर हम डिबेट करें उसके अंदर कुछ इनोवेशन लाना जरूरी है, कुछ नया तरीका, ताकि आज के इकोसिस्टम में वो सस्टेन कर सके, है ना, वो विलुप्त ना हो जाए. और कोई कहना चाहेगा? आप कह रहे थे तो कुछ.
So the tree there, we can depict like it shows their family tree kind of stuff, where their generations are doing the same, taking forward that same craft. And it's in the new generation, it is getting, it will be getting extinct, because new generation don't want to carry forward those things because of many reasons. So somewhat similar to what Sir said.
यस, एनी मोर वहां पे और बहुत सारे कुछ एलिमेंट्स है, आप शायद कुछ और मिस आउट कर रहे हो. वो हिंट वहां पे वही है, पिक्चर में लिखा है, कुछ लेटर्स लिखे, आप गेस कीजिए उसमें.
I think
हाँ यस.
आई थिंक जो ट्री है, जो ओल्डर जनरेशन है, उसको रिप्रेजेंट कर रहा है कि उनके लिए जो उनका आर्ट फॉर्म था वो क्रिएटिविटी, उनके लिए उनका हेरिटेज था, उनका पैशन था.
और वो अपनी डिज़ाइन थिंकिंग को इन्वॉल्व करके प्रोडक्ट्स अपनी इनकम जनरेट कर रहे थे, जो उनके लिए सबसे बेसिक है। फिर वो क्वालिटी बना रहे थे और उससे कहीं न कहीं उन्हें फ़ेम मिल रहा था। तो दे वर सैटिस्फाइड विद व्हाट दे वर गेटिंग। फिर उसके बाद ये जो कल्चरल हेरिटेज है, उन्होंने पास किया अपनी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को। सो ये जो दूसरा ट्री है, वो उनका नेक्स्ट जनरेशन है। पर अब जो नई जनरेशन है, वो इस बिज़नेस में ग्रोथ चाहती है। वो कहती है कि हमें सिर्फ दे आर नॉट लाइक ये जो सब चीज़ें हैं, जो कल्चरल हेरिटेज उन्हें मिली है, ये सब उनके लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है, पर वो चाहती है कि अब ये चीज़ बड़ी हो, उसमें ग्रोथ आए और इसमें कहीं न कहीं वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी का कंपोनेंट ऐड कर रहे हैं। और ये जो उनको बाहर से जो नॉलेज मिल रही है, उससे ये चीज़ और अच्छे से ग्रो कर रही है। और कहीं न कहीं बाहर से जैसे आईआईटी है, बहुत सारी इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, जो न्यू अपॉर्च्युनिटीज़ ग्रांट कर रहे हैं। तो ये इन्हें ग्रो करने में हेल्प कर रही है। और जो क्वेश्चन मार्क है, जो मुझे लगता है कि शायद इसलिए है क्या ताकि शायद और क्या अपॉर्च्युनिटीज़ उन्हें मिल सकती है, जो शायद उन्हें भी नहीं पता है। तो ये क्वेश्चन मार्क उनको डिपिक्ट कर रहे हैं शायद।
कि काफ़ी बेहतरीन। तो मतलब जैसे हमने जाकिर भाई से इंटरेक्ट किया, तो उन्होंने कहा था कि जब वो कोई एक आर्टिकल बनाते हो तो दिन रात उसके बारे में सोचते रहते करके हम किसे कैसे बेहतर कर सकते हैं। उनका मेजरली फोकस आर्टिकल को बेहतर बनाने में था। तो जो डिजाइन थिंकिंग जो थ्रू आउट एक बेहतर प्रोडक्ट की ओर लेके जा रही है, क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट, तो वो उसके लिए वो ट्रंक दर्शा रहा है। और जैसे इनका कहना था कि जो सबसे बड़ी जो पेन पॉइंट है आज के करंट डेट में आर्टिसन की, वो था नॉलेज। हमारे पास में इनफ नॉलेज नहीं है कि हम खुद होके इसे मार्केट पे लेके जा सके। हमारे हाथों में बड़ी कला है, लेकिन जब हमारी बात बोलने पे आ जाती है तो शायद हम उतना इफेक्टिव नहीं कर पाते, इसलिए हमें तीसरे की कोई जरूरत पड़ जाती है। तो अगर नई जनरेशन को हम अगर नॉलेज फुलफिल कर सके, अगर वो इनोवेट करे, तो हो सकता है वो काफी बड़ा मतलब ये। और जो क्वेश्चन मार्क है वो ये कि हमें एक्चुअल में नहीं पता आगे क्या होगा, मतलब exactly. So this is question mark, how tree will grow and what will happen.
Yeah. So thanks चिराग. And अब जाकिर भाई संक्षेप में जस्ट 1 मिनट में आपके जो ये कुछ थॉट हैं वो आप जस्ट शेयर कीजिए.
जी बिल्कुल. थैंक यू मैम. और मैं कह रहा था ये कि जैसे जो हम लोग आर्टिजन जो हैं, ये एक हमारे हाथ में बहुत अच्छा आर्ट है, लेकिन इस आर्ट की जो ओरिजिनल जो सच्चाई है वो हम बाजार के अंदर लोगों के सामने प्रस्तुत नहीं कर पाते हैं. मतलब इसका सबसे बड़ा उद्देश्य ये है कि हम लोगों के पास में, आर्टिजन के पास में एजुकेशन कम होता है. लेकिन जो आईआईटी जो काम कर रही है, इनके फैकल्टी स्टूडेंट, मैंने पहले भी एक बार मुझसे सवाल किया था, तो मैंने कहा था कि अगर इसके अंदर स्टूडेंट अगर जुड़ते हैं तो आर्टिजन को उसका असली स्टेज और आर्ट का फॉर्म उनको मिल पाएगा, जब तक उनके साथ में कोई नॉलेज ना होगा जब तक. तो आईआईटी के जो स्टूडेंट और फैकल्टी जो काम कर रहे हैं, इसके लिए हम बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देते हैं. और ये स्टूडेंट्स जो लेके हम लोगों का रियल मंच जो है, ये आईआईटी से उम्मीद करते हैं कि हमें इनकी तरफ से मेहनत करेंगे तो हमें जरूरी मंच मिलेगा और हमारे आर्ट इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे जाएगा ये.
मोहनलाल जी, आप कुछ बताइए.
धन्यवाद सर. ये जो मैं ये मोजरी का काम तो हम करते हैं, आपको सबको मालूम होगा. तो हमारी जो पुरानी जनरेशन हम जो करते आ रहे हैं, और नई पीढ़ी को हम ये कई हमारे जो सरकारी प्रोग्राम होते हैं उनके बारे में बताते हैं, वो होता है कि ट्रेनिंग होती है, फिर भी ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट नहीं ले रहे, क्योंकि शिक्षा के साथ वो इस काम को नहीं कर रहे हैं. पर हम ये चाह रहे हैं कि आप आईआईटी के स्टूडेंट आए और जो हमारी नई पीढ़ी है उनको थोड़ा पुश करें, तो ये काम हमारा आगे और बढ़ सकता है. यही उम्मीद है सर.
Thank you, Zakir bhai. Thank you, Mohanlal ji. Hi, please. So with that, we come to an end to the various performances that our student had prepared. Thank you.
चलेगा.
Okay, with this, we come to the end of the last session, and we are almost at the end of the conference. We thank you all. We thank all the panelists, chairs who have come from different places of the world. And we definitely thank all the partner institutions for being associated with this conference, Entrepreneurship as a Social Movement. We had 7 sessions. Now, what we went through from day 1 to day 2, that today is the day 2, and tomorrow, you know, we have the field visit. Now, before I call the rapporteur to share a brief about this, I must mention here a few interesting points. What is, we must not get confused about in the terms. Like we have in English a term called friend, acquaintance, colleague. Similarly, in the sphere of business, we have business, entrepreneurship, trader. All are different terms. I think it's very important that we must not confuse every business as entrepreneurship. And also, we must not confuse every entrepreneurship as social entrepreneurship. And here, the entire idea of conference is to spread entrepreneurship, attempt to spread entrepreneurship as a social movement, for which few technical sessions were done in details, like tourism, like technology, their impact. Similarly, conceptually, the first session, entrepreneurship, and the last session on the citizens' research and entrepreneurship, that part was also done. I think it was excellent move that IIT Jodhpur students came forward and interacted with different communities. But after all, we need to remember that if, like in 3 days, one cannot understand engineering, so in 3 days, you cannot understand the communities. I think that's a very important, at least understanding that we all must have. But the attempt that you have made is brilliant, because the nuances of culture and technology, culture, tourism, are as difficult and as complex as technology. So unless we know the details of it, unless we spend time on the culture, the tourism aspects, then we will be making a little quick, smart solutions, but which may not be sustainable, which may not stand in this queue. If we look at organizations, let's say like Amazon, in case of handicraft, they are not a very successful organization. Why? Because they offer things on consignment mode. Whereas GoCoop, Itokri, they actually offer on 100% money payable the moment the article leaves the artist's hand. So it's very interesting difference. So similarly, the artist rights that we discussed. So these are issues. At the same time, this is also a very important point on the education part, that a Juti artist, if his son and daughter do not do Juti, what's wrong? Somebody can have an aspiration to become a doctor or medical or, doctor or let's say engineer or even an IAS officer. You cannot say that, no, because you are a Juti artist, your family has to do the Juti. So, you know, that's where the interesting part. At the same time, so we have to understand that in India, the rural India, the art and craft, the unit is not family. Unit is village. Traditional art and craft, on an average, what we have seen, 50 to 50 plus families living in a village is basically a traditional art or culture village where it is practiced traditionally all across India. If 1 or 2 live in that place, that's not called a cluster, naturally, because it's not cost effective, because after all, we have so huge population. Today itself, thanks to Sankalp, we were interacting with 4 students of footwear college, and they have never heard the term called Patodi Juti. Now that's where we have chances to improve. Because if the footwear college doesn't know about the Juti hub in Patodi in 80 kilometers, then I think institutions also need to come forward for extra knowledge. This is very, very important. And it is extremely important that, when we take entrepreneurship as a social movement, it is, a wonderful initiative that IIT Jodhpur has, but that doesn't mean, every IIT will come forward with this sort of things. At the same time, the technology intervention can come from IIT Jodhpur, but in many cases, artist communities, the citizens and other stakeholders also need to come forward and need to address these issues. A conference is not end of everything. A conference is not only just for conference. It is a continuous process. It actually brings everybody together, and you have seen leading academicians, senior bureaucrats, policy makers, think tanks, practicing entrepreneurs, everybody have, and even the international embassies, the art councils, they have come forward for this discussion, and even the angel investors. Because all stakeholders' understanding of this, as well as their deliberations, will help us to draw a path forward. And I think IIT-J students will be extremely beneficial if they are present here or if they go through the YouTube link later on, because this is a fantastic opportunity for those who want to take entrepreneurship as a career, that you want to try out something. IIT-J students will be extremely beneficial if they are present here or if they go through the YouTube link later on, because this is a fantastic opportunity for those who want to take entrepreneurship as a career. Okay. That you want now, to try out as far as the culture part is concerned, one very interesting part we must they go through the yeah maybe see the opportunity. If there is any problem, if that is an opportunity for entrepreneurship. So entrepreneurship actually solves a problem. So even the microphone issue is also a possibility. And like in India, the cultural entrepreneurship, I think there could have been a very good angle to it, but yet now, right now, there is an opportunity from the policymaker side. In India, there is no art council. So big country, we don't have any art council. So this is an exceptional case. Even the British Council or the Hungarian Council, they were present here. Even there is no state art council. Now, what is an art council's objective? It can actually support the youth in doing failed experiments, in the words of Harish Hande. Dr. Hande said that let there be some money put for the experiments rather than expecting every experiment will succeed. I think that's a very important part. Art Council actually can support youth to create their desired thing in the creative sector. So this is a very good areas that, wherever there are problem areas, and we all are extremely happy that 3 senior bureaucrats actually gave a lot of time to this conference, and I'm sure there will be impact. Do not expect everything today, and it is not only government's role, and entrepreneurship is quite a private role in the global perspective, but the environment and the stakeholders, everybody need to do, but the policymakers, if they are aware, they will surely keep this in mind, that where things can be taken. With this small note, Professor Chowdhury has given unbelievable support for the entire conference, and also from all the students and everybody that I heard, everybody heard that his leadership in providing this conference, as well as the entire subject, Entrepreneurship, I think, is really supporting this, not only in the conference, but entire innovation, because innovation and technology producing or attempting to produce social equity, even covering art and craft, which even Dr. Lalit Panwar today mentioned about this. This is a mega step forward. Professor Jay Mitra, who has come all the way from Essex University, UK, has really helped all of us to concentrate, to come together, and to work in that. All the professionals who have come from different parts of India, two of my Kharagpur IIT batchmates and juniors, so Rajiv Sharaf and Joe Fernandez, even they have presented excellent perspectives. Dr. Jha in the think tank side has also given a very, very important feedback. Prem Lata, as I mentioned even in the first one, has presented wonderful case of Hamari Ladu. And I must mention that not only a speaker, Prima John has come all the way from Bangalore. She is the director of IME, India Music Experience, and she has attended the whole conference. And so it'll be interesting to get her feedback later on because she has attended the whole part of it. So with this small brief, I will request Sneha Bhattacharya, who was doing the who was actually facilitating all the entire proceeding. I will request her to finish this off with her comment, to present her rapporteur report. Sneha Bhattacharya.
Thank you. So in some 10-15 minutes, I will try, it will be a very humble attempt to summarize what all has been discussed for the past 2 days. 2 days of discussions, brainstorming, has brought up one very important point to me. That, and another part before I begin my summarization, it's a completely personal account, and please feel free to get engaged in any sort of discussion if you like. So one particular thing I feel important in this context is, one thing emerged out of the discussion and brainstorming is, the most important and the most controversial word is entrepreneurship. What is entrepreneurship? This part came again and again in different sessions, and different thematics tried to understand and demystify this word. I will chronologically go on as the sessions were organized. Firstly, the first session yesterday was on entrepreneurship as a social movement, ideas for social and cultural change and sustainability issues. Very divergent background speakers, from the royalty, from grassroots practitioner to social entrepreneurs. It was an absolutely interesting session which started demystifying entrepreneurship firstly from a philosophical angle, then from an application point of view. Thirdly, by giving it context, where we have seen that Ms. Premlata Punia's understanding, her positioning as a grassroots practitioner actually tried to give context to what we mean by entrepreneurship. And then finally, Harish Hande's insight on how entrepreneurs can overcome the divide, how they can actually create ways for equity were discussed. Role of institutions very importantly came up in the session, not just as supporting entities, but also as entities which needs to relook at their own orientations and practices and policies. We often use a very exclusive vocabulary. We often use the word beneficiary instead of partners. So it was a call for the institutions itself to have a reorientation towards their framework. Changing, de-glamorizing entrepreneurship, Professor Ashok Banerjee, Director IIM Udaipur, pointed out. It's very important to de-glamorize entrepreneurship and actually encourage students to look at it from a very realistic perspective. So upon discussing all these things, the session actually concluded by with the most important aspect, which is engaging citizens in the entrepreneurial domain and how to give them enormous respect so that they think themselves to have that agency to sustain and to initiate and sustain ventures which can actually contribute in social value. So two things basically came up very interestingly from this session. Firstly, putting people at the center, which is very important in any initiative, because without people, there is no value. Secondly, entrepreneurship not only requires a structural change, but a behavioral change as well. And when we are talking about behavioral change, comes the next session, which becomes very pertinent, that is cultural networks, financial dynamics, and ecosystems. The most important word in the session is ecosystem. We never know what ecosystem is. We often confuse it with a lot of things, but I personally believe that ecosystem consists of a lot of factors: social, economic, infrastructural, psychological, all are part of ecosystem. As the panelists very insightfully said, in India, there is often an absence of a robust entrepreneurial ecosystem. And that obviously means that there are opportunities to build an ecosystem which can be conducive, where people can actually sustain, initiate ventures, and create social value. Power of storytelling, in primarily when we were talking about cultural and creative enterprise, the power of storytelling in marketing becomes very important, as pointed out by Mr. Shubho Sengupta, the MyGov representative. The most important part that this session brought out is the fact that entrepreneurship is not any individualistic venture. Business can be individualistic. Entrepreneurship has to embrace a collective value, otherwise it will cease to have that social impact for which it is destined to. Ensuring access to capital and incubation centers were also taken up by the angel and investor, Mr. Lloyd Mathias. But the most important factor that, again, the session brought up is the relevance of, or the importance of marrying creative economy or the cultural sector with commerce, so that culture no longer remains clouded in a romantic mist. We start to utilize, we start to see its livelihood aspect. We start to see its transformative and transgressive potential in not just altering livelihood, but in altering life changes. Then we actually go on to the third session. Interestingly, tourism is one sector, but the session pointed out it to be a very holistic domain. We saw tourism not just from touristic angles, but also from the social, economic, political, and communitarian impact it can create. COVID-19, as we all know, has brought a paradigm shift in tourism. Many tourism has gotten a major halt, major severe attack. But COVID-19 also provides possibilities to revive tourism in ways unthinkable before. So Ms. Rupinder Pannubrar, very insightfully, she was telling how this is actually an opportunity for tourism to change its fate, to take a leap towards a more responsible and sustainable future. Primarily, the importance of social infrastructure in tourism was talked about, something which is quite a rarity because often tourism primarily focuses on the hard aspects of it. The importance of engaging community, importance for soft skills, soft infrastructure were discussed at length, and also the need for a policy shift in incorporating the local community as stakeholders were also discussed. The session very interestingly concluded with discussing the black spots of tourism, how tourism might not be as like any other thing. Commercialization has its own pros and cons. So the vices are over-commercialization, climate destruction, which are all results of tourism. And the need to equip and train local community on responsible hospitality management so that the same can serve to be the nucleus in an ethical and responsible way. I'd like to quote Dr. Panwar here. Very interestingly, he said that fusion creates confusion. So when we are remixing things, we should often do it with the right ingredients. Otherwise, our entire cooking will go just the way I cook. So fourth session, very interesting session, technology session, something which I'm very bad at. Me coming from a social science background will try to be as much humble in discussing this session, but yeah, Professor Chaudhuri actually segmented it in a better way, brilliant way. So 4 questions. How can technology drive social entrepreneurship? Mr. Joe Fernandez talked about the community tank system and involvement of community in bringing innovation, technology-led innovation. Professor Sankalp Pratap talked about cold storage and how equitable terms for farmers actually created a venture or created an avenue where farmers collaborated with the entrepreneurs in giving birth to an agricultural setup, agricultural output, which can actually be holistic in its terms. And also, we talked about how technology can be drivers for funding. Second question that the session brought out very importantly is how can the role of technology be used to scale grassroots innovation? Very important. And Professor Chaudhuri's words are more important in this context, where he said that the reason why local innovators fail to become local entrepreneurs is because the layer of enterprise is missing. And that's where technology should come and fill up that layer so that it becomes a holistic ecosystem, again, to use that controversial word. Technology for artistic empowerment, we talked about contact basis art for life model and how it is suited to meet rural needs. And finally, how technology can be used to usher a non-exploitative layer. Very idealistic approach, but I'm sure the way technology is progressing, we can attain that. Primarily, interestingly brought out by Joe Fernandez is market ownership of technology actually exploits. Very brilliantly put. It's not technology that exploits, it's a market ownership of technology that exploits. Even Professor Bagri was mentioning that we often underestimate rural communities' credibility in digital maturity. So we need to take care of that. We need to look at the rural population in terms of all the assets, equities, credibilities they have, and we need to position technology in a way so that they can use it for their own benefit. This session, after this session, while the first day was more premised on a very philosophical, theoretical tenet to entrepreneurship, the second day actually spoke of means, how entrepreneurship can be inclusive. So the second session of day 2, very important session, is on policy. Very interestingly, the session was the panelists and the chair. They come from various backgrounds, and the domain experts' discussions had an insight on policy formulation, which many people for long have been trying to overcome. We have seen citizens' voices. We have seen planners' inputs. We have seen think tanks' inputs. We have seen civic society representatives' inputs who can be very, very rightly called or rightly tagged the ethical intermediaries. The session brought out their importance in bridging the gap between the planners and the grassroots. Very important, perhaps. And it also, again, talked about, as Mr. Mukmeet Bhatia pointed out, again, the focus on soft components to be crucial. And understanding the emotions and operations of field to be very pertinent, because that is primarily the reason why policy often deviates from the local cause. If we are actually fluent in local emotions, local operations, I'm sure we will be able to create policies which is suited to address local needs and specificities. Finally, and again, not to miss out, Dr. Jha's no list mention, very important, because often a yes list is very romantic. A no list is a skeptic's list, is a cynic's list. And it often has some very measured checks and balances, which we should never forget. Coming on to the final session, that is the citizens' entrepreneurship session, the theoretical paradigm, which actually, based on which the entire conference was built on. Professor Mitro, Dr. Dotto, Daniela Carl, Simon Taylor were extremely important in giving their viewpoint of it. It was more of a theoretical paradigm. What it actually importantly brought out is, it helped us to get rid of that very utopic idea that suddenly everybody will start doing entrepreneurship. No, we are talking about an association. We are talking about purposive engagement. And if and how that purposive engagement can be nurtured for a future where people will not be alienated from their roots. Their local resources will be dealt by them and their fate will be decided in a way suited to meet local needs. So, just to end this overall thing, I think, as Mr. Bhattacharya also mentioned, entrepreneurship is about solving problems. So I think we should continue creating problems so that there is space for entrepreneurship. Thank you.
Thank you, Sneha. So how was the reporter's report? Good? So at least a clap for her because I think she really deserves it. And I will request Professor Sankalp also to give later on a gift to her because I think she deserves it. She does. Okay, but before, that can be done because, but before that, I will request here to just a quick, like just to end the conference today, a few words from few of the people, very eminent people, because we have called in the morning few people, but now we will like to invite Professor Shantanu Chaudhary, Professor J. Mitra, Mukmeet Singh Bhatia. Please, sir. So please, if you can come here. We will not have any sitting, rather just we will mention. So one after one, if you can come. And I will also like to call Professor Jha, Josna Jha, Dr. Josna Jha. And I would like to also invite Premlata Punia. So just a quick 1-minute reaction. We all can stand here. Come. That's the better, yeah. Start with, we can start with Premlata. On the day one.
Yes. It's been great to hear from a diversity of speakers and topics. What I'm taking back home is two ideas: the benevolent layer and how do we think about that, and then second, a little bit of what Harish said. How do we work in a way that we get ourselves out of what we are doing? That's a true mark of our success, which I think sometimes we forget or not have that lens. So those are my two critical takeaways, and I'm very happy that I'm here.
Thank you, Amitav. I think for me, one important takeaway is not so much what was discussed, but just it's a macro kind of view of mine that there is a lot happening in the non-governmental sector. And I'm using the non-governmental sector in a wider sense of the word. It would include everybody but people like me. Okay. There is a lot happening. There's a lot thought. There's a lot of effort going in. And I see a lot of, and I've always, this view I've held from the very beginning, from my earliest days when I used to work with Pradhan, that, there is that huge amount of commitment that you see in the non-governmental sector. I'm not saying it's all across the board, but at least I've been fortunate in my 32 years of service that most of the people in the non-governmental sector I've worked with, whether it's Pradhan or PAN IIT or the other institutions, Ramakrishna Mission, I should mention in Ranchi, one of the best I've worked with. I always tell these youngsters, I used to tell them that if the kind of commitment y'all show, the kind of sacrifices y'all make, if we in the government would have that same sense of commitment, this country would be a totally different country. Because we hold the levers, some of us don't really realize it. We don't realize it, that there's so much that can be done. And I think we tend to be a little insular. So that's why I'm very happy to note that
you know, when you get out, you, of course, you read a lot, but when you actually go and meet people like all of you all, then you realize that people are thinking, people are doing, people are using their brains, they're using technology. Even just this 3 sessions that we did today, I think it's an eye opener for us that we in the government, there is so much for us to learn. There is so much for us to learn, and in a way, I'm a little disappointed that there's nobody from the state government out here. You know, if somebody from Delhi can come all the way, at least some token representation of, if not the state government, at least the district administration could have come. But anyway, that's a different story. So I think there's a lot that needs to be understood, lots happening. And I'm glad this interaction has happened. Lots of key lessons. I will not get into that. But I have thoroughly enjoyed it. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's field visit. That's the second reason why I've come. I hope that also works out well. Thank you.
Thank you. I was hoping that the technology would anticipate what I want to say. It's just like some kind of chat GBT affair over here, especially in this technology institute. Professor Chaudhary, you would have probably organized that for me. But anyway, just a few thoughts really. I mean, what a magnificent venue to have had this conference in. And thanks to Professor Chaudhary, his Sankalp over there sitting right at the back, holding fort, and the fantastic team that you've had over here to enable that to happen. The students, your participation, your active participation, both at the conference, outside, especially when the food was available, you were more easily seen there. And the fact that you communicated with us, not only about the conference, but about your interests, that makes a lot of difference in terms of how we interact with you. The entrepreneurs and the artisans who presented, and not only were in the audience, but actually were part of the engagement over here. That is not usual, that is not common. And that kind of sort of enables one to ring a note of not very pleasant surprise and effective outcome. I think sort of in terms of the conference as such, we had incredible contributions. They were mostly confusing, generally brilliant, erudite, thoughtful, and mostly also ignore the confusion bit. I was joking there. It is more a kind of sort of being practical, essentially asking questions about what can actually be implemented. That becomes central to any kind of sort of conference debate and discussion that we have. Because you can have a conference where you can spout out a few ideas, you can show how wonderful you are in terms of things that you have achieved or things that you've done, but where exactly is the turnout in terms of the dissemination, in terms of the take-up elsewhere, in terms of an understanding of each other's different needs? And the ability to do that at an event is a tribute, of course, to Amitabh and his team, and to make that actually happen in this kind of sort of discourse. I think when we were planning the event, we decided that we shall not engage in speeches. That can be left to literature, but we shall engage in communication and dialogue and intervention. And that was the art of the conference which stood out best. And I think sort of so many other things I could talk about. I mean, I'm looking forward to the visits, of course. The fact that we were accommodated with so much hospitality, and the food, delicious. I would come back especially for that. And, you know, the ability to communicate with so many different groups of people. I'm taking away a very rich seam of knowledge and interest and excitement with which to look forward to the next event that we plan in the future. Thank you.
I think possibly I'm the only odd man out in terms of the background. Okay, so I come from a purely technology background, and in a technology institute, entrepreneurship is looked at from a different angle, and
it's different from the way we looked at today. And the whole idea of social entrepreneurship is not very aligned with when we talk about an incubation in a technical institute. But the reason why this conference should be an eye-opener for many of us is that social entrepreneurship exists in the context of a technology as well. We cannot really have social entrepreneurship today as it's been discussed all through without the technology in place. And this forum provided a dialogue between different disciplines. I think that's something which is very important to look at, because these dialogues are critical for building up a rounded global understanding of the system, of the ecosystem being talked about in whatever way it is. And the dialogue that we had, I think, with actually the stakeholders who are in the creative economy in whatever way, I think that's something was very, very important for all of us to learn from. Because we talk in terms of, see, we say discovery to innovation is a cycle. Because when we actually, from a government perspective, you put in money for discovery. And from discovery to innovation is actually generation of money from discovery. And if you look at the creativity is actually innate and not really from any input. And from that creativity, creating value out of it, that innovation is actually another phenomenon altogether. So creativity to innovation and discovery to innovation are two parallel paths, although there is isomorphism between the two. And discovering that and making use of that, I've used technical words because I come from a technical background, but using that and discovering that and exploiting that provides an opportunity for people in social science, as well as engineering and economics coming together and providing the support and knowledge for taking social entrepreneurship forward. I think this conference has led us in that path a bit forward, and I hope in future also such initiatives will continue. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So 3 points. One, that it has been a huge learning experience. So thank you for including me. It was, see, social enterprise is not something that I engage with regularly. Public policy is my space. And within public policy, we engage with both economic and social policies. But so far, it had not taken us to social entrepreneurship in such overt manner. And therefore, it was a huge learning experience. And it was also, see, I'm just fresh from another conference that we had organized on institutions and public policy. So I kept, and it was a very dialogue oriented. We had intergenerational focus. So we had established scholars and we had young scholars. So I kept, and we discussed a lot on institution making. So I kept an institution, social enterprise is also an institution. So it, I kept in my mind, actually, I kept trying to, extend my learning that I had from there to what I was getting here. So it was a huge learning. And one of those was the realization that the organization that I work for and have been kind of heading that for past 13 years is a social enterprise, set up by former IIM Bangalore professor. He actually left and set it up with his wife, and wife died at the time, actually transition, and I took over. Creates employment, creates, and then works on very much and very, very committed team of coming from different disciplines, working with very deep commitment to, changing policy towards making it equitable, making it people focused. So it was something that we never looked at ourselves in that manner. So that was something that happened over the years. And third was that, since I remain a researcher, I was also, in some ways I was researcher. I was just telling her that how this is a very good example of IIT as a social capital. So it was a very, very interesting and enriching experience. So thank you.
Can I just say one? I forgot
Please,
to
sir.
mention. Yeah, but please let's clap for her, ma'am. This is a question to Professor Shantanu. I kept looking at your ceiling. You see the ceiling? Now, it reminds me of something. Can you guess what it reminds me of? It's something cultural.
Kind of a texture is.
Yeah, but these colors, they are typical of something. I don't know whether you have seen fulkari in Punjab. Yeah, so I have a lot of fulkari at home. So I was just wondering whether this was deliberate or it just so happened that we're talking about culture and we are under a ceiling which actually represents fulkari.
Consciously fulkari. Combination was worked out so that matches with this whole.
No, but constantly I'm reminded of home when I see this. So thank you for making me feel at home.
Thank you for this compliment of Mrs. Kalyan.
Dr. Jha mentioned a very interesting thing about the social enterprise. Very quickly, let me tell you, let's say when we were discussing parameters of evaluation, livelihood improvement, sanitation improvement, if there is no migration of a community or the entire artist communities from, unsafe migration, zero. Now, who has led that? Actually, community has led that. What is the role of the social enterprise? It just can work as a catalyst. So, social enterprise responsibility is to make the community ready for entrepreneurship. I think that's a very important way to look at it. Any enterprise will generate, there has to be a return. To ensure that return goes to the community is the difference between the social enterprise and the enterprise. So both must generate resources. But evaluating the resources, parameterizing the resources, that's where the innovation plays a very important role. So I think two most important takeaways of this conference, one told by Professor Ashok Banerjee, he said of IIM Udaipur, that solving problem is the role of entrepreneurship. And Professor Chaudhary has mentioned a fantastic term, technology for social equity. If we can actually take these two, I think, and as Mukmit Singh Bhatia mentioned, that the planners are ready to adopt innovation and new things to take the policies forward. And I think if that happens, then Professor Mitra's attempt of citizens research and entrepreneurship will be very soon, it will be a reality. There will be many Prem Latas around, and I'm sure Dr. Jha will do a lot of research on India to develop more Prem Latas. But we must thank the two gentlemen here, Sankalp Pratap and Venkat. Professor Venkat and Professor Sankalp Pratap has really, I'm telling you, for the last 3 days, and even before, they have done unbelievable support to the entire conference. And there is another, Jitesh. Jitesh. So the food part that you were mentioning, actually that's Jitesh's baby. And even tomorrow when we go there, what will be the lunch and what will be picked up? That's what he is working on. Yes, gulab jamun sabji that he has ensured. So with this small note, again, why don't you come here, please?
Yeah.
Sankalp and...
I think Premlata is Sankalp's PhD student.
Yes. So thank you, Sankalp. Thank you, Venkat. And thank you, Vignesh. And so with this, we thank you all. Thank you, Rajiv. Thank you, Joe. And thanks to everybody. Dr. Panwar is already here, and he was there for the last 3 days. He was there, and today morning we had a recap session where he beautifully presented the entire tourism one. So thank you. And as you know, we are all going to Barnoa Jagir and Salavas tomorrow. 8 o'clock we start for Barnoa Jagir, and around 12:30 we then go to Salavas, expected to reach around 2:30. So whoever has registered, I'm sure, and for the people who have come from outside, I'm sure they are joining. And thank you all for joining us in this 3 days of conference.